Allô? 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 Listen, we just gotta double check, you know? We just gotta make sure. We just gotta ask multiple times over and over again until we get it right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. My name's Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I'm your coffee field host of the most professional voice actor, and I love working out. In case you couldn't tell. Welcome in, guys. Hope we're doing well today. Hi. Hi. Coffee time? You might be right. Wait a minute. You might be Who else up in they coffee? Who else up coffee in they coffee? Guys, welcome to the stream. We're all doing fantastic today. Hello, Golden. Hello, Maelstrom. Hello, Fairy. Hello, Motomami. Hello, Alfredo. Hello, Bees. Hello, Sakura. Hello, Moni. Hello, Dread. Hello, Valiare. Hello, Toast. Hello, Little Rose. Hello, Robster. Hello, Strawberry. Hello, Ari. Hello, Amuro. Hello, Ray. Hello, Tree. Hello, Goji. Hello, VTuber Home Deepens. Hello, Timid. Hello, Renee. Hello, Swirl. Hello, Wolf. Hello, KRK. Hello, Maple. Hello, Ruby. Hello, Lucy. Hello, Octavio. Hello, Ale. Hello, Four Leaf. Hello, Sage. Hello, enjoyer of Yaoi and Steel Chairs. Hello, Fox Girl. Hello, Mage. Did I get everybody? Guys, if you didn't get a hello, say hello in chat right now. Right now. Right now. Hello, Kids Kateem. Hello, Magla. Hello, Noxus. I already said hello to you, LA. Hello, Dan. Hello, Rogue. Did I say hello to you, Nope? Shit, now I can't remember. I'll just start again. Hello, LA. Hello, Nope. I can't remember. Hello, Akamai. What are you laughing at? Sorry, you should be. Listen, I'm stupid. You can't take advantage of that. You cannot take advantage of how stupid I am. Nice tactic. I'm watching you, Sage. I'm watching you like a hawk. You know? Where's little hellos are so cute. What are you saying? Are you trying to say that I'm cute? Are you trying to say that I'm cute? I don't even know I'm manly. I'm tough. I'm tough. Tough. Yeah. I'm kind of stupid too. Me too. I'm with you. Why not, Tree? You're cruising. You're cruising for a bruising. Did you mean a different LA? Who else is named LA? Do you see another LA here at all? No, you're silly. Oh. You mean sexy, right? Bet. Hope it's worth it. I don't remember what I said what I was going to do. So I'm going to say yes. Listen, I forget that fast. I don't remember what I said. Anyway. What up, Sam? Hi, Tavi. You're a tough, cute bunny boy. To manly. What? Oh, gee, no, I did the song for choir. I sucked at the dance. What dance? What song? What are we talking about? I forgot to remember. That's me on the regular. Guys, do you ever forget to remember, then remember you forgore and forgore to remember and forgore and forgore? Listen, it happens to the rest of us. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I didn't say that, but you are quite cute for a big, strong bun. Excuse me? Are you trying to tussle? You trying to throw it down? You trying to throw hands? Huh? What? What up, Inaki Kudozaki? Roy, do you have a fan art / cosplay policy posted somewhere? Depends. What do you want to know? It's kind of just use your best judgment. Yume shipping is okay. NSFW is okay. Generic fan art is okay. Generic as in like normal. Like, whatever. So long as there aren't like minors involved, so long as we're not doing anything too insane, you know, would I be able to cosplay you at a con? Yeah, go for it. Absolutely. That sounds awesome. Hell yeah. Go for it. Brother, I give up. You know what, Tavi? Grabs you. Arrgh. Get over here. Get over here. No minors, so no Minecraft? Well, I play Minecraft all the time. What do you mean? That's a different kind of minors. You know? I like those minors. Those minors are cool. You know? Rock and stone. Those kinds of minors. Oh my gosh, Jenna pancakes. Who's ready to yap about pancakes for 45 minutes now that Jenna's here? What up, Sheepy? Hi. Hi, Roy Darling. Oh. Darling, am I? Mm-hmm. Well, that's funny because I thought you were darling. I thought all of you were my darlings. No? Are you not? No, I'm getting so sad. Hmm. Guys, I read it well. Me, pancakes are nice. I agree. Soy, thank you for giving us up. Oh my god, we're only 11 subs off. There we go. Eggs, bacon, grits, sausage. I like all of those. Although I haven't had many grits. I've only had grits like twice. I didn't like it the first time, then I kind of liked it the second time. So it was like my area of knowledge when it comes to grits is like didn't like it, liked it. I'm 50-50. You know what I mean? All right, cinnamon roll pancake, guys. Whoa. I could go for some cinnamon roll pancakes. What are you talking about? I only want to see you underneath the purple rain. Are you saying you want to see me like in the rain? Like my clothes soaked or something? I'm confused here. What's the... It's never too late at night for that voice. I'm glad to know it. Who said that they're cooking? That was Wild Card. Yeah, absolutely. I love blueberry pancakes, cake pans, grits you. What the heck? Google's Yume shipping. Oh, this has a name? Yeah. Yeah, because like I know there are some people that have been like, man, I want to get art like with Roy or like they're artists and they're like, they want to draw themselves with me. And I'm kind of the mindset of like, so long as you're not like being creepy about it, have fun, enjoy yourself, you know? And as long as you're not like a minor, like I don't want to be involved with minors. Honestly, bacon, egg, cheese sandwich. Well, that sounds pretty good. What up, Wolf Ron? What up, Wolf Ronan? Wait, Wolf Ronin, not Wolf Ron. Wolf Ron in gaming, guys. Wolf Ron in gaming. Wolf Ronin gaming. What up? How you doing? Who said grits ew? Did someone say... Wait, did someone say grits ew? I don't think anybody said grits ew. I think you're hearing things. I said I've had grits twice and it was great one time and terrible the other. So I have a very wide range, you know? Where it doesn't associate with people who work in the caves. We've already made that joke. We already made that stoke. That's Stoke. We already made that joke. I even went rock and stone. Then I like those guys. Those are cool. You know, grits are good though. Like I said, I'm at 50-50. I've had terrible grits and I've had some grits that were pretty good. They were buttery. I don't know if that's normal, but they were. I like them. They had shrimp with them. It was shrimp and grits. It was pretty good. I just showed up. Family needed me. Oh! Just tell me you hate me. Pancakes. I think we talked about pancakes for like a minute there, and then I immediately moved on. Bro, cheese grits slap. I'll have to try that at some point. Yeah, it was shrimp and grits that I tried. That was good. That was when I was at MomoCon. It was like the last night of MomoCon. I had to fly out the next day, and I was like, I'm gonna treat myself to air quotes a nice dinner, and I got shrimp and grits. Question, Roy. Have you heard of Punky Doodles? I recommend the compilations of them. So hilarious. No, I don't think I've ever heard of them. What do they do? What do they do? What do they talk about? What do they yap about? What's happening? Huh? What's happening? Huh? What is going on? Huh? Huh? Oatmeal over grits. I like both for different reasons. You know? Covey! Thank you for the 1 month. Almost at 2 years, but it's not 2 years yet. You know? I'm sure. I don't know where I was going with that. I'm sure. What up, Lauren? I don't know if anybody here is into soccer, but USA. Is USA still in the World Cup? Wait, are they really? Wait, I didn't realize. How do you like your oatmeal? I don't. Usually, I would. So the problem that I have with oatmeal is it has no protein. There's no protein in oatmeal whatsoever. So like, if I'm doing anything like oatmeal related, I also need a side of like eggs or something, or sausage or ham, or something. I need something. I need something to go with it. That's a little protein. There's protein oatmeal. Yeah, but then I'm going out of my way to make something protein enriched that isn't already protein enriched. You know what I mean? Bro, the real strat is using grits as a dipping sauce for your buttered toast. Isn't that like carbs on carbs? That's like some spaghetti tacos right there. Cottage cheese and peaches. Well, I was going to say non-fat Greek yogurt, because non-fat Greek yogurt does have good protein in it, and you can add things like protein powder to give even more. That's what I like doing. So like, I'd much rather do that for a breakfast. It's a little bit lighter. It's a little bit more protein rich. You can add other things too. I like adding chia seeds. Get some good fiber in there. Get some dried blueberries or cranberries. Get those not omega 3s. What the frick do they have? Antioxidants? What the fuck do berries have? Berries. How do they work? Berries. If you do cardio, carbs are a breeze. Okay, I do cardio, but I usually don't work out when I first wake up is the thing. I usually don't work out when I first wake up. So it's like, I don't want a ton of carbs when I'm first getting up. You know what I mean? I'm trying to balance it out. So the first meal I have is usually a little bit lighter on the carbs, unless I'm lifting. And then if I'm lifting, then I go a little bit heavier on the carbs. So I don't know how berries work. I feel like it's none of my business. What do you mean? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Missed you too, but Emmy didn't miss me. That's crazy. Insane, wild, wacky, inflatable, arm flailing too, man. Oh my goodness gracious.
Excuse me, Chiato. I am looking for delicious drink that comes in various fruity flavors inspired by my favorite content creators.
Huh?
Bonus points if they come in both caffeine and caffeine-free varieties. Do you have any suggestions?
Oh, I was so confused there for a second. First of all, thank you for the 500
what
bits.
I'm wondering is salsa just a tomato-based fruit salad?
Yes, because...
Wheeze.
Well, no. Yes and no. No is the short answer, because tomatoes are a fruit in of themselves, but usually you don't put tomatoes with other fruits to make salsa. Because like an onion's not a fruit. Wait, thank you for the 100 bits. Fairy, great question. Tomatoes are fruit, guys. Tomatoes are fruits. I would know. I'm an expert when it comes to fruits. Bleh. Covey threw me way off. I heard the Roybert Q Chiato and it did not translate well. So it like my listening comprehension went out the window. As soon as I heard that, I was so confused. Guys, if you're looking for some caffeine or caffeine free.
You know what? Not gonna miss you, Rain you.
What? Hey! Mods! Grab Emmy. Strap them down. They're not leaving. Guys, get gamer subs. Use code Roy at checkout. What the frick? What up, wee woo? Yeah, berries have antioxidants. There we go. Nailed it. Punky Doodles make super hilarious shorts by animating audio from different people. Most is fantasy themed. I recommend Wizard Time. Oh, if it's not game related, I don't want to just randomly yoink someone's content. Every content piece that I react to on stream, I have permission to. So I would have to reach out to them and look into it. But thank you for the recommendation. I like to use protein yogurt drink as a milk for fibrous cereal, some chia seeds, and mixed berries all in a bowl. Ooh, tasty. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Wait, what's going on here? What's going on in here? Wait a minute. What up, BSB? What if Emmy likes that? Emmy, do you like that? What up, Ansel? What up, Ansel? Hello. Oh, Monet.
Roichi Zoom.
Roichi Zoom. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, thank you for the 145 bits. Guys, we're at a level 2 hype train. Oh my God. From bits and a couple gifted subs. Soy, I think there was a gifted sub in there too. Soy, thank you so much. Hello, Stink. Excuse me, John Ton. I smell great. I'll have you know, I smell like deodorant, cologne, and well, it's not freshly showered. I took a shower a little bit ago, but like the smell that you get from like working out, and then you take a shower after the workout, and then you put like cologne and deodorant on. Well, deodorant first, then cologne. How about that? I smell like that. Jade, thank you for continuing your gifted sub from Golden Wings. How am I supposed to prove that I smell good? Why don't you just try... Why don't you just try smelling the screen? Huh?
You woo Roichi for evil,
Ooh.
Roichi tasty.
Oh, wait, tasty? What are you tasting? What do you taste? Guys, what do I taste like today? Guys, taste test. Guys, taste test. Guys, taste test. What do I taste like today? Taste test. Chocolate? What do I smell?
Oh, chocolate. I remember when they first invented the stuff. I always hated it. Chocolate.
Panks? What the hell's our Panks? Milk? Who's milk? Strawberry and cream? Ooh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Marshmallow! It's funny because I like never have marshmallows. Chocolate and roses. Huh? Strawberry frosted Pop-Tart filling. Oh, the filling specifically? Okay, I see you. Cereal? Bun? Coffee cake? No. Wait, that's crazy. Pancakes again? Coffee? You taste like delicious gamer subs. About to use code Roy at checkout. Oh, thank you. There we go. You finished the joke for me. Thank you, Covey. Listen, I'm very easily distracted. If I'm talking about something and then I get interrupted by...
Tasting disrespectfully, feel like it's like soap. But also Rope mentions, don't tempt me with a good time now.
Who? As who mentions? As Rope mentions? Who's Rope? I said tie you down. I didn't say tie you down with what? You're just assuming that it's Rope now. Okay, you freaky. I see you. I see you. I mean, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh, that was the answer? I'm dumb. Listen, I get you. Mage said ropes? Oh. Mage! Continue on. Carry on. Tastes like coffee and whiskey? Oh! That sounds accurate. I don't have any whiskey, though. I need to get some whiskey. I only have wine right now. I don't even have beer. I'm out of my Japanese beer. Yeah, I'm out of my Japanese beer. I need whiskey. Cannot wait for you to react to the horrid actions of super high school level garbage human Haiji Toa. Okay, so I am familiar with Ultra Despair Girls. I have like watched a retrospective to it before, but I'm talking like forever ago. What year wine? 2026? I think. Favorite whiskey? My favorite low end, but like middle of the shelf kind of whiskey. I like Eagle Rare. Eagle Rare is like one of my favorite go-tos. That's what I would always get when I lived on the East Coast. But unfortunately, they don't have it here in Texas. Apparently, it's like an East Coast whiskey. You know? The Toa family, worst family in Danganronpa. Damn. Call me think of the 500 bits.
I accidentally bought 1,000 bits.
Oh!
So you get all of them.
Oh!
I hope you keep in mind I love cranberries. Roichi cool.
Ah,
Roichi cool.
there
Roichi
it
cool,
is.
Roichi cool.
There it is. There's the bribe starting. We weren't even talking about candles yet, and someone's already trying to bribe me. Someone's already trying to bribe the candle game. Damn, we're gonna have cranberry twice in 1 week. Can you guys believe that? Time for cranberries. Insane. Can't do whiskey or rum. Smoky, woody flavors like that hurt you? How about a cognac? They're usually a little bit sweeter. You know? What? Bribe me? Never. Are you sure about that, Coffee? Are you sure about that? Yeah. Yippee! Ah, mead. Oh, mead is also really good. Cognac would be in the same family of smoky. Yeah, but I like cognac. I'm a big brown liquor kind of enjoyer. I like whiskey, cognac, scotch, bourbon, sometimes rum. 'Tis the season. It's the holiday season. Just message Calyx, be like,
I support the bribery techniques.
It's the holiday season. Sing. Music notes. It's the holiday season. Bro, Christmas in July? Yeah. Yeah, we're done with Pride. Now it's time for Christmas. Don't you guys know how it goes? Wait, I heard a voice go off. Emmy, I love support. I support the bribery techniques. Fuck. Anyway, Emmy, thank you so much. Thank you for the 100 bits. You guys are hella generous today. What's happening? I'm just being a shit. Huh? You really want cranberry? Yeah, Covey said cranberry. It's summerween, not the holidays. It's the holiday season. Well, loop-de-loop and dickory-dock. Don't forget to hang up your sock. No, the gays need Halloween first. Because exactly at 12 o'clock, he'll be coming down the chimney now. Guys, Merry Christmas.
I shan't take this Halloween erasure Roichi bonk.
Okay, listen. Don't bonk me. Don't bonk me! Listen! Guys, one's in chat if Halloween is your favorite holiday. Two's in chat if Christmas is your favorite holiday. Three's in chat if three. Three's in chat if three? I think another 100 bits. Oh my gosh.
This is reminding me of that one Rudolph movie of Christmas in July.
Oh. I don't remember what that one is. Is it sad? I feel like there's a pretty good balance of ones and twos. There's a really good balance of ones and twos. Although I think I'm seeing more ones. I do think I'm seeing more ones than I am twos. Okay, guys, let's drop the charade here. Let's drop the charade here. Let's drop the Soul Calibur 2 character charade here. Okay? I love Halloween. Halloween's like one of my favorite holidays. No one says summerween because we ain't talking about weens. We talk about Christmas in July. Okay? Soul Calibur 2. Listen, man, October's goated. I'm turning 30 in October. A lot of new games are releasing in October. It's going to be a goated month. That's all I'm saying. October Dusk Buns. Listen, I'm looking forward to October. I love October. One of my favorite times of the year. Also, I love how all of you guys are immediately assuming when I sang, it's the holiday season. A lot of you guys just assumed that I was talking about Christmas. Sure, it's a Christmas song, but all I said is the holiday season. That's it. That's all. That's all I said. That's all I said. Just got home from Roma. Welcome back. Welcome back to the stage of history. What up, Cheerio? I also like Yowie. All right, boss, sure. You know what, Tree? Eat my ass. How about that? Yeah, guys, he could be the 4th of July. What up, Lotus? Thanks for the 85. 4 is even better. What, it's 4? Oh my god, there's only 9 gift subs to go. Or 9 subs to go for the sub goal. That's crazy. Truth? What are we truthing? We need more October. Listen, I agree with you guys. You guys are acting like it's me against you. What if I just like having a little whimsy and just belted a Christmas song, you know?
The Lucy Fairy combo also sends 300 bits to bribe the handsome Bonbon to choose. Cranberry. Thank you for the birthday wishes, Dust Bunnies. Moi.
Cranberry. I think that's a combined total of 800 bits for Cranberry. Wait, that's crazy. Hey!
Cheer 100. The Fairy Lucy combo also sends 300 bits to bribe the handsome Bonbon to choose. Cranberry. Thank you for the birthday wishes, Dusk Bunnies.
It's like Lucy and Fairy combined. Fairy Lucy, get tighter. Damn, that's crazy. Guys, they give the joint bits there. That's crazy. I think that's like 1,100 bits for Cranberry now. That's crazy. Also, what up, Cheerio? Hey, listen, I also like Yaoi. You're welcome. You're among friends here. What up, 4455HH33RR? I don't know what that means. I don't know what to call you. I apologize. What up, Kiyoshi? What do you mean? What do you mean question mark? What are the question mark pings for? What is this, League? What is this, League of Lagoons? Christmas in July was a thing at 1.2. That's what I'm saying! Are they commenting on our double? I don't know. I haven't seen double. I don't know anything about Common Rider double, except there's 2 dudes that turn into 1 Common Rider, and it's Cyclone Joker. Huh?
I just want to hear him say cranberry again. Cranberry is the choice to make.
You know what?
I like cranberries.
I think you're making a good choice. Thank you so much, Emmy. You know what? You're not on my shit list today. You're no longer on my shit list, Emmy. How about that? Today exclusively. Mods, you can untie Emmy. We can trust them around fire today. That's a lot of bits. That's a lot of bits. That's what I'm saying. Will do, thanks. What the heck? When was I on it? I don't know. That was up to Mage. I thought Mage was tying you into a chair. Did they not? For now, Siege. I combined C and Sage into Siege. Sage gets it. Sage absolutely understands. I love how it's specifically fire. Well, yeah, I've got a lighter. What am I supposed to do? Is it, well, I guess it's electricity, but it catches things on fire, you know? My sister forced me to watch an anime with her. I missed that. An anime with her. Anyways, I'm back. What up, Pain? Welcome back. Belmore, please. Oh, begging Belmore? Wow. Okay. Never trust them around fire. Do you even know Emmy? Name one thing about Emmy Wolf. I personally couldn't finish your Kamen Rider video because you sounded like you were forcing yourself to say everything and I was too distracted. What? Huh? What do you mean forcing myself to say everything? Huh? I mean, I'll listen to the criticism. I just don't know what you mean. Listen, I'll take the feedback. Hit me. Regale me with the details because we are working on the Kamen Rider Kabuto video. I'd love the feedback. I want to hear Christmas songs in October and November. Ooh, spicy take. I don't know, just, you know what? You're right there. Only because I haven't worked in mall setting for almost 10 years. Huh? Nani? Nandato? Huh? That's what I'm saying. Huh? That's what I'm saying. Fires out. That's what I'm saying. Guess it's already decided that. I mean, unless someone's got like enough to bribe for something else that's not cranberry, I'm pretty sure it's going to be cranberry. Nandato? Hit you with light tubes? What the frick? I can't believe this. The lion. The witch. The audacity of this bitch. October's way too early for Christmas songs. I do agree with that. I think November, listen, October 31st ends. We go into November 1st. I'm good with Christmas music. Let me have the entire October to enjoy some pumpkin spice, some crunchy leaves, some fall smells. You know, I'm okay with it in November, you know? Apologies for being crass, but you sounded like you were on the toilet. Bro, this is how I sound all the time. What are you talking about? That's not like a criticism that I can do anything with. That's just how I sound. I just sound like that. I just sound like that. I don't know, maybe check out the Abba Ranger video. I think the Abba Ranger video is significantly better for what it's worth. Before I get out the toilet, my bad, guys. Let me just... Oh, my bad. Oh, my bad. So you defrost Mariah November 1st then. I'm okay with it, because I think the meme is funny, and I kind of live with it, you know? I'm okay with it. EC dub, what does that mean? Huh? Question mark? I just sound like this. Yeah, leave the twunk alone. That's what I'm saying. Well, he's leaving bunny poops all over the place. Now I was just farting. I was just tooting. I was just... One of those, you know? We speak not that name until December. I'm okay with it in November. Personally, you know? I'm all right with it in November. But yeah, listen, I'll always take criticisms and ways to improve and like things that I can work with. But like, I can't think of a proper way to explain it. I just don't know what you mean. I can't like work with that as criticism. I appreciate you speaking your mind. Check out the Abba Ranger video. I mean, across the board, I just think the Abba Ranger video is just better. I think the scripting is better. I think the editing is better. I think the overall feeling of the video is significantly better. So if you're like, man, I was having a hard time listening to it, give one more try with the Abba Ranger video. It's new. It's newer, okay? I'm not a professional yet. I'm working on it. You know, I'm not like Nezumi VA, who has all these awesome videos out here about Danganronpa and their other hyperfixations and passions. You know? I'm not like them yet. I'm still working on things. Just like this week, tomorrow specifically, we're continuing to work on the Kamen Rider Kabuto video. So if you want to see cool behind-the-scenes information in the video-making process, consider becoming a YouTube member. Get exclusive behind-the-scenes content like recordings for the video. Yeah. What up, Nezumi? Hi, Nezumi. How are you? What up, Hayes? Hey, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Everybody. Yeah. Rock your body. Everybody. Back streets back. All right. Hi, Roy. I'm doing okay. Just finished some dinner, so I'm just in time, I suppose. Yeah, we usually yap for like an hour, hour and a half now before I actually do any of my actual content. Because I kind of got addicted to yapping. I kind of got addicted to not shutting the frick up. You know what I mean? I'm a yapper. I'm a yapper now. I'm a side quester, as Vivi would put it. You know, we yap, imagine working. I know, that's right. Pancakes! Wait, guys. Ones in chat if pancakes are your favorite breakfast food. Twos in chat if you prefer a different kind of breakfast food, and then you have to type out what that breakfast food is. Threes in chat if three. Easy peasy. There you go. Now we're going to talk about pancakes. Love a good yap sesh. We do love our yap in here. We do love our yap in here. 2 waffles. Okay. 2 waffle supremacy. 5, 5, 5. Joke's on you. I don't like 5s. Mods! Annihilate them. Annihilate them. 2 chicken waffles. I think that's a cool pick. 2 personally eggs and bacon. All right, you know what? People eat breakfast. I eat breakfast food, but I'm never awake in the morning. So unless I stayed up the previous night into the morning. Does that count? If I stay up into the previous night, guys, honest question. If I have not gone to sleep and it's like 5, 6 a.m. and I'm still up from the previous day, am I awake in the morning or is it late night? Why don't you? It is morning. Oh, I guess I am a morning person. And I go to sleep in the morning. I got it as night because I can never last much longer at that point. See, that's usually how I feel. What time would you be awake to? I usually fall asleep somewhere between like 4 and 6 a.m. Around that time range. Sometimes it's a little earlier depending on how exhausted I am. But yeah, like we'll say like 3:30 to 4 a.m. is typical. And then on days that I don't have work the next day, 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. It's past 12, so it's morning, but it's before the sun, so it's night. That might be cooking. Fluffy pancakes with strawberry jam on top. Oh, we talking about pancakes? Damn, we started talking about pancakes here all of a sudden. Yes, because if I say so, then I'm a hypocrite. Or if I say no, I'm a hypocrite. Sage wouldn't be a hypocrite. That's my Sage. They would never do that. Could not be me. My 30-year-old bones are sleepy by 11. Okay, but the problem is I am a night owl because, like, my day job doesn't start until noon. I work, like, a really late shift. I work noon to 9 consistently. So, yeah. Just figured out why I found the Kamen Rider video distracting. You didn't sound as natural as you do in the Opera Ranger video. Well, there you go. Yeah, the Hibiki video was my first video doing something like that. So very well could literally just be that. The Alba Ranger video, I think, is just significantly better. More time had passed. We put more time into it. We were smarter with the video editing process, smarter with how I recorded everything. Just genuinely, I think the Alba Ranger video is leaps and bounds better. Way more proud of the Alba Ranger video than the Hibiki video. So, working noon to 9. What a way to make a living, honestly. Yeah, noon to 9, and then 9 on the dot, I come here. And I go, hey, what's going on? Huh? It is better. I'm glad you like it. Thank you. I think 5 to 6 is where it flips over to stayed up all night until morning. I see. Night owl here, I get it. True. Sage, what'd you say, Sage? Would you also she caught off guard? Huh? The my Sage? Why? All Dusk Buddies belong to me. You guys are mine. I totally understand that type of sleep schedule. Mine's shift all around all the time. Oh. That happens. I've got to fix my sleep schedule. It hasn't been the same since lockdown. Damn. Is he done talking about pancakes? I think actually, we're done, right? We're done talking about pancakes, right, guys? Does anybody else have anything to say about pancakes? Any pancake enjoyers have anything left to say? The fluffy, big, wobbly kinds? Did someone say delicious pancakes? Oh! I do love me some pancakes. Did somebody say delicious, wobbly pancakes? Maybe. Maybe. Listen, just maybe. Damn. What up, man, the king, Poe? Hope you're doing well. Have you ever been to Italy? Nope. I've never been to anywhere in Europe. I've been to Canada. I've been to Hong Kong. I've been to Japan. And San Juan, Puerto Rico. And I think that's it. Roy is a catchy confirmed. I wish I had that much swag. Have you seen what his freaking first outfit looks like? That's awesome. Can I ask you a question? You just did. You can ask me a second question, though, if you want to. Just don't make it cringe. While you queue that up and mods prepare their weapons, why don't we go ahead and light a candle? When you flex, is your real life build anywhere similar to your avatar build? Yes. If you check my Twitter, I post Twitter progress pictures from the gym regularly. I even have a gym tag where I talk about working out very regularly. Hashtag Roy Chi Gains. You can check it out on Twitter. Yeah. Actually, my arms IRL are bigger than my model's arms. Chest, not as much, though. So, I think my shoulders are bigger, too. But, yeah. Are you a big guy? I'm average sized, and my arms are big and my shoulders are big. But I don't think I'm, like, big. You know what I mean? I've got muscle to me. It's, like, the best way that I would put it. I've got muscle to me. I think if you look at me, it's obvious that I work out. Yeah. I prefer a second outfit. Second outfit's pretty dope. Guys, we had a lot of bribes tonight. We had a lot of bribes tonight. Ah! The lid wasn't on all the way. My bad. Like in the way I can ask that if someone were to meet you in person, would they be intimidated by your size? No, I'm like I'm 5'9". Like I'm of average height. It's just that like I have muscle to me. I don't think I'm intimidating. Guys, those of you that have met me in person, do you think I'm intimidating? I don't think I am. No, listen. Unless you guys have a counter bribe, the current bribe is at 1,200 bits. The current bribe is at 1,200 bits. 1,200 bits. You know? Roy intimidating? No, that's what I'm saying. Listen, some people think. Can't believe I'm taller than Roy. Yeah, I'm 5'9", 175 centimeters, baby. 175 centimeters, baby! I'll put more bits if I gotta. I don't think anybody's challenging you. You know? What's my sexuality? Pansexual. I think I put it in the Twitch tags. Not sure why that matters, but yeah, I'm pretty open about it. As intimidating as a teddy bear. You know what, Tree? Square up. Let's go. Let's go. Take you out. Suplex City. Destruction. The bribes came in like the chutney. Oh, my bad. Damn. That's... Gexo! Accident danger! Get him out of the kitchen. What? Excuse me? I gotta light the candle. Hold on. Nice. 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 Ooh, look at the color on that one. Guys, look at the color. That looks so nice. That looks hella good, right? Doesn't that look awesome? Yeah, fire! Arson time, guys. Controlled arson. Controlled arson via lighter, you know? Why the bunny ears? When I went to make a VTuber model, I initially thought that you had to have an animal tied to it. So when I was looking around, I originally wanted to be a tiger because tigers are my favorite animal. But when I looked around, there were a lot of male tiger VTubers already. But I didn't see a single male bunny VTuber. So I decided to go bunny. But there is an alternate universe where I decided to go tiger. So you never know. Can I have a bite of the fire? Wait, let me test it first. It needs a little bit more. It needs a little bit more time to cook. Before Shia? Yeah, I debuted before Shia did. So, yeah, Shia was still a face cammer. I remember watching Shia's model debut. When did Shia debut? I think like shortly after I did. In like 2021-ish, 2022 maybe. I can smell it already. Hell yeah, wave. Then you met Tay. I love Tay. He's so cute. He's got such a grabbable waist. Yahoo! What's the fire taste like? Like non-cooked cranberries. What up, Kosek? Hi. Tay and Tiger Roy stat. Oh, you son of a bitch! I knew you were lurking! Mods, grab Tay, strap him to the chair! Strap him in! Get his ass! Get his ass! I gotta run. Get him! Get him! Strap him down to the chair. I knew if we talked about him enough, he would just show up. We'd just grab him, you know? Is Roy your real VTuber or your real name or your VTuber name? VTuber name. I do use my IRL name for voice acting, but I'm pretty open about it. If you go and check any of the AFMAL videos or some of the IRL projects that I voice act in, my real name's there. I'm not exactly hiding it. I used to be a face cam streamer. My face is everywhere all over the internet. I just don't really mix the streams because sometimes people want the escape and the silliness that is VTubing, which is why I only have a hand cam here. So you can see my, my hand. Flex them veins. Run? No. Grab him. Grab him. Grab that tiger by the toe. If he hollers, do not let him go. Guys, who's excited to talk about Ultra Despair Girls today? Who is excited to talk about more Danganronpa today? What's your highest bench press? Ooh. So I don't ever ego lift. My point is always to get like a good workout. I can tell you I can absolutely bench in the 200s, but I've never tried to like push it to the limit. If I tried hard enough, I think I could probably like, I think I could bench at least 280, but like, that's like, I think I'm being optimistic. So I'm excited to learn more. Me. Yeah. Me next. Wait, Emmy wants to be strapped down? Mods! Strap Emmy to the chair. Tie them down. I'll tighten the ropes if he hollers. Oh, perfect. What is Ultra Despair Girls? So Ultra Despair Girls is it's kind of a spin-off of main series Danganronpa, because it doesn't play the same as the other Danganronpa games. You actually play as Makoto Naegi's sister and Toko Fukawa from DR1. And yeah, it's kind of like a first person shoot 'em up is like the best way to describe it. And then with Danganronpa story elements in it. And unfortunately, I say unfortunately because I really did not like this sudden shift away from the visual novel aspect, which is why I just didn't play it. I was super interested in the story, and especially now I even want to go back because I just don't remember some things. I remember some of the story beats that I don't like certain character deaths. I was like, why? You know? I was just like, nah, man, I am not here for that. That was stupid. Also, there's definitely some trigger warnings for this game. There's some very creepy storytelling decisions, but I'm sure we'll get into that. Nezumi's always been really good about how she puts the content warnings at the beginning of the games. So, where did Tay go? Tay's probably got things to do. I'm sure Tay's got a stream. Tay probably has to stream. You know? I can't keep him tied down forever. Okay? As much as I would love to. It'd be nice. It'd be nice, but I can't. That's insane. There's also scenes that make you go, yeah. But Roy, what? I made my choice. It's grilled cheese time. Ooh. Yeah, I got a trigger warning list at the start. Yeah, every time you have, and then I stop it and I read it out in like an epic voice. I'm just sneaking in a nap as I listen. That's Tay. My beautiful tiger boy. Oh my gosh. Is he sleeping? Is he hollering? Do we let him go? Sleep well, Tay. Have a good nap. You're a bunny, right? I mean, says who? What do you mean? Who said that? Me? A bunny? That's crazy. Well, let me sleep next. That's insane. Crazy, wild, wacky, inflatable arm flailing tube, man. Where you're like bouncing. I know the perfect angle to bounce on it. I'm like Scott Summers in Marvel Rivals, you know? I don't remember what I was going to say after there. So if you're a bunny, do you have a bunny tail? I do. It's on my ref sheet. Check it out on Twitter. Is he hotter without the ears? I will say there's plenty of art with me without the bunny ears and with human ears. And I'm not giving you the specifics as to why. But I would say don't get overly attached to the bunny ears and how I have them now. 5.0 has some changes coming. You know? You know? You a professional voice actor, or is it something you do for fun? I'm a professional voice actor. I always introduce myself as a professional voice actor. I'm the voice of Lawrence in Aphmau's videos. Especially recently, I've been on the Aphmau Diaries channel for Mermaid Tales. You know? Freaking love voicing Lawrence. Love the gang that I get to work with. The story's been really fun to play with so far. Really, really fun. 4-ear Roy Art Wen. Never. I'm not a big fan of the 4 ears. I don't hate it. But like, I think for me, it'll look weird. So 5.0 needs to come out faster. The Torture Man. I'm not going to tell you when, but I can tell you we've had some big progress recently. And I say that because I'm really excited for how 5.0 is coming along. We're actually like way ahead of schedule. But I'm probably going to still keep the same timeline despite being ahead of schedule, because I want to make sure that it's like, I want to make sure that everything is good and accomplished. I'm sure like most content creators, you guys can relate to like, you're like, man, this is great. And you're like, oh, I have so much time. I should use that extra time to make sure this is good. Because if you rush it out, then you're like, oh man, I don't know about this, guys. Why stop at 3 when it could be 4? Well, I don't want that. I don't want that. Chunky boy Roy confirmed. What, like Chunky Monkey? That's not my favorite kind of ice cream. It's okay. What are you talking about? Chunky. Wait, where's the chunky come in? Huh? Huh? Sound like Bugs Bunny there for a moment. What's up, Doc? I can't do that iconic voice. I've been working on this vid since March, and I've still got a month-ish worth of work on the schedule for it. Yeah, I'm with you there. My next Kamen Rider video, the Kabuto video, is still like, I haven't even finished recording it yet. The script is like 85% done. I'm getting my mod team to help with cleaning it up, getting timestamps, things like that. And then it has to be edited down. So it's like, I probably need another like month by myself to finish actually recording. And then Comfy's probably going to need a month or 2. However, in that time, we're probably going to have Govan Infinity finish. And I want to make a video on Govan Infinity. So I might pause the Kabuto video to put out the Govan Infinity video instead. Yeah. Get back in my gym arc. I've gained 12 pounds of lean muscle in 3 months. Let's go. Congratulations. Hell yeah. What up, Brooklyn? Welcome in. 5.0 sounds exciting. Yippee. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm really excited for it. Yippee. Speaking of which, just a reminder for y'all, Twitch tomorrow's stream will be members only. Yes, yeah, if you guys are interested in seeing some behind the scenes content in the video making progress and process, over on YouTube, we do members exclusive streams. That is the paid equivalent of subscribing on Twitch over on YouTube. This way you guys can see kind of what the video script is ahead of time, some of my opinions, the jokes, and just generally come and vibe. It's like a working stream, but I'm talking about the video, reading the script, working on the script, recording from the script, and doing it that way. So, yeah, come hang out on YouTube tomorrow. So, because Roy hates us Twitch subs. Okay, first of all, no. It's just, it is easier to store VOD content on YouTube. Is quite literally the biggest thing. I genuinely wish there was a better way to store content on Twitch. But stuff expires after a certain amount of time. You know? I love my Twitch subs. The wax is purple? It is. I wonder if I could make it a Twitch member exclusive stream too. If that's something I could do. Like stream to only... I don't know. I'll have to look at that. Like only viewable by them. But then it's like, I feel like I'm just working too hard for it. You know? Kind of crazy. Kind of insane. Kind of wild, wacky, inflatable, arm flailing tube man. I feel like. Probably. Oh my goodness gracious. Good times. Good times. Big pleading sad eyes. I'm sorry. How do we bribe him for candle flavors? Yeah, it's great. And then you can, you know, help pick the next candle flavor on... I guess you can't pick the next candle flavor. We should probably pick out the next one on Friday, guys. On Friday, don't forget, we are returning to Cafe Night. This time with Crimson Ruse. If you guys know Crimson Ruse, aka Ruse, from Hollow Stars, good homie of mine. Love yapping with him about all our different passions and things like that. We're going to be having cafe night on Friday, but that probably means that we're not going to be lighting a candle. But if you want me to light a candle in the background, I might be open to some suggestions. Can we get Ruse in this cafe maid outfit? Only if he wants to wear it. I'm not going to say no. I'm a little late, but I'm here. Hi, Rain. I believe there was a reschedule from last week, correct? With Ruse? No? I don't think I've had a reschedule for anything recently. Have I? Bye, Emmy! Have a good night. Wait, huh? I'm not stinky? What are you talking about? I'm not stinky. I smell great, okay? I go to the gym. I come back. I shower. I put on cologne and deodorant in reverse order. That's crazy. I can't believe this. Yeah, cafe night is every other week. Candle time! Oh my gosh, hi, Vix. It is cranberry chutney. When did you do that? That was several hours ago. So I still smell the cologne, you know, because usually you'll like spray it like on your wrist, you know, because then you talk with your hands, so then it kind of like moves around with you. That's the kind of thing, you know. How's stream? Good, I hope. Oh, it's better than now that you're here, Vix. Hi. How you doing? Yeah. We were talking about how on Friday is cafe night. We're bringing in Crimson Ruse. We're going to have a fun time. Improv role play comedy with him. I'm very excited. I love Ruse. Good homie of mine. And it'll be fun to make some fun, silly content with him. So I do love hanging out with him. Do love hanging out with Mr. Ruse. Yippee. But tonight, we're going to be diving into another Danganronpa retrospective video by Nezumi VA. We got her in the YouTube chat vibing with us. Also, I'm good. Just ate my weight in Korean food. What kind of food did you get? And did you have any samgyeopsal? Because I love some samgyeopsal. Some samgyeopsal. I love samgyeopsal. It's so good. It's what I love getting at Korea barbecue because my roommate always orders it. And he really says that samgyeopsal is the best. And it's so tasty, and I love it. Cannot wait to see Ruse, our least favorite idol. Don't let him hear it, but he's my least favorite idol too. Oh my gosh. Also, really glad. I think I talked about this yesterday. We were talking about working out a little bit before, and then I changed out my workouts recently so that I could keep feeling the progress. And I added chest-assisted dumbbell rows, chest-assisted lat raises, and Romanian deadlifts to my workout regime. And I was really worried because, like, we talked about it before, but, like, now I'm leaving the gym and I feel it way more. I feel it, like, obviously I changed up my chest exercises too, but I'm talking about back at this point. But I feel it way more in my back. Like, I feel like I worked out my back now, whereas before it kind of didn't feel like it. And I was kind of worried that I was, like, maybe hurting myself, and that's why I was feeling it more. But, like, 2 or 3 hours after the gym, I was feeling great. And even today, back does not hurt. Oji-san, we still have several years before that. We still have several. We got to have Roy 5.0 before we can get to, like, old man Roy model, okay? I'm gonna wait until I'm a little bit older to incorporate the old man Roy model. And when I say old man, it's gonna be like DILF quality. But yeah, the back exercises, I'm glad that it's not injuring my back. I just definitely feel it. Because I'm sitting here and I just adjusted myself in my chair and I thought that I was going to, like, wince in pain. But it's just, I feel good. So, I'm happy. I'm excited. Yippee! He's been yapping. I am a yapper. I am, in fact, a yapper. I yap a lot. Woo W Games. I also ate japchae, kimchi fried rice, gomtang, and a few other dishes. It was amazing. Little hole in the wall. I have a new aunt now. Wait, what's auntie in Korean? It's not umma, because is it oba? I can't remember. Ajima. That's right. I've been watching a lot of K-dramas recently, so I've got a lot of different Korean vernacular in my head. I just finished what's it called? Teach You a Lesson on Netflix. I'm watching Phantom Lawyer in my own time, and then I'm showing my friends the K-drama tomorrow. I may not consume like K-pop, but I love K-dramas. I don't know what it is about them. I love the acting. I love how over the top they feel. It reminds me in a way of like tokusatsu, where like you get these like really silly concepts and like really interesting concepts and really over the top circumstances that add together to make really emotional moments, really fun acting, easy to digest and understand scenarios. I really like it. I was forced to speak Korean to her, and she said she was proud of me. I'm happy. Oh, I'm proud of you too, thanks. Nice job. K-dramas are very fun. I have a list of good ones I've been enjoying recently. Nice. I should pick your brain on that. You gotta hit me up with those. What up, Flint? Welcome in. Cough Deno. I like Deno. Boys Over Flowers is top tier. Is that gay? I don't know why that sounds gay to me. Atsuma is more like auntie as an older woman. Got it. Someone to watch K-drama about the girl who turns into a chicken nugget. Oh, I saw a trailer for that. Oh my God. I wanted to watch it too, just for the absurdity of that concept. The one I'm having a really fun time showing friends right now, especially Sad Lights, if you guys know him. Sad has been here a couple times. I'm showing him tomorrow. The concept is there's Korean afterlife run by the Jade Emperor, and Grim Reapers exist in a business sense. So there's different like departments. So there's like Grim Reapers that handle people that were like murdered. There's ones that handle things like natural disasters. And then there's a department that is the risk management department that stops people from taking their own lives. And that's the whole point of it. And it's like, it's an emotional journey where they try and connect with the people and try and understand their problems and their plights and things like that. It's so good. It makes you like feel the emotions that they're feeling. And it's just such a good one. I saw that one. It's so good. Yeah, Vix. Oh, so good. It's so good. Chicken nuggets where? Did somebody say chicken nugget? Yeah! There's a K-drama where a guy's daughter gets turned into a chicken nugget. I remember seeing the trailer for it, and then I never actually saw it. Also, any mods that are available, can you guys check into that recent bot ban? I want to make sure that actually was a bot. Thank you. The Reaper one sounds interesting. Wait, so okay, I'll talk about one more. I'll talk about one more and then we'll dive into the video, because I'm sure Nezumi's like, man, this goddamn himbo with his big personality just won't talk about my video. Keeps talking about K-dramas and working out and pancakes. God, I hate it here. So the other one I started recently, which I'm really liking, super new, is it's called Phantom Lawyer. It feels very Ace Attorney. So there's a guy wants to be a lawyer, is a lawyer, but no law firms are accepting him because he's got a scarlet letter on his like life, because his dad was apparently a prosecutor who, after dying, I don't know the full story of it, but I'm assuming his reputation was besmirched and he was called like a crook, a fraud, like kind of thing. So as soon as the main character finds that out, opens his own law firm. The building he rents out for his law firm apparently used to belong to a shaman. He doesn't realize this. The landlord, of course, does, and thinks it's haunted. He grabs like an incense burner because it smells, you know, kind of old in there. So he lights incense in this very particular incense burner. And after he does that, now he can see and communicate with ghosts. So he's taking on cases of these ghosts to get them like justice. And they can possess him and get him information for like investigatory moments. Yeah, it feels very Ace Attorney coded. And I'm like, wait, this is sick. Oh, it's so fun. It's insane. I remember when I became a chicken nugget. Never been the same since. That's crazy. I watched a K-drama about a woman who's autistic that's a lawyer. Ooh. I like law stuff. I like law and legal stuff. I don't know why. I just joined. What's it called? That sounds sick. It's called Phantom Lawyer. It's on Netflix. Yeah. If you want a law K-drama with yaoi vibes, I recommend The Devil Judge. Especially if it's on Netflix. I'm down for it. I just need more, like, I don't mean this in the slop of like low quality. I just need more slop to consume to pass time, and it can be good quality stuff. I just need more stuff. I need more stuff to watch, you know? The Autistic Lawyer one is good too. I love that one. Hell yeah. I'll have to check it out. I think I remember seeing it too. Thank you. Yeah. Hell yeah. I'm excited. Yippee! Wow, you're all good, Roy. Oh my gosh, thanks, Nezumi. I really appreciate it. All right, guys. Everyone have their coffee? Is everyone ready to talk about Danganronpa, Ultra Despair Girls? Is everyone ready? Are you guys ready to go in? Yes, yes, yes. As much as I am to loathe to suggest there's Love Island. Oh, I know. Ash talks about Love Island all the time. Hysteria talks about Love Island all the time. Fish and Hilo talk about it all the time. So many of my friends are watching it. Kami talks about it too. I'm just not watching it because like when they start watching it, I'm usually busy. And I don't have a streaming service, and I don't think they know that the reason why I haven't been watching it is just because they watch it when I can't watch it. So I'm every episode behind, and they're all so far ahead, and they're all like, do you want to watch with us? I'm like, no, I'm like 14 episodes behind, and I don't want you guys to go back for me. But like they always watch it at a time that I can't watch. All my friends. Ah! Ah! Anyway, let's get that video up, shall we? Let's get that video up. Nezumi VA Ultra Despair Girls. Come on, man. Okay, got it.
This video is sponsored.
Guys, that video is sponsored by NordVPN. In case you didn't know, we're in the void. Yeeted himself into the void. Listen, it happens. Sometimes I just got a boogie. You know what I'm saying? I ate the camera. Spit it out. Spit it out right now. Right now. Okay, so let's get and pause the music. Guys, I will preface this going into Ultra Despair Girls. When Nezumi pops up with the content warning, I will read it out so everyone is aware. Ultra Despair Girls is a game that I'm not as familiar with as I am with DR1 and DR2. But I do still very much enjoy the Danganronpa overarching story. And because this is canonically part of the Danganronpa story, I do very much want to talk about it and embrace it and talk about it and talk about it and talk about it, I guess. But I'm probably going to be letting Nezumi speak a lot more than I would have in DR1 and DR2, just because my knowledge on this game is significantly less. I will probably still try and talk, but yeah, I just want to give that little kind of hey, I don't know as much about this game. Trigger warning list should be right after the sponsor segment if you want to pause there. Absolutely.
By NordVPN.
Guys!
You know what would have prevented a lot of problems in the Danganronpa series?
NordVPN.
Good web security. Now, I very seriously doubt that many of you are
guys,
in danger
get
of
some
having your
get some
personal
good net
information
security
dug into by an evil teddy bear. But there...
Do you know that for sure? Can you tell me with 100% certainty that there's not an evil teddy bear trying to yank my stuff?
There are still plenty of people who'd like to get their hands on your personal data that you'd probably prefer to keep far away from it. And you're in luck because NordVPN has you covered. You're just one click away from over 5,300 servers in 60 different countries, whether it be one near you for better speed.
I don't think I've ever used a program like this before, but I've heard good things about NordVPN.
NordVPN will help you stay private online, giving your internet a secure and encrypted connection, which is useful for guarding against hackers and
explains
other
so much stuff. Oh my god, not the hacking
in progress. They can also provide masking for your IP address, browsing history, and personal data, even at home.
This Bear Grylls is a heavy game. Yeah, we're gonna talk about it. Don't worry.
Fans will probably be happy to know that it fixes the problem of being unable to find your favorite shows on your streaming platform.
Were you looking for Higurashi?
Platform of choice. Just set that sucker to the appropriate location, and boom, the show I wasn't able to.
That is what you were looking for.
Find 5 seconds ago, now I'm watching it in top quality. And this is just one of the many things NordVPN makes it easy as cake to do.
It's one of my favorite visual novels of all time. Yeah, that's nice. I don't think I've ever experienced the visual novel, only the anime.
Amazing speed, incredibly easy setup, no bandwidth throttling, a way around geo-blocking, and even widespread access across all of your devices of choice. Is it any wonder why people think NordVPN's the best of the best?
That's a good question.
And if you want to join the club, you're in luck, because Nord's
I keep forgetting you have the
deal. Just go to nordvpn.com/NezumiVA to get a 2-year plan plus 1 additional
There you go, guys. Support Nezumi.
Use coupon code NezumiVA at checkout.
Support Nezumi.
For the quality of the service you're getting,
right meow.
You won't regret your decision. Thank you to NordVPN for sponsoring today's video.
It's so much better as most visual novels are than their anime.
Let's get this party started. Shall we?
Warning. Okay. This game, by its nature, contains full spoilers for the events of Danganronpa 1 and 2. Do not play it or watch this video if you do not want to be spoiled for those games. This video, being about Ultra Despair Girls, also spoils its events fully, and you should not watch any further if you are planning to play it in the future and do not wish to be spoiled. God, the music's so good. Danganronpa music's so iconic. Ultra Despair Girls contains some very upsetting content which will, however briefly, all be discussed in this video and is comparably much darker than previous games in many places. Agreed, that's actually something I don't like about it. Please be aware before watching that the game contains or discusses the following subjects. Intense violence, blood and gore, kidnapping, torture, taking your own life, child abuse, verbal abuse, sexual abuse, CSA, forced prostitution, mass murder, apocalypse, mental illness, alcoholism, PDFs, possession, and mentions of incest. Yeah. Ultra Despair Girls is a rough time. Ultra Despair Girls is a rough time. The selection of the story, which revolves around a CSA victim in particular, will be warned for in advance when it comes up, and a time code will be provided for those who wish to avoid it entirely. Please take care of yourselves. Viewer discretion is advised.
The long-awaited third entry in the Danganronpa series has finally arrived.
Yay!
After a twistedly creative concept hit the scene in the first game and was greatly refined and expanded upon in the second, it's time to see what the No, wait. You guys didn't forget this game, did you?
Okay, listen. You don't have to break my heart like that. You don't have to break my heart like that, Nezumi. What? Where? Was that intro there before? Maybe I just don't remember. I remember there being an outro that you always sing. I don't remember that intro being there. Was that new to this one? Woo!
Yeah, I know you already all saw the title, so I couldn't actually pull the wool over your eyes, but I'm a little surprised. After I wrapped my retrospective on Danganronpa 2, so many people just assumed I'd be heading right on into V3.
As much as I wish we could, unfortunately, we do have to talk about this, and then I need to find a way to talk about the anime in some capacity. But if I can't find a video on it, or something that you have done before, Nezumi, I'm probably just going to skip it and go right into V3 or the other side projects that I don't know anything about.
But that's not right. This is a series retrospective. I can't just leave out 2 majorly important entries to slide right on into V3. Especially because, as was so kindly pointed out by series creator Kazutaka Kodaka before V3's release, it takes place in an entirely separate universe. And no, that's not me dumping a V3 plot spoiler. That is something that was legitimately explicitly stated before V3 ever came out.
Wait, did they say that? I guess that makes sense. I didn't even know they said that. I just kind of assumed that they were all anyway.
And for good reason, because the next 2 entries we're looking at are the extra trimmings meant to tie up the entire Hope's Peak Academy saga once and for all. But before we can head into the anime finale of the original Danganronpa storyline, we first have to take a detour to an unexpected place. A third-person shooter game. Yes, everyone, today we're talking about Danganronpa Another Episode, otherwise known as Ultra Despair Girls, or Zettai Zetsubo Shoujo, meaning Absolute Despair Girls in its original.
What is like the point of that title? Like, it feels like such a, I mean, obviously it's about two despairing girl. I don't know. I just
release.
Felt weird.
But what is Ultra Despair Girls, you may ask? And indeed,
question.
I find a lot of people may be asking, since this game gets pretty overlooked nowadays for some reasons I find understandable, and some I find a little silly.
Some people just don't like to include it in the canon, but it is unfortunately part of it, and you have to talk about it. Just like there are Power Ranger seasons that I don't want to talk about, but, you know, we got to talk about all the stuff.
Well, UDG, as I'll be referring to it for short, is, yes, a spin-off, but in terms of story importance to the franchise, it's actually rather crucial. Though it takes on a completely different gameplay style than the series' typical visual novel adventure game stylings, this game takes place about 6 months after the events of the first...
Ugh. I got like a hair in my mouth, huh? Ugh. 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 I like felt it on my tongue. Ugh. I got it. Whew. There was like a hair on my tongue. I couldn't get it off. Ugh.
Danganronpa,
Sorry about that.
and shortly before the events of Super Danganronpa 2. In something of an attempt to
Oh yeah, it's an in-between. It like bridges the gap between 1 and 2.
The 2 together. In it, we take control of Komaru Naegi, the younger sister of our protagonist Naegi from the first game. She's been imprisoned in an apartment building for about 1.5 years since the tragedy began, but one day is broken out by a Monokuma robot who tries to kill her.
I forgot that she was imprisoned for 1.5 years. I totally forgot that. Licking myself again? No. Never. I never do that. Can I have a sip of your coffee? There's not a lot left, Gribbles. I'm gonna be honest with you.
After escaping, she's given a strange megaphone-shaped hacking gun to defend herself by the intervening Byakuya Togami of the Future Foundation, and tasked to survive amidst the chaos of the crumbling Toa City, pursued by a group of murderous children known as the Warriors of Hope, and joined by returning literary connoisseur Toko Fukawa and her salaciously sadistic serial killer alter Genocider Sho.
So obviously it's after Danganronpa 1. How much after Danganronpa 1 is it? Is it 1.5 years? Or is that just how long she's been imprisoned? Like the timeline, I'm just curious of. I can't remember. After 1, before 2. Yeah, I'm trying to find out how much time has actually passed since 1. 6 months after DR1, she said. Okay, cool.
The game was born as a project that members of Spike Chunsoft were clamoring for, a more action-oriented spin-off game. The previous entries were all well and good, but the team wanted more opportunity to flex their creative game design chops within a framework that wasn't quite as restrictive to interactivity as a more straightly played visual novel was. Series creator Kazutaka Kodaka was one such proponent, having claimed to always want to write a story about 2 characters running away from despair.
I understand wanting to do that with something like Danganronpa. I just feel like a shooter was like such a weird decision there. I feel like an RPG could have been fun. A third-person action game could have been fun, but like shooter just feels so awkward to me. The good things about UDG is Toko's character arc, of course, Komaru, true. It's very out of left field, yeah.
With an action game being the perfect structural medium for making that story happen. With a green light from corporate, the team got started on their Danganronpa action game, and Kodaka was given complete free reign to write the story. Though the team
complete free reign to write the story? Red flag.
Whether such a drastic shift in gameplay styles would alienate series fans who weren't good at action games, they decided to add the mechanic of switching between characters so that more inexperienced gamers could more comfortably progress by using Genocider Sho when possible. The game was officially announced at a Sony Computer Entertainment press conference in September of 2013.
For better or for worse. So I say this as someone that loves the Zero Escape series. 999 is better than Danganronpa 1. VLR is better than Danganronpa 2. And the 2 of them together, I think are both better than the first 2 Danganronpa games. However, Zero Time Dilemma, the third 999 entry, the third Zero Escape game, is so bad. It's not even funny. It is so bad. I hated the third Zero Escape game. It's like, I know everybody was having their controversies with V3. Zero Time Dilemma, not only was it bad, but nobody talked about it. Oh my god, dude. They just rolled over and let Danganronpa deal him a death blow, and we're like, you know what? We deserve this. I thought we treated Zero Time Dilemma like it doesn't exist. When we're comparing it to Danganronpa, I'm fully fine to say, you know what? Zero Time Dilemma sucks. You know? Looks at my ZTD watch. I have a 999 watch. Where's the VLR? I might have, it's either the VLR one or the 999 one. I can't remember. What third game? They never made one? True.
The release of Danganronpa the
It might be
animation,
DLR.
which had aired from July 4th of that year to the 26th of September.
Which I think we determined came out before the game did in the US, which is kind of crazy.
This anime adaptation of the first game, though sloppy, would prove to raise awareness of the series to an even wider audience outside of Japan than just the initial crowd grabbed by the Something Awful Let's Play threads. And
The Something Awful.
considering that the
I always forgot
localization
that
of the
that's
first
the
two
name.
games would shortly follow this after the October 2013 release of Danganronpa 1.2 Reload in Japan, this gave people plenty of time to get excited. The early trailer still definitely had yet to be fully polished into the experience UDG would become, but it teased the game's
Sloppy, the
third-person
anime was
action
good.
style,
The
attacking
first
monster
one
robots,
comparatively.
and a cryptic hint
Because like the anime is like, it retells the first game, but it has to leave things out because it's an anime. So it's like, you know, they have to consolidate everything into short episodes. So the first anime is not, I was going to say, the first anime is not great. I think there are things to like about the Danganronpa 3 anime. Like, there are things to enjoy about it. But even that one, I'm like,
towards the series' future with the closing
also, wait a minute.
third-person action
I was going to say, is Monokuma eating her?
style,
Oh my
attacking
god.
Monokuma
That's like some freaking Resident Evil 3 Gamma Hunters. What the hell? Damn.
attacking Monokuma robots.
You just need the "You are
and a
dead"
cryptic
text to
hint
pop
towards
up
the
on
series'
screen.
feature with the closing text line of, and also 3.
And also
Apparently,
3.
though a VR version of the game was briefly considered,
I remember seeing trailers for this, and I got so excited at the concept because I remember when I was getting into VR, like, there were some, like, Danganronpa worlds that you could have, like, class trials. Man.
Kodaka said it was ruled out due to other companies working on their own VR shooter games, and the team wanting to create something only they could make.
I also think it just would have been cool to have a Danganronpa in VR style game. Like, kind of how Zero Escape embraced 3D in some of the later entries with the puzzles and things like that. I think it would have been cool to see Danganronpa work in that direction too. But it is also very charming that Danganronpa did become so heavily stylized because you pointed at something Danganronpa related and you notice it right away. But I'm kind of talking on my ass. I like the first anime, but I tried to go into season 2 and got such whiplash. Didn't know what it was all. Oh, didn't know what it was. All new characters. Stopped trying to watch it. Yeah, it's because it's because it ties directly into 2, like the game 2 and the sequel to 1. It's messy, to say the best.
When crafting potential concepts for this VR experience, series producer Terasawa envisioned a first-person perspective of one of the series' executions, with Monokuma included to lighten the mood. And this would eventually become the free-to-play experience Cyber Danganronpa VR: The Class Trial.
Wait, I don't even know about that, huh? Lucy, thank you for getting a sub! Hey, you hit Renee! Are you for the comment on Zet's summer movie? If it gets released somewhere in America, yeah, absolutely. I'd love to. Thanks, newbie. Hi.
The game was finally released in Japan on September 25th of 2014, with a localized release from
Little
NIS
tech demo on
America
PSVR.
following on September
sense.
1st of 2015, about a year later.
I had
The game received generally
PSVR
positive reviews, with Famitsu giving it a
back in the
35
day.
out of 40, and the localization receiving more average scores, around the 6 to 7 out of 10 range.
I think it is a difference in audiences for the difference in scores, honestly. Because I do not see this game, like, if you release this game nowadays, this would have gotten shit on even worse.
With Game Informer giving it a rather scathing 5.5 out of 10. During its initial release in Japan, the game sold 70,596 copies, with the number jumping to 85,930 in 2 weeks. The composer of the last 2 games, Masafumi Takeda, returned to compose the soundtrack and did an excellent job as usual.
I was going to say, you could shit on Ultra Despair Girls, but the soundtrack, it slaps.
And the game also received 2 manga adaptations, one by Machika Minami, focusing on the perspective of Fukawa and Shell.
Didn't know that. I'm so on the I don't know anything about the manga or the light novels or just the novelizations of these. I do really want to go back, and everyone keeps talking about it, and I keep meaning to check it. I want to see that AU where Naegi wakes up and remembers everything and tries and fixes Danganronpa 1, but he has all of his memories. Like a time loop. I want that AU. Just because I always love that in like those like stuck in horror situation killing games where it's like someone immediately knows what's going on and can just immediately foil it and save everyone as like a joke ending. So.
And one by Hajime Toya, which more directly adapted the game's plot.
Oh, art sounds
running
great.
From 2015 to around 2017. This game is not included on the Danganronpa Decadence collection on Switch, but is still available for purchase in English on PS Vita, PS4, and PC via Steam.
I was gonna say it is on Steam, I think. Yeah. Do I have this on Steam? I think I have all of the Danganronpas. Danganronpa. I don't own Ultra Despair Girls on Steam. It's the only one I don't have. It even says complete your bundle. Whoopsies.
Though if you want to play with the Japanese audio track, it comes as free DLC for the Vita version of the game rather than being included directly on the game's cart.
Makes sense.
As you might can tell by the more middling reception than usual, UDG proved to be a more polarizing game than the previous 2 in the franchise.
Very
and
much so.
I think that's basically the key word I would use to describe it.
Polarizing,
It's a game
yeah.
that certainly
I think
has
it's
its
fair.
strengths, but also an abundance of weaknesses. But to get into the nitty-gritty of that, we'll have to talk once again about the game itself, from start to finish.
Imagine talking about a game in a retrospective. That's crazy.
Why is this game loved by some but hated by others? What does this game do right, and what does it do so horrifically wrong? Why is the general consensus on this thing so split that when I announced I was making a video about it, half of my comments were from people eagerly awaiting to see my thoughts on their favorite game, and half of them were from people
Oh, so many. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No. Wait, that's so funny because I know the same feeling, especially when you enjoy something. Because I'm planning on working on my Kamen Rider Kabuto video, and I've talked about, especially recently, how much I loved Kamen Rider Kabuto and how it's like a top 3. And I've heard so many like middling responses recently of like, oh, I really don't like the main rider. Oh, I really don't like it after the first half. And I'm like, oh, I really. Damn, okay, guys. Well, I'm going to make it anyway.
preemptively offering their condolences that I had to discuss this horrendous piece of garbage. Well, there's only one way to find out. Fasten your seatbelts, ready your hacking guns, and let's brave the nightmares of Toa City together as we take on Danganronpa another episode, Ultra Despair Girls.
Danganronpa. It's always iconic, man. Danganronpa music just hits diffy. You'd be surprised, but the DRAU novel does not have Makoto as the main character. And instead focuses on, I'm not telling, go read it yourself. I'm saying I want to! I just don't know where to find it, and I forget. Everyone keeps telling me, and then I keep forgetting after the stream's over. Because, like, you know, I have very specific memory in that moment, and then the stream's over. What happened? Stream's over? That was a different Roy. That wasn't me. That was 3 hours ago, Roy. that was 3 hours ago, Roy. What are you talking about? I'll remind you of the stream, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, do we have the whole game intro this time? Oh, sheesh! It's included in DR2 once you finish the game. Damn, I gotta go back and finish it on Steam then. Just like 100% DR1, DR2, DRV3 before 2x2 comes out. Just get the 1,000. Or all the achievements. 1,000 like it's on Xbox. Get my gamer score up. I think I did platinum DR1 though. Very funny enough. Back when everyone was on Vita. Prologue. The Warriors of Hope. God, I love those intermission screens.
As previously mentioned, the game begins with Komaru Naegi, younger sister of the first game's protagonist, whom I'll be bucking my trend of using primarily surnames for and calling Komaru, because, well, it'd be a little confusing to call both her and her brother Naegi, now wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
Continuing the series' trend of telling casting...
I've definitely had those moments before where, like, I have to choose between surname and regular name, and I switch back and forth all the time. But yeah, Komaru is just easier.
Decisions. She's voiced by Aya Uchida, best known for playing Kotori Minami in Love Live, which should tell you quite a bit about the general vibe they were aiming for with Komaru as a character.
I don't know anything about Love Live. I'll take your guys' word for it.
The intro sequence, among several others in the game, is the first time this series has had fully animated cutscenes in an anime style. And these are all put together by
forgot
Studio
about
Lerche,
that.
the studio responsible for Danganronpa the animation and Danganronpa 3 after it.
Hey, Murasaki! Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Roy Chiato. We're reacting to the Danganronpa Ultra Despair Girls retrospective done by the amazing Nezumi VA here in chat on the YouTube side. So pull up a chair, kick up your feet. Let's have some fun. This beat is sick. Let's take a ride through Ultra Despair Girls.
They look pretty good, honestly. And while I would argue one of the biggest weaknesses of the television adaptations of this series is that Danganronpa's character designs aren't particularly animation-friendly, I assume the longer turnaround time combined with the amount of animation being done here being much smaller than a full anime series lends some breathing room to the production of these scenes, and because of that, they stand out as one of the better visual elements at play in this game.
I was going to say, as a stark contrast, I would imagine it helps a lot more, but Danganronpa is definitely one of those games that lives and dies by its style. And I talked about that before, that you point at something Danganronpa related, even if it's not Danganronpa, and you can tell that it's the same team that worked on it. Like, you can point at Rain Code, or detect, what's it called? The Detective Files, Rain Code. Is it Code Rain? Rain Code? I can't even remember. I wanted to really like that one. The Master Detective Archives or something like that. It is Rain Code? Okay. Like, that's, the art style is Danganronpa. There's a 100 line, you know, has the Danganronpa style to it, so.
Anywho, Komaru's been trapped in an apartment building for a
Thank you
little
guys.
over
What up,
a year
Bjorn?
and some change with no real
The evening's
knowledge
going well.
as to
Yeah, we
why, but
vibing.
receiving food daily for her trouble. She was originally kidnapped and brought here during the tragedy that arose from Hope's Peak Academy, apparently around the time of filming of the motive video we saw in the first game. During that time,
I do love that connection, though. Just immediately an easy connection that this and the first game are connected. It's very easy to like pinpoint and be like, I remember this moment where Naegi sees the video of his family being essentially kidnapped, so.
she just kept ignoring the tragedy, hoping that it would de-escalate or go away. But as this series is quick to prove, despair rushes up behind you when you least expect it.
As it always does.
She's quickly adapted to this way of
Oh, and
life,
Tribe
but that
9?
isn't to
I'm
say
not
she
familiar
really
with Tribe
enjoys
9.
it much. And indeed, she's become desperate for escape when one day, rattling at the door signals to her that she may have something in that department to hope for. What she gets instead is a close shave in the form of a razor-sharp Monokuma claw burying through her door and promptly turning in an attempt to cut her into pieces. Before we get our first bit of gameplay, we also get a glimpse of the 3D rendered cutscenes, and these are okay.
They've definitely aged. This is where I was saying, like, Danganronpa mainline series, it would have been cool to have them explore 3D models for puzzles. More so than that they did in the games already. These are weird.
Models don't look terrible, but the DR style converted to 3D does just look a bit inherently awkward.
This is what I was
and
saying
the characters
before.
all have this somewhat awkward issue of always looking like they've got this protruding upper lip. Taking control of Komaru, we navigate around the pursuing Monokuma and escape the apartment building, allowing Komaru to see outside for the first time in a long time. And yeah, as you might expect, it's not looking great.
I love the fire.
We control Komaru in a third-person view, similar to, say, Resident Evil 4, although her model takes up quite a bit of on-screen real estate, which can make things a bit cluttered. I suspect this might have something to do with the fact that the game was originally released on Vita, but on larger screens it definitely feels a bit awkward. Trying to escape in the elevator, Komaru is quickly faced with members of the Future Foundation led by Byakuya Togami, who demonstrates the capabilities of his megaphone-shaped hacking gun by shooting the pursuing Monokuma and blowing it to smithereens. With no time to talk and only a command to escape and rendezvous with an agent across the street, Togami gives Komaru the hacking gun and instructs her to run if she wants to live. And
I love that it's Byakuya of everybody that comes to rescue Naegi's sister. Like, why is this not Naegi? Like, why of everybody that could possibly save her?
yeah,
you know?
There's little other choice in this situation, as he stays behind to fight a swarm of oncoming Monokumas. Outside isn't much better. Monokumas flood the streets, massacring people left and right. The
There's
streets
that pink
quickly
blood.
piling up with body after body as smog fills
Please
the air
screen time
and
true.
screams linger all around. It's kind
He's
of
busy with the Neo World program. Yeah, but wasn't Wasn't Togami also busy with it? Because he's in the stuff with the anyway.
A nightmare, and although it's easy to miss the more sentient variety of Monokuma we've come to expect from these games, acting as a central and lead antagonist, it's equally as harrowing in a different way to see soulless, animalistic Monokumas marching around in droves, just killing indiscriminately.
I actually really liked it too, because it definitely helps spread that feeling of dread and horror that Junko had likened what's happening on the outside. And that they weren't sure what they were going to get into. So we get that confirmation from DR1 that the world really has gone to shit, and this is how terrible it is. It's one of the few times in the Danganronpa series that I'm kind of like, I'm glad that they, air quotes, overly explained something, because I do like this level of destruction and chaos and mayhem and despair that we actively see. Because I think I agreed with Nezumi in her first video that not knowing what the world was in after DR1 was good. However, if they were going to expand on it more and actually show us the world, I do think this was the right direction to do it, personally.
Like they're feral animals with a natural lust for blood who can't be escaped from or reasoned with.
Yeah.
As Komaru tries to rush into a restaurant and warn everyone, it too is quickly broken into by the Monokumas, who begin killing left and right.
Yeah.
A news reporter on the TV commands the people of this city, Toa City, to escape and take refuge. Faced with no option of remaining by the sidelines and hiding, Komaru takes on the role of all plucky girls in survival horror and decides she has to fight if she wants to live.
She's also got the ahoge. She's got main character energy. It's right there, you know? I'm curious if it was because Makoto would be too much of an emotional reunion with his sister. I think people were saying he was busy with the Neo World program, which is what the program is that the students are in DR2, isn't it? Or is that something else? Am I misremembering? Also, the restaurant is a Hanamura reference. Is it? Oh, it is! Yeah. Wow. I wasn't even looking at it. You're so right. You're so right for that.
Komaru takes on the role of all plucky girls in survival horror and decides she has to fight if she wants to live. This leads us into the main gameplay style of UDG, that being the over-the-shoulder shooting with the hacking gun. For right now,
oh my god, Pragmata before Pragmata.
we'll be using is the break bullet, which does just as it says, but we'll be unlocking different ammo types of varying functions and usefulness over the game's playtime. The main enemy type is, of course, Monokumas, who run and swipe at you and must be shot to be destroyed. Instead of being able to get headshots like in many other shooters, this game maps its critical hits to Monokuma's signature red eye, which is quite a bit more difficult to land a shot on than
I would imagine.
The hitbox on this thing seems a bit inconsistent, though, as I can't tell you how many times I'm positive I landed a shot on it but didn't get the crit, or got the inverse result, shooting nowhere near the eye but somehow getting the crit anyway.
It's definitely one of those things that I think it's because this game was on the Vita, that they were kind of like, you know, like that's kind of how it was designed mentality, you know?
What it's worth, landing one will add additional power to your next shot, so there is that bit of satisfaction to take into account, but it's a hit and miss, no pun intended. After destroying the Monokumas in the restaurant, the news broadcaster is quickly killed by the Monokumas that invade the station, and Komaru witnesses something even more eerie. A group of strange children puppeting around his corpse, just like it's some kind of innocent game. The seeming leader of the kids, a girl with green hair who sits in a wheelchair, introduces them as the Warriors of Hope.
So, I don't remember much about this game, story-wise, except for one thing that hasn't happened yet. The beginning, where we are now. One other thing that will come up, which is really, really bad. And that I hate these kids. I hate these. I don't remember why. I just remember, like, I feel the anger in the pit of my stomach of hating these kids. I don't remember why, but we'll definitely get into it. Yeah, hi, Belvoir.
Dresses the city, both claiming responsibility for controlling the Monokumas and her intention to turn the city into a paradise for and by children, where all of the adults will no longer be needed. In other words, they're planning a massacre of every adult in the city, and this sudden invasion of Monokumas appears to be the method behind their madness. Quite troubling, to be sure.
Yeah,
Meeting with the Future Foundation agent that she was told to find, Komaru finds him injured, and he tells her to get down to the park where there should be a helicopter to help her escape.
Feels very House of the Dead in a funny way, like...
Seeing another gaggle of Monokumas come in, all she can do is apologize for her inability to help him and rush on as he tells her to go, prioritizing her own survival in a situation where already it seems there can be very
She definitely could have taken
that live
three
to tell the tales of their exploits.
She definitely could have taken 3 Monokumas. I'm just saying.
There are only survivors. Reaching several agents in the park as mentioned, Komaru hears from them
What
a
up,
bit about
werewolf?
what's going on, or at least what they know so far. Of course, this is somehow related to the ongoing worldwide tragedy spurred on by Junko Enoshima, and exacerbated by her remaining remnants of despair, the cast of Danganronpa 2, still in their loyal lackey states. This place, Toa City, is an island owned by a huge IT corporation, which was apparently playing a huge role in rebuilding the world due to its existence somewhat away from mainland society. They're responsible for several inventions of note, including large air purifiers which made parts of the world, notably this island, livable again, clearing up much of the pollution that the tragedy created. The city has suffered much less damage overall because of this, and people all over the world are coming here to escape the tragedy's effects, making it of particular interest to the Future Foundation, who we
Compared to the rest of the world, which is super effed in every capacity. Peter Pan mentality, I'll have to remember that. Who made my model? That would be Cal. If you can check the credits in the credit section on Twitch.
know are trying to stop the tragedy once and for all.
Welcome.
However, now it seems a mysterious riot has broken out, and these strange Monokumas and children are the source behind it. As for the reason, even the Future Foundation doesn't know yet. But
so is everything safe and normal in this city and slowly rebuilding until this point then? Is that what they're kind of implying? Like this city was on the way to like rebuilding society? Is that kind of the direction it was going? I think so. Yup. Yeah. Cool.
Their biggest priority is helping people like
pretty much,
escape so that they can regroup and plan.
Wait, I'm sure it gets explained later, but this is me speaking. This is rhetorical. You do not need to answer this. Does that mean somebody from the Future Foundation rescued Komaru in the first place? Because she was stuck for what, a year and a half, and then 6 months after the events of DR1. Because if she was in this safe city already, you know, I'm sure it's explained later. I can't remember.
Course of action. Before they can, however, they're descended upon by a group of children wearing strange Monokuma helmets, heralding their own pack of feral Monokuma-like beast robots, which maul the agents as Komaru tries to hurry into the helicopter.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm curious of, right? It'll be explained later.
All of the agents trying to help her are killed, and the helicopter is hijacked by Monokumas, who crash it into the streets. Surrounded by Monokumas, Komaru faints and awakens after 2 whole days in a strange room. There, she meets a mysterious servant who we should be all too familiar with, even if he doesn't give us his name. Yeah, it's Nagito Komaeda, and apparently he's been captured by the kids. The only reason he's even alive is evidently because he begged for his life.
And this is obviously before the events of DR2, right? It's the in-between time, so it's why he's, still in his God, what were they called? What do they call them again? What were their titles? I can't remember. Was it just the ultimate despairs? Plural? Remnants of despair. Thank you. I couldn't remember. Thank you. He's still in his remnant of despair phase, technically.
Remarking that he sympathizes with what a normal person Komaru is, he describes how much the situation has changed in only a couple of days.
Also very funny that Naegi's voice actor would be talking to his sister, just not as the same character. I just realized the irony behind that.
And gives her back the hacking gun, which he's evidently nerfed a bit to make her adventure more interesting, saying she'll have the opportunity to upgrade it as she goes. Leaving, he tells her to be careful not to mention the gun in front of the kids if she wants to live, and now you're tasked with sneaking out to make it to the main room where they await you. To do so, you'll need to utilize the second type of bullet, Move, which is instrumental for puzzle solving and is really the only bullet that has unlimited ammunition. In this situation, it hacks the button needed to open the room door and will be used in the future on similar devices and switches.
Makes sense.
These hallways are pretty simple to navigate, but show us a bit of what to expect in terms of how navigation and exploration will work in this game, as well as giving us a bit more opportunity to fight Monokumas along the way. Upon finally reaching the main room, we get
Can I just say, the music slaps. Oh my god. I imagine if I was playing this game and it was just like, the story problems aside, I'm not gonna lie, this music's kind of like making me kind of enjoy it,
a proper introduction to all of the supposed Warriors of Hope themselves, and they're quite the colorful cast of characters.
Colorful, I see what you did there.
All of them apparently hail from a previously unmentioned branch of Hope's Peak Academy, appropriately named Hope's Peak Elementary School.
Wow,
a place where predictably gifted children are raised up into potential candidates of entry and research for the main high school branch. Our first kid to step up for introductions is Masaru Daimon, the self-identified leader and hero of the Warriors of Hope with the
Anyway.
Former title of Super Elementary School Level PE. He's predictably
Super high
brash,
school
overconfident, and
level
sporty,
PE.
seeming to constantly crave acknowledgement and admiration. Next is the vice leader and sage, Nagisa Shingetsu, the ironically most adult-seeming of the group, who always has a rigid determination to stay organized and realize their dreams of paradise. Having been very academically gifted, his former title is that of Super Elementary School Level Social Studies. He even describes himself as the group's babysitter.
Which is really, like, of all the super high school level or super elementary school level, like, abilities or school or statuses that you could have, like, yeah, super elementary level. Like, yes, social studies. Brother, what? Brother, what? What up, Dark Void? Hi.
Only excluding Monica. Thirdly, we have the priest, Jataro Kemari, a slow-spoken child with a strange mask who seems to have quite the raging inferiority complex.
Oh my god, it's Quark.
And a wealth of oddball artistic interests. This is fitting as his interest and skill in arts and crafts earned him the former title of Super Elementary School Level Drawing. He has a tendency to derail into unrelated subjects often, and seems not to be very liked by any of his peers.
Yeah.
Second to last, we have the fighter and resident extremely pink-looking character Kotoko Utsugi, who speaks—
What do you mean by resident pink? You got something against pink, Nezumi? You got something against pink?
in a mix of excitable ramblings and strange pop cultural turns of phrase.
Oh.
This is evidently due to her longtime position and former title of Super Elementary School Level Arts Festival, or drama in the localization.
Huh?
As a constant fixture of the stage, acting culture is what she's most familiar with, and she claims to love cute things as well as peeled chestnuts?
Is that a translation thing?
Okay, girl, you do you, I guess.
We had the same reaction. Oh my gosh.
And of course, last but not least, we have the leader of the group, the
Monica.
green-haired and wheelchair-bound mage, Monica, whose former title was that of Super Elementary School Level Homeroom. Though she appears cheerful and childish, we know that someone rallying a group of kids together to do something like this can not only be what they appear to be on the surface, especially if the nice swastika-like pupils she's got going on are anything visually to go by in terms of hints toward her true nature.
Yeah, that's kind of nice to point out early, because I definitely was looking at her eyes. I just wasn't looking that much. I was trying to find the other things, like, you know, the spine and rib cage and hip bones that she has on her back here. Anyway, but a homeroom? What kind of ability is homeroom?
This is also juxtaposed somewhat brilliantly with the casting decision of Aya Hirano, who is the industry darling behind such universally loved characters as Haruhi Suzumiya and Konata Izumi, among many others. If we know anything by this point about how Danganronpa likes to use its celebrity casting to shock its audience, I'm sure we can come to expect quite a bit more from Monica than what she portrays on the surface right now.
That's almost like a spoiler, knowing, like, going in and being like, I wonder who this character is. Wait a minute. Was Bryce Papenbrook in V3, now that I think about it? Because I'm always like, well, they can't be the killer then. What up, Sayori? Welcome in.
Restating their intention to make a paradise full of children and seemingly working
someone
to
could call her
sate Monica's
spineless.
demands in a telling bit of fear, the kids make a proposition which Komaru is unable to refuse.
Oh.
They will be playing a game with her, where they are the hunters and she is their demon prey. This demon hunting game is apparently something they've already been hard at work at, a game where the warrior—
He was in 2? Well, yeah. I asked specifically if he was in V3. No, he wasn't. Well, he's in 1 is obviously Naegi. He's in 2 is Komada Nagito. And he just reprises both of those roles constantly, you know? I love the demon hunting is the Monster Hunter font. I was going to say that. I was like, isn't this Monster Hunter? He is in V3. Who is he in V3? I can't remember. I've played V3. You don't have to worry about spoilers. I just can't remember.
Years of Hope release a certain target into the city and compete to see which one of them can kill them first. But how do they intend to do this? Well, by strapping a custom-made wristband to Komaru's arm, which will explode if she tries to tamper with it. This wristband will also constantly track her and provide information about her to the kids for their hunt.
As Makoto again? I mean, I guess. I meant more like an actual new character.
Though Shingetsu admits he'd rather get to work on their paradise than play games like this, he also concedes that it's what Monica wants, and so everyone has to give in. And in a moment that may denote part of her philosophy towards adults, and perhaps
Older
how they
characters,
too
okay.
have mistreated
And
children,
in that
Monica
one scene,
stares
yeah.
pensively at Komaru and claims, "In your current situation, you don't have the right to say a thing. You cannot choose your path." Dropping her through a hatch in the floor, Komaru feels a
I love
parachute
that.
expand behind her, the city skyline below her feet as she realizes that this entire time, she's been on an airship. As the kids celebrate the start of their plan, Monica remarks
Airship.
privately to herself that all that's left now is to wait for the despair.
I love the
Start of their plan,
the-
Monica remarks privately to herself.
It's like all we needed was a P there, and it would have been perfect for Monokuma with the it's punishment time.
That all that's left
We
now
would've
is
almost
to
had
wait
it.
for the despair.
We almost
And
had
by
it.
his lonesome, Komaito wishes good luck to who he views as the story's up-and-coming protagonist, ending the prologue.
Wow,
While I
fancy.
would definitely not say that this is a bad intro to the game, it certainly feels a bit more slapdash and disjointed than the intros of, say, Danganronpa 1 and 2.
I think part of that is because it's the action game and not a visual novel, so they had to kind of tell story bits a lot faster and not through gameplay. Because like the things that you learn through action gameplay are not the same of things you would learn through gameplay, air quotes, of a visual novel. And unfortunately, that's just kind of the nature of it. Action games have a much more limited way of telling story in that regard. In fact, the reason all the V3 cast share their VAs with characters from 1 and 2 is a money-saving measure. Is it? I mean, like, I thought it was just kind of a meme at that point, but like, I work in the industry. Like, I'm a voice actor. I don't think people would necessarily take a pay cut to continue the role to that capacity. Like, I think they could just hire different voice actors too. But I'm sure, like, if they offered them the roles and took them, like, that's one thing. But yeah.
Komaru is a fairly likable protagonist from the get-go, and it's cool to see a Danganronpa game primarily feature a female protagonist for once, so
True.
there are no problems there. But
True.
there really hasn't been that much gameplay to really get our feet wet with yet.
Yeah.
And though the cutscene presentation is fine, it has its share of weaknesses. Combined with the setup, which has, frankly, just a bit too much going on all at once, and this definitely makes for a less immediately compelling way to kick things off. The Warriors of Hope are interesting, I suppose, but they're a lot more vague and seemingly one-dimensional at this point than the comparatively instantly compelling Monokuma was. And
I think that's also part of the problem with dropping us in a game like this. Ultra Despair Girls is so different from 1 and 2 in the sense that it expects that you have played both 1 and 2 already. So instead of let's start things from the beginning, we're going to drop you into the middle of it. Almost, I know this is a really funny comparison. Almost like a Resident Evil 2 does. Resident Evil 2 has its intro cutscene, and then, bam, you're smack in the middle of Raccoon City with chaos and zombies and fire, and that's it. It's unnerving, it's unsafe, it's hectic, it's crazy. Obviously, execution for this is very different than Resident Evil 2's, or even Resident Evil 3's. Because Resident Evil 3's execution for the intro is also, I think, incredible, but also very haphazard, dangerous, and crazy in that sense. So, but yeah, having your main villains kind of not really extrapolated on, just like literally replace the zombies with Monokumas, and it's very Resident Evil coded. But having like 5, like these are the 5 people that you're gonna have to defeat to beat the game, feels very different than you don't know what's going on. If they kept them more amorphous and kind of mysterious throughout the game, it could have been maybe better in that regard.
way to kick things off. The Warriors
Because
of Hope
one of the big things about Danganronpa is the mystery. And knowing who the bad guys are from the beginning is kind of, I think it takes kind of the cherry off the top of the sundae there. Yeah.
are interesting, I suppose, but they're a lot
Yeah.
more vague and seemingly one-dimensional at this point than the comparatively instantly compelling Monokuma was.
Agreed.
And though this premise has its promises of intrigue yet to come, I just don't think that it sinks its hooks in as immediately
I know
into
that
as something
much.
like the Killing Game does. That being said, this prologue does only clock in at around an hour and some change, which is about the shortest prologue so far. So
Absolutely.
perhaps that has something to do with it.
And again, I think it's also what I said, is they expect you to know DR1 and DR2 or SDR2 by this point. So it's very much that feeling of we don't want to waste time setting the scene because you should already know what's going on, kind of.
We can only hope that both the story and the gameplay will expand in depth as we go, and the only way to find out if that's the case or not is to proceed into Chapter 1.
Hopefully.
Upon landing on the rooftops, Komaru is nearly ambushed by Monokumas when she's saved by our partner in crime and buddy cop of this game, Toko Fukawa of Danganronpa 1. Or, well, right now she's actually saved by Genocider Sho, who then, of course, promptly switches things back over to Fukawa once her hack and
I love the eyes rolling like it's a slot machine, like she's switching over. Like there's a second set of eyes that she has in the back of her head.
slashing is done. You see, Fukawa is apparently here on behalf of following Togami, not because she was given Future Foundation orders. In fact, the Future Foundation doesn't even trust her enough yet to make her a full-fledged member, treating her only as an intern who will have to prove she can handle her alter well enough to get their good graces, which is like... I mean, I get that Sho is a serial killer, that part's all understandable, but like I said in the DR1 video, the whole serial killer alter stereotype is seriously old hat and poor taste, and this added layer definitely doesn't make it look much better.
I agree with you. There's no other thing besides I agree with you, but I also am like, it also makes sense that they wouldn't just hire her immediately and just be like, hey, by the way, like, because I know there would be tons of fans being like, wow, you hired a serial killer, like, how does that work? But it is also just silly. I feel like at this point, it's like, the world's ending, like, just hire her. Like, who cares?
Fukawa has even managed to learn a way to manually call Sho out whenever she likes by tasing herself, which is, of course, mainly just used for plot and gameplay convenience, but carries some somewhat unfortunate implications along with it nevertheless. Those are my obligatory complaints.
What in the shoujo manga is this? Huh? Damn.
About this matter out of the way, though, because
That's crazy.
aside from that, stuff that was already a problem in the first game and only continues to be here, Fukawa is probably at her best in this game, and I'll get more into why as we carry along. This is also where you'll be given your first opportunity to test out playing as Sho. She's basically the game's sudden easy mode to switch to when you get overwhelmed, as she
Like Devil Trigger is kind of how I would impact it. Yeah.
She moves much more quickly than Komaru, and has very easily utilized hack and slash moves that far overshadow the hacking gun's capabilities.
Oh, it's a hair of DR1 characters! Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh, that's so funny.
She also has special attacks which can wipe out large numbers of Monokumas at once. The only
That's so
downside
funny.
to this is that she has a battery meter which drains quickly while using her, meaning you can't just tank through things endlessly as Sho. And also, playing as Sho does pretty quickly get monotonous, rendering all sense of challenge pretty much null and void and only leaving pretty dull button mashing. Of course, this is all optional, and you never really have to use Sho aside from some very rare instances, but nevertheless, it does seem to cheapen the gameplay side of things just a bit. Anyway, from here on,
Understandably so. It's like if you have infinite Devil Trigger, like you're not going to have as much fun in something like Devil May Cry. Yeah.
our status quo and main goal for the time being established. Togami has been kidnapped by the Warriors of Hope after helping Komaru, and Fukawa is determined to rescue him. Komaru wants to get out of the city, and so for the time being, the two will team up, stick together, and try to get out of this whole mess through their
Pretty sure Sho is
effort.
invincible too. That
Komaru's
makes
simple
sense.
and polite personality brushes up quite entertainingly with Fukawa's usual moody antics, and they very quickly begin to build up a charming and funny senpai-kohai-like relationship with one another, with bits of flavor in the
I also very much like how they depict bodies like this. This just feels Danganronpa. How they're like splashed in like watercolors, it feels like, and obviously the pink blood. This is where I think the 3D models actually work really well in this regard. And that's what I was saying before. Danganronpa lives and dies by its art style in this case. I think it looks cool. Obviously, yeah, it's because of the censorship for that. I think the blood, though, was just a stylistic choice. They said that it wasn't for censorship. We found out in the first one, right? We found out when it was still God, what was it called? What was the beta game called? God, I can't remember the name of the beta game. It was like debating or like manipulation, distrust. Thank you. I knew it was like a one-word game and I couldn't remember because like once they did that, they wanted to move away from how dark and violent that was. God, I wish we did have that though, because man, I like the more we get into these Danganronpa like retrospectives, I wish that like that game actually existed because I'd love to play something like that. But then I'm also like, then again, I could just play, 999 Virtue's Last Reward and then pray that Zero Time Dilemma isn't as bad as it is and then get disappointed. Or play, I guess, 100 Line. Finana said that it was amazing that I should play it, and I did promise her that I would play it with her, so that I would let her watch me play it. So.
Another, with bits of flavor in the form of their differing interests, attitudes, and of course, Fukawa's usual over-the-top inferiority complex peeking in. Although I could deal without the localization's weird tendency to randomly add parts of lines to Komaru's dialogue to Fukawa that isn't originally there. Usually
like
lines
what?
that make Komaru seem more sarcastic or even derisive toward her, because heaven forbid we just have a character in this series who's unambiguously nice, I guess.
Oh. That's a shame.
Descending from the roof to get
Maybe they were just trying to like tell a joke and it just doesn't come off the same. But you know, I'm just speaking from someone that doesn't know all the dialogue of the game.
out of the hospital, we're
They
introduced to
bitchified Komaru. That's crazy. Don't talk about Naegi's sister like that.
the basic gameplay loop of Ultra Despair Girls in Microcosm, and though this is the easiest area we'll be encountering, it still gives us a pretty good idea of what we'll be doing for the next 16-odd hours, for better or worse.
16
We'll be exploring
hours.
areas in third person, Resident
Damn.
Evil style, shooting Monokumas to
Hey, the Resident Evil comparison.
defend ourselves, finding hidden notes or books to add flavor text or contextual information to our journey, and occasionally solving the odd puzzle or two. While the gameplay is functional, it can get pretty quickly stale, but the puzzles are usually pretty alright, if a little easy sometimes.
Okay,
We're
fair
also
enough.
introduced to the Monokuman arcade machine rooms, which are basically
Monokuman.
little puzzle rooms with Monokumas patrolling around. The goal is to look at the overhead display and figure out how to fulfill the game rule properly using only the ammo type specified. The goal usually involves sneaking by, destroying all enemies in one shot, or other such things. While early machines may prove somewhat mindless or easy, these escalate in difficulty and complexity over the course of the game and honestly become one of the most unique appeals of UDG's gameplay loop in general.
I was gonna say puzzle situations like that, puzzle fights, I think are usually really fun and help set games apart. There are games like Devil May Cry. Some of the fights feel like puzzles because you have to use certain weapon types, beat certain enemies first. I like those kinds of things. So hey, good for them.
The only problem I
You know?
find with these is that they're often not quite polished to the standard that you'd hope for them to be.
Never mind.
Many times
I
I'll have
spoke
done
too soon.
exactly the sequence of things that the game wanted me to do, but will end up somehow arbitrarily missing one or two Monokumas in the final blast due to finicky AI or similar issues. This can necessitate a lot of retries, and while it doesn't prevent you from progressing in the story or anything, retrying brings down your end of chapter rank, resulting in you obtaining less monocoins, and well, a lower rank if you care about that sort of thing. And this can be pretty frustrating when it feels that you have to do this through no fault of your own. Of course, if you get tired of the puzzles, you can also just switch to show and brute force
I was
violence
about to
your way
say.
through them, but completing the room via force and not how the game wants you to will also result in a lowering of your score, so it's worth trying to do it the right way, if at all possible.
Which again kind of lends the credence to what I was talking about with Devil May Cry, which is a weird comparison to make for this, but it just feels like it fits pretty nicely, you know?
After getting out of the hospital, the duo decides to search through the hub world for a bridge that will hopefully lead out of town. On the way, they encounter bomb Monokumas who, well, throw
bombs. Yeah,
These
wow.
are the first variant type of Monokuma introduced throughout the game, who all have different functions and styles of aggressing you. And they all have unique little properties to look out for in a fight, and their
Bomber
qualities will
Monokuma.
also become relevant in puzzle rooms from this point on.
Like we saw
In the middle of
in the
battle,
preview that you
they're
were doing.
kind of annoying to deal with, though, and these bomb Monokumas in particular will just chuck explosives at you, which make trying to stand still and aim for them a little grating. Reaching a roadblock, they realize that they can only get to the other side of the road by entering and exiting a hotel, making this our second explorable area of the chapter. Inside, amidst all the usual destruction, Monokumas and
I love the yellow paint. Like,
explorable area of the chapter.
very
Inside-
2010s explorable area. There's the yellow paint, guys. We found it.
Amidst all the usual destruction, Monokumas, and corpses, we also continue to find more pamphlets
nice
and
shot.
information about the
Pretty good.
city of Toa itself. Stuff about how they started as an ironworks company who dominated 70% of the market and built up a large influence for themselves.
Well, there you go. Now it makes
Apparently,
sense.
The founder, Tokushige Toa, invested
God, I
in
won't
many
get lost,
businesses
yeah.
continuously for all of his life, never once going 20 days without establishing a new one. From the time he
Whoa.
was 30 until his death at 64. With his seeming devotion at the center of discussion surrounding the city's prosperity, it only becomes a greater cause for concern as to why things turned out like this. Especially considering that another pamphlet reasons that Toa's technological strength was figured to be a high deterrent against the tragedy because the mastermind would not be able to overcome said strength.
Man, just too good to be beaten by despair. Why should I despair? I've got money!
We also find hit list cards scattered about by the children describing other victims afflicted by the same wristbands as Komaru.
Oh. A demon who is a policeman in the demon world may be carrying the item gun, so be very careful when you hunt it. Also, its father is a super rare demon who's a former prime minister. If you can hunt it down while leaving some body parts behind, your friends are going to be so jealous. Tickle its weak spot, the sides, then kill it when it starts laughing.
Or being similarly hunted as demons.
Whoa.
From what we can see of the first one, and many we'll find later, these are all people that are in some way
Oh, Ishimaru! Oh.
related to or associated closely with the class of Danganronpa 1,
Yeah.
with the very first being the father of Kiyotaka Ishimaru. Of course, while Komaru doesn't know any of these people, Fukawa shows more than a little recognition in her eyes when seeing many of them, though she keeps her comments largely to herself despite that.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't really do anything for Komaru in this sense. Like, just telling her is just going to make her freak out more, probably.
Solving a few more puzzles and avoiding some more Monokumas,
Which, honestly, lends more credence to Toko's character, or Fukawa's character, in that sense, of her having the wherewithal to care about Komaru's feelings like that.
Escape to the street and find ourselves very close to the bridge. While there, we meet a pretty athletic boy who...
It's one of my first main complaints, man.
Kinda seems to have a familiar vibe about him. Well, yeah, turns out this kid's name is Yuta Asahina, the younger brother of Aoi Asahina from the first
my
game.
boy!
He too has been given a wristband and released into the streets like Komaru, but wants to help in trying to find a way out and accompanies the duo across the bridge.
Yeah, this is one of the things I remember.
Unfortunately, once they reach the other end, they realize it's been demolished halfway through, leaving it impossible to cross. The helmeted kids begin setting off bombs, forcing everyone to rush back the way they came and fight a wave of attacking Monokumas just to survive. Pushed to their breaking point, Yuta decides to tap into his sister's talents and try swimming from the end of the bridge, but it's at that moment that Komaru is forced to burn an image into her mind that she won't soon forget.
Yeah.
If she hadn't learned that despair was the name of the game in this series yet, she's harshly made aware of this fact when Yuta's wristband begins to beep loudly, rapidly, and then explode. As the water rushes upward, raining down on Komaru and Fukawa both, they're made to, in a split second, accept that the young, eager boy that had been just talking about the possibility of escaping a few moments ago is now dead in the water. Komaru folds, having already witnessed horrific things, but never slowing down long enough so far to really let it sink in.
Yeah, the
and now that she
adrenaline.
has, she isn't sure if she can get back up.
It is definitely one of my least favorite things in the game of showing us a character that's related to somebody else, not just in a cutscene, not just in a like a piece of paper or a pamphlet, but actually showing us the character, giving them a voice, giving them time to like do things like that, and then immediately killing them. Because I know it's supposed to like, that's the point of the game, is to cause despair in Komaru specifically, but it also just feels like such a waste of him specifically, of that character specifically. I feel like they could have done that with so many other characters or concepts or people that exist in the world, but it just feels like such a genuine waste for his character. It's literally just for shock factor and adds like, it's just fluff, and it honestly just pisses me off. It was definitely like, I remember seeing this, and it's one of the things I remember really disliking from this game. Just shock factor is one of my least favorite things too. Like, why even give us this character if you're just gonna kill him right away? I understand wanting to kill him and showing like the shock factor and making Komaru like fall apart like that. I just hate that it's the character that they picked, you know? Like, I wish it lasted longer. Like, let him be with us for like a chapter or two, you know? Yeah, and especially because, you know, Asahina survived, so would have been nicer how our group as like parallel to DR1 survivors. Yeah, it would have been cool to have like people from DR1 show up like in some capacity for that. I think it would have been cool. The one thing to have the profiles, but having whole characters to do nothing with them. Yeah, I agree. That's where I'm with you. Yeah. Meant to make the viewers see how real the consequences are, but it comes off more as a waste. Yeah, I 100% agree with that. It comes off just as a massive waste and frustrating. So
She isn't sure if she can face this. But rather unexpectedly,
I might
given
also
what
just
we've
be
seen
bitching
from her character in the first game, Fukawa speaks up to the contrary. It seems despite her thorny exterior, despite still lacking
at least it's a good scene
confidence
for
in herself,
Fukawa.
the end of the last game and everything she's had to live through since then really did teach Fukawa something. You gain nothing from averting your eyes from reality, she says, no matter how horrible or painful. Although I doubt you're even willing to listen in your state. If that's the case, at least run. You're saying that you're
Good
going
stuff
to
for
die
Fukawa.
anyway, so you're at least prepared, right? If you think you're going to die, at least run away.
Ironically, in this shot, her hair kind of looks like an ahoge. I'm sure that was intentional.
If you're wrong, you live. If you were right, then at least you die on the run and not just standing here, suffering. These words are barely something we can imagine the Fukawa of early DR1 saying, but at this point, it feels...
Oh yeah, because just straight up her hair is different from from DR1. Oh, they definitely did that intentionally. Perfect.
It feels fitting for them to be coming from her. She's had a lot of horrible experiences that taught her lessons, sometimes in the hardest of ways.
Absolutely.
But that's also why she's able to speak to those experiences, and why you can really tell that they made an impact on her.
Character growth for Fukawa being one of the best things of Ultra Despair Girls.
This is why I love Fukawa, and why I think UDG does a lot for her character that other games in the series may not be as capable of tapping into. With the return of these cast members, we're given ample opportunity to see how they've grown and changed as a result of the experiences we've already seen them go through. And it's because of that that I think a story within this time frame wasn't at all without reason to be told. As the pair return to the city, determined to find another way, we're given our first opportunity to visit a skill shop. In the skill shop, you can buy one of two things.
I just love that it's a kid in a Monokuma mask with like this apron and like a cafe worker style outfit or like bartender outfit, you know?
Bling bullets or attack upgrades for Genocider.
Yeah.
The first category is basically a catalog of adjectives to add on to any given ammo slot you have, things like beautifully, aggressively, completely, and so on. Attaching them in a combo that meshes well together to your truth bullet of choice will enhance its abilities in some ways. Although I'll be honest that these tweaks are so slight that it's a bit difficult to tell what they actually do by the end of the day. Or at the very least, they don't appear on the surface to be particularly necessary. The more clear subjective upgrade would be Show's abilities.
Yeah, just upgrade Devil Trigger. Everyone knows when you play something like Devil May Cry, you upgrade Devil Trigger. It's the first thing you upgrade.
Things like recharge time, combo attacks, speed, and etc.
Well, first you get Da! Then you upgrade Devil Trigger.
While this definitely helps make Show more of a tank to use, that only makes her already overpowered arsenal of skills even more overpowered.
Yeah. Da. Okay, so for those of you that don't know Devil May Cry, yeah, I love how many people put Da question mark. So there's an attack in Devil May Cry called Stinger. It's a move where Dante like stabs his sword forward in like a dashing sliding motion, and it moves him from like one point to another point really quickly. And it's not invincible, but it makes him harder to hit, and it does a good amount of damage and usually knocks down enemies. So you get Stinger as your first ability always, or a Stinger-like ability. I don't remember what it's called for Nero. But it's, you get your Da, you know, Da, 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 because that's what he says. He goes, Da, every time. Yeah, your go-to gap closer. You get that first, and then you max out Devil Trigger.
So I'm not sure how much more interesting this, in theory, actually makes the game itself, considering the combat is already one of the least interesting and nuanced aspects of the gameplay so far.
Unfortunately,
having additional abilities or stat boosts is, in part, something that can make your combat more interesting, but it does nothing to alleviate the issue of the combat itself being boring or stale just by virtue of including it. And unfortunately, I'd have to say the shop upgrades basically fall into this camp for me. On the surface, they appear to offer more nuance, but they can't make something inherently a bit shallow any more complex on their own.
It makes sense, though, and I do understand it. It is an unfortunate thing that they're kind of trying to decorate something that isn't very good. It's almost the analogy that I make for being a content creator or being a VTuber is like, you know, it's a cake. You know, the cake is the content that you do. The icing is like how you present yourself. And then like the toppings are like the people that you work with to make yourself more pretty. And it's like the cake itself in this case is bad. The icing you can make better and you can add decorations to it. But if the cake is bad, it's still going to be like you take that bite and it's not a good time.
Well, speaking of nuance, though, we come into contact with another type of Monokuma right after this.
Sirens.
That being the Siren Monokuma.
Yeah.
These little gremlins will flash a big old police siren on their head when they notice you, drawing other Monokumas to the area and making encounters more frantic.
I never hear Da. It was always Ya for me. I think it's because DR or preferably DMC1, it's Da. Absolutely. But I'm used to watching speedrunners like Maxi Lobes play it, so.
From a distance so you can't get flooded with the backup they call. After dealing with our first one of them, we're given a new bullet type which will act as our common deterrent of choice against their antics, that being Dance. The Dance bullet does just what it says on the tin. It distracts Monokumas from attacking you by forcing them to get jiggy with it. Using it on Siren Monokumas in particular, however, will basically turn them into a big shiny object to distract all the other Monokumas it calls.
I love the arms going around, like he's trying to like roll the arms together. OG Power Rangers YouTube short, now Danganronpa. Yeah, I like reacting to a lot of different stuff that I have passion for. Danganronpa is a series that I really, really love, and I'm very fortunate enough that Nezumi let me react to her videos as we prepare for Danganronpa 2x2, which I'm very, very excited for, and we're definitely playing that, which is definitely coming out this year, right, guys? There's only 5 months left in the year, guys. And we still don't have a release date. It's supposed to come out this year, right, guys? Right, guys? Right? Anyway, Boogie. Get down, boogie.
This means that they'll be all too distracted to attack you because they'll be observing Siren's killer dance moves. And honestly, this is a pretty funny weakness to give this particular variant of enemy. Unfortunately, the ensuing puzzle room to demonstrate this weakness also demonstrates the exact problem with the puzzle rooms that I was talking about before. You see, the idea is that I'm supposed to sneak to the side, afflict the Siren Monokuma with disco fever, watch as the others flock to him, then use move on the nearby car positioned behind Siren so that it will roll forward and mow down all of them at once.
Which makes sense.
I do all of that just as the game wants me to, and yet 3 times in a row, it fails to kill one of the Monokumas in the process.
Oh.
Now, I finally got it on the 4th try, but that's essentially 3 retries, all of which lower my end of chapter score, and this is through no misunderstanding of the goal or misapplication of the abilities provided to me.
It is definitely one of those things that is just bad gameplay design that probably just wasn't tested in hindsight or in retrospect, yeah. Just a week away, or in Endwalker terms, 15 more minutes. Yeah.
I did exactly the same thing all 4 times, but it only worked correctly one of those times. What am I doing wrong here? In all honesty, nothing. I'm just not lucky enough for the game to work right in these instances unless I keep trying at it. And for an aspect of the game that clearly wants to reward precision and clever thinking, it's not very encouraging to keep screwing yourself on account of something that's basically out of your hands. Well, that aside, it seems we've got another problem to deal with. The subway underground that we want to reach to try to look for an alternate way out of the city
is going to be Mastermind Trust. Oh, the Byakuya lookalike? That'll be funny.
Closed behind a locked shutter, and the station attendant's key is stolen by one of the Monokuma kids who forces us to tail him back through town for it.
Bro, wait, can we look at that again? Brother, like, shoulder tackles her from behind. Look at her reaction.
The station attendant's key is stolen by one.
The model didn't even move! Wait, that's crazy!
One of the Monokuma kids.
Then she just tanked that shit!
Who forces us to tail him back
what was that just now? Huh.
Town for it. This leads not only to quite a few precarious skirmishes with Monokumas, but also forces us to return all the way back to the hospital. You know, the first area of the chapter.
Selling that crazy,
Yeah, I know this is a handheld title, so they probably couldn't afford to have another entirely unique level built for this part, but it doesn't really give off a super polished seeming vibe to have us backtrack to an area that we've already played in the very first chapter in order to pad things out.
And this is where I was saying, it's very obvious, like Nezumi is saying, mobile game, but this is also the constraint or the strain that you feel from going like something that is a visual novel that is not very dense in its level sizes because everything's like a picture or a PNG. You know, there's not a lot to pack in there, so it's a lot easier to be more expressive and expansive and to jam pack even more in there. But in this, because these are giant 3D open areas, it's a lot harder.
To give this revisit one positive, though, it serves as our introduction to another variant Monokuma, the Junk Monokumas.
Which is so
cool. These things are defective Uzumaki-esque abominations that have bulging eyes, gaping maws, gnarled limbs, and flail about rapidly on the ground trying to get close enough to maim you. They seem to constantly leak sickly brown fluid and take shot after shot to kill, which definitely makes them pretty intimidating to handle.
So cool looking,
especially
dude.
With your slow aim. I'd say these things are the closest we get to truly traditional survival horror enemies in this game.
I love these things. Like, can you imagine this thing just scuttling on the floor, running at you? It is insanely spooky looking. I wish this game had more enemies like this in design.
While they may not add any kind of particular gameplay nuance with their presence, their aesthetic uniqueness does at least add that much more of a creepy edge to this game's overall presentation that I honestly can't get enough of.
Shaking your hand, Nezumi, shaking your hand.
You know what else I really like about this game's presentation? Some of the random notes you find on recently deceased people. It really adds a lot to the overall atmosphere of the game, and at least in passing, characterizes the sort of people you maybe aren't getting to know intimately throughout this town, but are still dying in droves around you. For example, there's this note elegantly titled Monokuma crushed my leg, which reads,
I don't think I can take another step. I know I can't take another step. I can't walk. Monokuma destroyed my leg and I can't move. They're still around here, looking for me.
Damn.
I'm probably going to die. They're going to find me and kill me. But I can't keep thinking about that kind of thing. I have to think happy thoughts now. If I make it home alive, I want to go to the beach with my family. I want to see the sparkling water again. I want to sit on the sand with my wife and watch our beautiful daughter play. And if she trips and falls and gets a scrape, I want to say, there, it's okay, sweetie. No, I can't. I can't think about the future. I'm just gonna die in a few minutes. I don't want to die, but I know I will. This is the worst feeling I've ever felt.
Yeah, great note. Honestly, those are the types of notes that you should be finding on these types of NPCs in a game that is designed around filling people with despair. Hey, Tristan, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Roy Chiato. We're watching a retrospective on Ultra Despair Girls, a Danganronpa side story that is very much intrinsic to the main plot of the franchise. Pull up a chair, kick your feet. We're diving in.
A lot of soft subtlety to some of this writing, which makes it all the more disappointing when you get things directly after this, like Fukawa making degrading jokes about Komaru having a brother complex because she's too close to her brother, because they talk about their interests and hang out together sometimes.
Is that a translation thing, or is that... Huh? Is that a translation thing, or is it just like that?
The highbrow humor there, guys. Yes, casual references to incest are so funny. God. Well, at least...
Is that a translation thing, or is it just how they wrote it? Ew.
At least the puzzle to get the key back is fun, and it makes use of a new truth
Seems
bullet,
in character
too.
for Toko,
this one
yeah.
is called Detect, and lets us see hidden graffiti, usually wherever paint buckets are left. This can be used to find a lot of hidden things, such as the scrolls meant to be used to solve this puzzle, or hidden decals exposed if we shine our backlight on some hidden sparkle patterns we find out and about. Unfortunately, I still think Detect gets some of the least interesting use of the ammo types in this
I'd
game,
imagine.
and that's a shame because I think with a less cumbersome way of using it, it could be integrated more heavily and more interestingly into the regular game design and shine all the more for it. But
Probably something along the lines of like puzzle solving or like finding secrets in older areas, give you a reason to backtrack more and like solve a puzzle.
oh well, I suppose.
Yeah.
On the way back after getting the key, we thankfully can take a shortcut so we don't have to tread back through the exact same overworld content again. We even get another arcade machine to do. Descending into the tunnels below, however, we don't encounter what we were hoping for, instead coming face to face with one of the Warriors of Hope, Masaru Daimon. And I'm sure you can guess where this is going, right? Call it
I love that it did not look like he should have made
one of
that.
the Warriors of Hope.
Do you see how he just kind of like look at the speed that he's coming down and then he slows down just to make the tumble. Like, this kid is dead. Look how fast. That kid is dead. Like, he is absolutely just dead. He just stalls in the air. That's crazy. He's a PE kid? No, he's a DEAD kid.
Masaru Daimon. And I'm sure you can guess where this is going, right? Colosseum, giant robot, allusions to a tragic backstory. Yep, this is the first of several chapter bosses we'll be facing in UDG that typically arrive at the end of each chapter. In the cutscene preceding the fight, we learn quite a bit about our hot-headed hero wannabe, too.
Gravity manipulation.
If we weren't aware of the damage the kids can do, he makes us very much aware by showing us the almost amalgamated pile of corpses he's accrued from his hunts, a sight so wickedly disgusting that it stuns Komaru into dead silence and leaves Fukawa unable to even look at all.
Yeah, it is crazy to think about that. Remember, this is a literal elementary school child that murdered all these people.
When asking why and how he could even do something like this, Komaru gives way to something building inside of Daimon, though, something that reveals a bit more about the motivation behind these events, or at least the motivation for some to participate. He says he'd rather die as a kid than ever grow up to be an adult, jaded by the world, angry and violent. He says that acting as the hero to the kids, protecting them from the adults, helps him feel important, special, and loved, needed. Breaking down into sobs, he laments how he will no longer need to feel scared. Not scared of the adults, not scared of the world around him, not scared of the dark, the pain, and the smell of alcohol. Realizing that his arms are shaking as he describes the presumed abuse he was put through at the hands of who we later discover is his own father, Daimon beats his arms repeatedly in an attempt to get them to stop, bruising them so badly that they change color. Convinced that he's abandoned all of his fear and that achieving the warrior's paradise will mean he never has to face that fear again, he summons a giant remote-controlled robot to fight with, the design almost perfectly befitting a hero of justice toy or Super Sentai-like figure that a boy his age would most certainly love.
Listen, I do know me some things about Super Sentai. I could see it in there, you know?
As horrifying as the sight of the bodies he's collected was, this reminds us just as quickly how he's just a child.
It's pretty, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty cool. It's pretty fucking cool. Like, I'm just saying, it's pretty cool. But yes, there is a lot of trauma behind the kids, and I do remember them all having tragic backstories. I just remember some of them being like, I don't care, you murdered like 150 adults. Like, I know you have a tragic backstory, but listen, 150? Brother.
Who almost certainly has no capability to wrap his head around the full implications.
Wait, that's just Blaze Greymon? What is Blaze Greymon? Blaze Greymon. Blaze Greymon. You mean Burning Greymon? From Frontier? I don't really think it does. Not really. I can see kind of what you're saying, but it looks more like a Gundam to me. Yeah. What up, Faust?
What he's done.
Monica and Jotaro, I don't feel bad for as much as Masaru, and especially the girl, I forgot her name. I don't remember her name either. But I was going to say Masaru is definitely like... They throw it in your face very hard. It's something that... You know what? I just forgot. Wait. I got sidetracked. Take your meds! Everyone take your meds right now! I forgot to take my meds. Take your meds! There we go. Okay, the thing I was going to say, something I really, really dislike when games have their villains and they show you a crazy, horrific event that this character has been through that is, you know, tragic, it's heartbreaking, and things like that, but they precede it with something like abysmally terrible. Like, I understand he was abused and everything like that, but it's like, it's so hard to like, I don't want to say it's so hard to care, but it's so hard to care when he's like, look at this giant corpse of people that I murdered. This giant pile of corpses from all the people I murdered. It's like, brother, I get it. I understand, like, you, like, the game wants me to feel bad for you. Maybe wait for the feeling bad part until after we beat you. Or like in notes and things that we learn later. Not right now. I cannot feel bad for you after you showed me 150 bodies mushed together into a ball Legion style a la Castlevania. You know? It's pretty insane. Pretty crazy.
Doing. And now we know that much, if not all of the fear he inflicts is an attempt to escape his own. It's easy to see why, if a kid like this was exploited for some horrible plot,
oh, absolutely,
they really could fall victim to something as horrible as this.
Absolutely.
This begins a thread in UDG which will remain important throughout, and I think the presentation here is certainly a bit more typical and on the nose than some of the later material,
yeah,
but it's no less pervasive a form of childhood abuse that, perhaps to a lesser extent of course, creates the behaviors and misaligned coping mechanisms we see in the warriors themselves. This theme surrounding childhood trauma and the extent to which a child can even be held responsible for something so vastly beyond their ability to fully understand will resonate deep down into the roots of this game's plot. And
absolutely. Obviously, this kid would have needed therapy. It's just, you know, murdering, you know, that many people is crazy.
Regardless of whether it's handled well in some parts or horribly in others, it's hard to deny that the game has a lot it wants to explore in regards to it. And it's just hard.
I agree, 100%. Nazumi is spitting facts right now. It is one of my personal gripes when games are like, this person just like did this unspeakable, horrible, traumatic thing 2 seconds later, but I have this really tragic backstory, so you have to forgive me for what I did or now feel bad for me. Or like the game writes it like you're supposed to feel bad for them. And sure, like you can put them side by side and be like, they're also a monster and I feel bad for them. But it's always just like a, let one of them sit for like a couple minutes. Let me sit with one emotion first, okay? Don't overwhelm me with this, because that just makes it messy.
I think that for Danganronpa, a series which has already so thoroughly explored the trauma of high school in particular, and the society that surrounds both our adult life and the stages of our preparatory education for it, that similarly exploring childhood and really going back to the origins of a lot of where this trauma takes hold, both at school and at home, really makes for a logical extreme of what we'd been thematically building up in the series until this point.
And the not wanting to grow up thing was a theme that we kind of tackled in DR1, of not wanting to leave high school life because of not knowing what lies in the world beyond. So kind of does keep with that theme too.
Everyone, in some manner or another, has been beaten down and made to feel fear, anger, and confusion from forces totally outside of their control, be it those of the workforce, society itself, the education system, or even our own families. I think regardless of mishandling, the fact that Danganronpa consistently tries to approach these issues in the first place is something I find worth recognition, if nothing else.
Bigotry.
Unfortunately, for all I can give praise to about this bit plot and tone-wise, though, I can't really give the same kudos to the actual fight in the gameplay
Yeah, I'm not
department.
surprised.
The fast-moving robot and the tactics at play in order to expose and take advantage of its weak points are just a bit too action-oriented, if that makes sense. What I mean to say is that Komaru's movement is very classic survival horror-esque. She doesn't have tank controls or anything, but she's not exactly super quick or swift. Her aiming is finicky and precise, her movement is a bit sluggish and easy to blindside, and honestly, trying to quickly hit a target is not her strong suit when there's
Resident Evil.
a lot of pressure and time sensitivity going on. While this isn't a huge problem here, considering this is just the first boss, you can only imagine this will only become more of a pain with later bosses as the difficulty ramps up.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Komaru's base movement capabilities, aim, and camera mechanics all largely stay the same. Not to exaggerate, but it feels a bit like trying to fight a Bayonetta boss as Harry Mason, if you get what I'm saying.
Whoa, what a pull. Wait, that's a great, especially as Harry Mason, too. What an insane pull.
It just doesn't feel quite like these things mesh
Radio. What's going on with that radio?
stylistically speaking. Style aside, though, when you finally manage to take him down, Daimon's defeat is signaled by the crowd of Monokuma kids suddenly violently grabbing him and pulling him off, his headphones dropping to the ground as his fate is left ambiguous. Yes, it seems the pack will only be pleased so long as you're the winner, and as the loser of the game, Daimon was punished. At least, that's what Fukawa speculates, and honestly, that just seems a bit cruel even for the kids. It was bad enough for them to be doing all of this in the first place, but to also toss their own out like trash once they'd ceased fulfilling their purpose, it's an all-new low.
That's kind of the point, though, and I mean, obviously, it's what Danganronpa is trying to do with like the despair and everything like that. But that's what it is, you know. People only care about someone that is giving them something or doing something for them until they stop doing that thing, which is an incredibly like difficult concept to grasp and a difficult reality to swallow and adjust to. But unfortunately, it is a real world thing that a child would not understand, which again lends credence to specifically Masaru. Specifically.
To the surface, the girls discover some debris has been cleared away as a result of their thunderous fight underground, and agree to continue pursuing the subway through their newly exposed path. As they descend again, they're watched over by a mysteriously pure white-looking Monokuma with bandages on it, ending Chapter 1. Again, mirroring...
Wouldn't it be a... Shirokuma?
The prologue, I don't think this is necessarily a terrible introduction to the game. It serves its purpose well as a short-form summary of all of the varying aspects that you'll be expected to contend with over the game's runtime. However, for as much of the 2-ish odd hours is spent on the cutscenes and dialogue, you'd think there'd actually be a bit more going on in this plot than this. While I certainly enjoy the dynamic between Komaru and Fukawa, we don't actually get much story development in this chapter aside from tiny bits of world building about the city we find ourselves in.
And that's where I was saying before, this type of game struggles with story moments because it has to tell them in cutscenes. You can't tell it while you're having gameplay. It can't be like that while you're running around gunning things down. And that's why this type of thing works so much better in visual novel and maybe adventure or RPG style. It's just this style of action, I just think, was not the right call for this game.
And hidden items that not every player will go to the trouble of picking up, and bits and pieces in the middle and end. As much as I hate to say it, and as much as I do think it served a decent enough purpose in giving Komaru's development a place to start from, and Fukawa's a notable benchmark to observe from the first game, Yuta's death wasn't all that memorable to me by itself.
Yes! Thank you!
Like, sure, it totally sucks that he died, but all of the sadness I can potentially find myself feeling about it is purely because I know about his relation to another character that I already care about, but not because I care that much about Yuta himself.
Yes! And that's why it feels like such a waste, and it's like frustrating, because it's like Asahina's out there probably looking for her brother, and now he's never, like, we're never gonna find him, and the only reason we're supposed to care about him in the first place is because of that relationship.
He's around for about all of 5 minutes, so the extent to which I'm really even able to care about him is unfortunately pretty limited.
Yeah.
I don't don't fancy myself a heartless person, so I can find death itself sad on its own account, but in terms of character, there's not a whole lot to it that I didn't get from any other dead NPC's final notes I found scattered
Handshaking.
around, if that makes sense. I understand that because this game is more action-oriented, that the story will be expected to take a tiny bit more of a backseat than usual, but considering the sheer amount of cutscenes and how often it stops gameplay for them, you'd think those cutscenes would actually provide a bit more than they ultimately do, and
You'd think, right? Maybe they could have kept him through, like, the end of, boss fight 1, and then gone into chapter 2, and then had this similar scene in chapter 2, so at least it felt like he was there with you. Maybe helping you in boss fight 1, so it felt like he was part of your trio. That would have been sick.
That's a big sticking point for me.
I agree.
Don't misunderstand. I know that a scene doesn't have to constantly precede the plot in order to be important. Character building is just as important as that, if not more in a lot of cases.
I agree.
And what a lot of people without writing experience will often call filler is usually a pretty important part of fleshing out a world and its characters. But UDG feels like it's dragging its feet a bit often to be this early on into its proceedings, and that doesn't bode well for the future. What I find the most interesting so far about UDG at this point in the early game would be the potential that it has to craft fun puzzle rooms, if it refines its design for them, and also the potential of its plotline surrounding childhood trauma and culpability.
Ooh, that's that hopefulness spiking up again. That does. Ooh.
If it continues to pursue those two aspects in interesting ways, I'd say this game still has more to provide me yet.
I'd say.
However, its larger story aspects, and especially its explorative gameplay and base combat, are sorely lacking at this stage, and the game's padding is showing a little more for it. Let's hope things pick up by the time we finish Chapter 2.
I think Chapter 2 is the blue-haired kid, right?
The warriors mourn Daimon's apparent death after the end of the last chapter, but Shingetsu is rightfully skeptical. We never saw him die as an audience, and this series isn't very shy about letting us know when someone's kicked the bucket.
There we go.
Furthermore, according to their reports, he's at most missing. Unhappy with being questioned and seeming to conceal some deeper secrets about the matter, Monika chides Shingetsu for his queries, even questioning if he's becoming too adult in the process of both this and demanding greater focus on their paradise than the demon hunting game. Of course, this pulls him right back into line, and we watch both as Komaeda is further bullied by the kids and as we return to the tunnels with Komaru and Fukawa.
It's such a weird thing too, because forcing Komaeda into this role of being the servant and then him never talking about it in any other capacity definitely feels like a weird thing, Like they just wanted to have another DR character in here that was a fan favorite. So they were like, who are we going to bully? Everyone loves Komaeda, Makoto, Byakuya, Kyoko trio, Hajime, Chiaki, and Nagito trio. Why not add Asahina into the trio for this game? That's what I'm saying! It very much could have fit, and then they could have killed him in a later boss fight and made it more traumatic and things like that, I like Nagito as a character. I hate him so much. Me too. He's my perfect little shit boy. I love him.
Said tunnels seem rather...
I feel the same about Kokichi, though. I love Kokichi because I hate him and he's such a little shit, but I also just love him with my trio of guys,
unassuming at first, even if Fukawa is scared of the dark. Soon enough, though, encounters with Monokumas are inevitable, even if rather unimposing. Eventually, we're faced, though, with Monokumas who have riot shields preventing us from shooting at them.
Monokuma.
Escaping them through the train cars, the ceiling begins to collapse, bonking Fukawa into show mode, and necessitating that we escape back the way we came. Great level design here.
Yeah.
Confronted with a monitor carried by the Monokuma kids, the girls are put in contact with the central warrior that will be dominating this chapter's narrative.
Oh, never mind.
That being Jataro Kemuri.
It's Jataro.
I've got to say, both in Japanese and English, this kid's dialogue is just super slow. I know it's probably part of the character and an intentional choice, but it really does make all of his scenes just drag way more than they seemingly should. And
that sucks, because the game already feels like it's dragging its feet, and a character that is speaking slow, especially in an action game, oof.
As intrusive as the amount of cutscenes in UDG can be sometimes, this really isn't doing the issue any favors. Anyway, whether it takes him forever or not, he's here to tell us something important regardless.
Accidentally.
That it's a good thing the rebels stopped us from taking the tunnel out of town, because if anyone wearing the electronic wristband leaves the city limits, it will explode, explaining why Yuta's did so in Chapter 1.
Oh, I thought we knew that already. I guess we as the players probably would assume that, but they in the game wouldn't know that.
We're stuck here and have basically no option but to wade through this hell and try to survive it, a realization that destroys Komaru's confidence in herself. That's not the only thing he wants to show us, though. He also shows us a giant Monokuma puppeting around the corpses of many people the kids are responsible for killing, making it just that much clearer how cruel and twisted they've been emboldened to act. This, combined with his tendency to treat all of these serious issues like a game continually, puts more and more fear and disgust into Komaru.
And this is what I was saying, like, it sucks to see, like, all these terrible things that the kids are doing, and then they're like, but you also have to feel bad for them. You also have to feel bad for them because tragic backstory. This is why they did it. Tragic backstory. Like, brother, I get it. I know.
Culminating in Kemuri's defining question, do you hate me? While this ties directly into his character and trauma, as we'll continue to see, this also ties back into the theme I was discussing before. Again, at what point does a child become unable to dodge responsibility? At what point is a child fully capable of doing something like this without being able to fall back on the excuse of not being fully developed or knowing any better?
Wow, it's almost like I was just talking about this. It is definitely a thing of there's going too far, and it's once you start doing, I think, heinous acts like this, it's like, I don't care that you're a child anymore, and my feelings of your backstory stop mattering as much. If this was like a one-time thing or a two-time thing, or like also following the pattern of abuse, it's like, ugh, man. Hey, take care, Dread.
And regardless of that, if a child does something malevolently
He's
cruel,
voiced by Michelle Ruff.
should we really hate them? Is hating a child something we, as developed adults, should ever do? For what it's worth,
Yeah, absolutely.
though, Fukawa uses this chance as another opportunity to show us how much she's grown. Komaru says she's just a normal girl, so there's no way she could handle or do all this on her own. But Fukawa simply responds that because she can't do this alone, she'll just have to rely on Fukawa to help her. Something that, while simple, is refreshing in how straightforward and kind it is. Reminds you that there's something to hold on to here. Of course, encouraged as we are, above ground still doesn't seem safe, with the Monokumas and kids having some kind of impromptu rave. So we're forced to go
Sometimes you gotta rave it out
underground. And at this point, we finally get some ammo that can deal with those pesky riot shield Monokumas, knockback, which does exactly what it says on the tin, knocks enemies back. In the case of shield types, it will make them drop said shields, leaving them vulnerable to an actual attack afterwards, so that's neat.
And then just the headshot.
Context sensitive, but as we'll see later, this will come in handy for more reasons than just that.
It's just a shotgun blast at the end of the day.
Noticing that there seems to be a difference in the way some of the masked children act, based on how some will parade around bodies and others won't, the duo descends further into the tunnels. After collecting some books and solving some puzzles, we come across someone being attacked by Monokumas under a tarp. Moving to save them, we receive gratitude from the victim, that being the strange pure white Monokuma we saw at the end of Chapter 1.
Wait, is it actually
While the two are
Shirokuma?
obviously
That'd be so
suspicious
funny.
of him, this cheerful soul by the name of Shirokuma claims
I forgot. I actually just genuinely forgot.
he's not bad news at all. And his Saturn sweet shtick does prove somewhat convincing, even if right away you notice how his voice might be a bad sign. What do I mean by that, by the way? Well, Shirokuma is voiced very obviously, might I add, to those who have played this series in Japanese all the way up until this point, by Megumi Toyoguchi, who, while she's more arguably well known for parts like Winry from Full Metal Alchemist or Yukari from Persona 3, is also the voice of Mukuro Ikusaba and Junko Enoshima in this very series. So yeah, color me unsurprised if you remain skeptical of the little guy.
Okay, well, never mind. New friend, never mind. New enemy.
Skeptical or not, though, the fact of the matter is that in exchange for saving him, he's offering to lead us to a place where survivors are hiding away from the eyes of the children, a safe haven that they haven't found out about yet. As mistrusting as Fukawa is of this, Komaru wants to check it out for herself, and so the journey through the sewers to reach it begins. Well, as soon as we get a little bit of background out of him, that is. That being that he's determined to save people, and is apparently powered to do so by an AI that he runs off of. Though who put said AI into him, and for what reasons, he can't recall. The next
Any alter ego? Any alter egos in chat?
while of this chapter has you roaming the sewers to find the hideout as Shirokuma guides you.
Damn, that's a... I don't know, Ivan Ooze was hanging out in the sewers. What's going on down
this
here?
section is really boring. The locale is not at all appealing. It's extremely samey looking and gets very visually dull after only a few minutes.
Yeah.
Furthermore, you'll be tasked more than once with taking on an enemy swarm type encounter where your job is to prevent Shirokuma from being killed by Monokumas for a certain amount of time.
Oh no, is he Ashley?
A glorified escort mission, in other words. And I don't know about you guys, but I feel the term escort mission gets thrown out as a negative quite often precisely because nobody likes to do them. And I am no exception. I
Yeah.
hate
So sometimes I don't like them. Sometimes it's like, Yeah, that's it.
Look, I already have enough trouble watching out for myself in video games. I do not need the extra stress of preventing an NPC from dying, especially one that just sits there and takes it.
Yes.
At the very least, you get some fun opportunities to use your knockback on Monokumas to send them toppling down into the water, and can also get Shirokuma to search little tunnels and open doors for you. So there's not no variety going on here. It's just
the
very little
Bioshock
compared
2?
to what I would hope for. Upon finally reaching the hidden base, we find out several interesting things. First of all, apparently when the Monokumas first appeared, the research into what they were and who manufactured them was being led by the Toa group. Second of all, there's a woman here who will help and send people after any of the people whose hit list cards we happen to pick up. Her name? Hiroko Hagakure, once divorced, currently single, age secret. And
once divorced, currently single, age secret.
yeah, she's definitely the mother of the first game's Hagakure, something Fukawa already notices pretty quick. But there's even more evidence for it that kinda gets swept by in the localization.
Oh.
You see, in the localization, a very particular quirk of how Hagakure referred to people was lost, that being the tendency to
Oh, right. And that was part of like case 3. That was, or trial 3. That was like very important for the sake of conversation in the trial.
to add chi onto the end of their surnames. Things like Naigichi, Fukawachi, and Kirigirichi were common to hear him saying, so in the localization of UDG, Hiroko simply affectionately nicknames the duo Koko and Fufu, while in the original Japanese she calls them Komaruchi and Fukawachi, with Fukawa asking why only she had her last name used. This is sort of a meta joke because normally she would use just last names, like her son did, but Naigichi is something we as an audience would already be used to hearing used to denote Makoto Naegi from the first game.
It would have been funny though if she picked it and then Fukawa chimed in and been like, actually, I don't think that's okay. I think you should have picked something else, you know?
So Hiroko uses Komaru's first name instead. It's a fun little callback.
It's cute.
No time to
I
stand
like
around
it.
reminiscing, though. We have to head into the main building as advised by Shirokuma. Apparently, if we wait around here for a bit, we'll get a chance to talk to the Resistance's leader and potentially team up with them somehow. While we wait, we can check the lockers to read several of the adults' journals, many descending into madness and vitriol as they succumb to their pain and anguish, and very often their hatred.
Hagakure is an adult age. Everybody in DR1 is adults. There's like a weird, like, timey explanation that they were underground for much longer than they anticipated and are all above the age of 18 now. It's actually part of the plot. But it's all super high school level because they never grew beyond high school level until they got out. So,
Towards
and then this is 6 months after that. So
children, whom many decide.
just because you didn't know, Hagakure's VA is Mega Blue. Oh, really? Wait, that's dope. No, I didn't know that. Or maybe somebody told me and I didn't remember. But that's dope. Thank you for telling me.
They want to kill after
Sentai
all
and
they've been put through
Danganronpa.
by them. See a recurring theme here? Well, anyway, when the leader finally arrives, it's this guy, Haiji.
Okay, this is the other thing that I remember. I don't remember specifically why, but I remember him being a piece of shit and being really upset because he's voiced by Matt Mercer, and I remember hating him, and I can't remember why. But I'm like, oh, he's voiced by Matt Mercer. I love Matt. That's my boy. Anyway.
Toa, who, excuse me for a second, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, who, as you can probably tell by his surname, sucks. I mean, is actually part of the Toa group who formerly controlled the city. Yeah, the current CEO is his dad, or, well, was his dad, before he was murdered by the children, apparently. His bandaged arm is a result of Monokuma's attacking him, and he admits he has no idea how to combat the children, or even a plan to do so. All he can do now is stew in his misery, vow to come up with something when the time is right, and curse the children, saying that they're no longer kids, but devils. Evocative words for all the wrong reasons, when you consider the kids' own inclination to call the adults demons.
Yeah, I was gonna say, not good to fight fire with kids.
And use that as an excuse to purge them.
Yeah.
It's just as Shirokuma said directly before this. Call it a crusade or a mission or whatever else you want, but a conflict like this is war, no matter how you look at it. And war inevitably brings with it a mountain of bodies and an inescapable haze of misery and death. The hatred felt by the children for the adults, the hatred felt in turn by the adults for the children. Will either of these things ever be resolved through further violence or hatred? Or will it simply turn itself into an endless loop of despair and revenge?
Well, endless endless loop sounds about right, especially for V3 anyway.
Well, at the very least, Fukawa's heard enough whining from Haiji after only a few minutes of talking to him to decide this leader's got nothing to offer them.
Yeah,
or the
honestly,
people hoping he'll
true,
be
real.
their hero. Of course, none of this matters anyway, because even if Haiji weren't bound to reject them based on Fukawa correctly pointing out his flaws, he certainly does after learning that Fukawa is a member of the Future Foundation. Why he harbors a hatred for them is unclear, but he seems to view them as at least unreliable, and demands that—
You know what's kind of funny is his jacket kind of reminds me of a lot of the protagonist jackets we see, like Naegi's, like Komaeda's. It's just with the fur on top of it.
They leave, refusing to cooperate with them. As the adults watch in horror,
I wonder if
seeing a
that was done intentionally to make him seem more, air quotes, trustworthy.
broadcast where the kids torture their loved ones, the duo catches a night of sleep in the shelter before resolving to head back out the next day. Thankfully, they're not aimless, as Shirokuma gives them a laptop he managed to scavenge from the surface, hoping that they might be able to take it to the highest level
Honestly,
of the
could have been.
subvert the—
It's just, who else does it look like? I was trying to think. It feels so it straight up just looks like someone's, and I can't remember who. Obviously, like we said, who has a jacket that has fur on it that I just can't remember? Because it's not Naegi and it's not Nagito. I don't know. Maybe I'm just misremembering it, but yeah, it just feels like it. He feels like such a kit bash of so many characters. Like the long strangly hair, like Hinata at the end of DR2. The jackets feel like them. Like, he's injured, so you're supposed to feel sympathetic towards him. He's got, like, a handcuffed chain on him, so you're supposed to be like, oh, he's a prisoner. Like, everything about his design screams like you should trust and feel bad for this person. Yeah. Maybe thinking of Juzo from DR3. Oh, I might be. I haven't experienced DR3 in a long time, though. That's why I was saying I gotta find a video to, like, re-explain it to me as well. Okay.
Out the next day. Thankfully, they're not aimless, as Shirokuma gives them a laptop he managed to scavenge from the surface, hoping that they might be able to take it to the highest level of Toa Tower, subvert the citywide signal jammer, and contact the Future
Oh, that was just a translation error.
Foundation for help. It's not much,
Weird.
but it is a plan at the very least, and we definitely need one of those right about now.
Yeah.
Emerging from the sewers into a graveyard, we
Random news?
head to the tower. The city around us turned into a graffiti-esque wonderland of childish
Which is
aesthetic sensibilities.
Awesome looking.
Honestly, compared to the sewers, this is a much better locale already.
Yeah.
It really does a good job balancing the over-the-top eccentricity involved in the children's actions, but also juxtaposes it well against the grim and heinous reality of bodies littering the boardwalks and people cowering in corners, lamenting.
I think that's the point, too. I like that juxtaposition of, like, everything's happy, fun time, and it's the inverse of it, like the opposite of these situations being so scary and then seeing all the bright happy colors. It gives you that feeling of dread and uncomfortability, because this shouldn't be celebrated. We shouldn't be having fun, but that's what it's being painted as, and that's cool in the design chance. Or the design choice, rather.
Ones. It's this kind of aesthetic strength that Danganronpa has always been excellent at, and it's times like these that I'm reminded UDG hasn't entirely lost that touch, even containing it in spades in some places.
Yeah.
The puzzle rooms here aren't bad either, introducing us to a hologram projector that we'll be using for some in the
Another
future.
tutorial
it's
for
an
you.
interesting mechanic, I suppose, though admittedly its function is a bit too similar to the dance function on Siren Monokumas to seem truly original. Once we finally
Also, fun fact, but an idea was thrown around during development to have Haiji as the playable companion to Komaru, where it would be revealed he had the Mega Buster under his cast. That would have been really funny.
arrive at the tower, we can't go in right away. First, we're ambushed by Kemari, who unleashes a crowd of Monokumas for us to fight. This isn't the first time we've had a primarily combat-based section where we have to fight off a wave of these things, but they've usually been much shorter than this one is, and had less enemies to deal with. I understand escalation is the name of the game here, and an expected amount of difficulty curving isn't uncharacteristic of a game like this, but like I said, UDG's combat is one of its weakest aspects, which really starts to become more painfully obvious when sections like this come about.
It is the unfortunate part of what we talked about before, when games kind of suck from the cake point. You can only put so much icing on it before it becomes obvious that the cake itself is bad, you know?
This movement is just not really made for frantic or exciting combat and becomes both—
Oh, Nezumi, did you do an Undertale retrospective as well? I see Inky said that in Twitch chat. Very good way to put it, yeah. I did? Perfect! Because I have not played Deltarune, any of the chapters, and I literally was like, I need to find a way to recap Undertale before I go into what's it called? Because I haven't played Undertale since like 2017, 2018. Like, let me actually look at the thing on Steam. Undertale. The last time I played it was 2016. So it has been over 10 years since I played Undertale. So before I started streaming. Dang. Also, I accidentally opened my Riot client. Damn. Well, awesome. Hey, perfect. It's been a hot minute. It's been 10. Yeah, I haven't played it since it came out. Damn. What up, Emma? Hi.
Taxing and cumbersome when
well, we can
presented
react
as
to that
such.
before we do.
The only way to make it easy
I will say, one of the things I am waiting for, I want to be in my new model before we start Deltarune, which hopefully should be this year. So, there we go.
easier on yourself is to switch to show at times like these, and like I said, show's gameplay is mechanically mindless as all hell, so even though doing so would certainly make things easier on you, it won't make them much more interesting or fun to play. Speaking of taxing, once we get inside, we realize that we have no card to activate the elevator, so we have to start climbing the endless stairs on foot. We can't get up them first.
What in the Final Fantasy VII? We can't activate the elevators. We gotta climb the stairs, guys.
Without encountering a new type of Monokuma, though, who is objectively the funniest kind. Ball Monokumas.
Ball.
These hulking Kirby bear-looking creatures waddle around and can attack you by rolling, but more often than not will basically just vomit trash at you, which obscures the screen and makes it harder for you to see. Shooting them in the eye is a good way to kill them, but if you use knockback on them from behind, you can also roll them in the direction that they're pointing, which is made clever use of for some puzzles in this section and beyond.
Oh my god, my knees. It's been 10 years. Undertale came out 10 years ago, yeah. That's crazy.
As we explore, we fight more Monokumas, solve more puzzles, find more notes praising Tokuichi Toa for taking charge of the city in the wake of the tragedy, and even find out from some notes that some adults have begun to suspect that the Future Foundation is involved in the riots. But before we can truly ponder that much longer, we come across another companion bound to their ill fortune by a wristband like our own.
I wonder if it's someone related to DR1, and I wonder if they're gonna die right away.
Older gentleman seems to be a programmer trying to see if he can use a spare laptop to hack his wristband off, to no success. From the looks of him, we series veterans should already have a general idea of who he is, but when he mentions he has a child who he was separated from, the trend we've already been experiencing should make it obvious. This is in fact the father of Chihiro from the first game, and it's pretty heartbreaking to see him worry about his kid as Fukawa can only turn away from him, a look of horrific recognition on her face, as we know that he'll never see said kid ever again.
Yeah.
Well, in any case, once he hears of our plan, he decides to tag along, thinking that if we can take him back down the few floors we scaled safely, he can hack into the elevator's card reader to help us shoot all the way to the top without having to climb an endless amount of stairs and risk even more Monokuma encounters.
I like character introductions like this because at least it fits a purpose. You know, it's like, hey, we have a goal. This character can help fill that goal. As opposed to, we don't know what to do. Character is going to try something and then dies.
His plan is a sound one, but the process is made pretty urgent when a swarm starts to attack as he begins his hacking, and unfortunately we can't breathe easy when he finishes either. Sure, the elevator finally opens, but when it does, he's immediately set upon by a pack of beast Monokumas who maul him relentlessly.
There it is. And that is what I was talking about before. A character fulfills their purpose, immediately dies.
Though Sho quickly takes them out, even her power isn't enough to save the man in time, as he lays on the floor, bleeding out as he laments that he wasn't more help to us. In that moment, Komaru sees a picture sticking out of his shirt pocket, a picture of him and Chihiro together before the Hope Speak entrance ceremony. He looks so proud, happy. It's crushing to even think of like this, but one can't help but wonder if the man dodged one final bullet by remaining ignorant to his child's fate, even...
Honestly, I'm gonna say, yeah... Ignorance is definitely bliss in this case. I will say 100%.
And at the very end of his life.
Yeah.
Consumed by grief, by anger toward the children for what's happened, Komaru is faced with another unexpected challenge as the elevator halts. When the duo forces the door open, they're met with another Colosseum-like room, and we know what's
Colosseum!
We've got to face the Warrior of Hope.
At least both the Fujisakis will be reunited in the afterlife. I wonder if they had any siblings, or if there were any other kids in the family, or the mom, you know?
Jataro Kemari in a battle for survival. In the process, we learn that he was forced to wear his mask every day of his life by his mother, a mother who constantly convinced him he was ugly, undesirable, and worthy of nothing but hatred and shame. Of course, when asked if he wants revenge against the adults for how he was treated, he claims it's nothing as cheap and silly as that, just a desire to change the world, and in said world, demons aren't needed. Enraged, Komaru steps forward, declaring that whether child or adult, their actions are unforgivable.
Yes, as it should be.
Sneering, Kemoru remarks that her eyes are finally full of hatred. Declaring that when you're hated by everyone, you no longer have anyone's standards or expectations to live up to, Kemoru faces us in battle, convinced that by being truly hated, he's free. Just as things are about to start, he gives us one last thing to chew on. That the one who inspired them all to do this, the one who loved and appreciated them more than anything, and the one who the adults selfishly took away from them, bringing about their own doom in the process, was someone he calls Big Sis Junko. And
I wonder who that could be.
oh boy, who saw that one coming?
Yeah,
As
for
usual,
real.
The boss is not very good. It has an easy enough pattern to figure out, using knockback on the bombs it spreads to stun it and leave it vulnerable to regular attacks, but the way the camera behaves in this game really fights you
not
on
surprised.
this one. It barely ever wants to actually focus on said bombs right away, and by the time you manually fix the camera on them, you're likely to miss the extremely slim window of time you have to even shoot them before they blow up
They
in your
explode,
face.
yeah.
It's pretty annoying. Aside
Oh god, that was like a crazy death scene. I wonder what the deaths look like in this game. I'm kind of curious now.
from that too, it's just really easy. Like, it's not very mechanically interesting, all things considered, so the challenge comes less from the actual boss design and more from the frustrating lack of polish on the game's actual mechanics themselves, which...
Yeah, we talked about it time and time again. As the game goes on and the difficulty gets harder and you're not introduced with new mechanics that can actually help you play the game and just get new weapons, the gameplay really gets tested. I think it's why things like Resident Evil stand up really nicely, because even though the mechanics don't change, you just are expected to get a little bit better with them, but not too crazily. Like lickers you can beat by walking and not running. You don't have to fight them. Zombies obviously aim for the head. They become significantly easier to deal with because you get more powerful weapons. Bosses, obviously you got to use your bigger stuff and like move to avoid stuff. But yeah,
It doesn't make it actually seem more fulfilling,
annoying.
just like an even bigger waste of your time. Upon being defeated, Kemory is of course dragged away by the kids and beaten to a pulp, but not before his mask is torn from his face, revealing the stunning truth that he looks completely normal. That doesn't endear him to anyone though, especially not Komaru, who's still letting her anger get to her, remarks that it serves him right, something that gives Fukawa a bit of pause.
Go back to the kid having the fisheye lens. Where? Like, him being like happy or like this? Like that one. Squidward ass kid. It is a shame though, because he is very cute. You know, that's a very cute kid.
Get to her, remarks that it serves him right, something that gives Fukawa a bit of pause. This is a very important narrative beat, honestly, in my opinion, because it shows just how easily someone in a situation like this would inevitably fall into that mindset. The mindset that Haiji, most of the adults of the shelter, and plenty others in their final notes have shared. A growing hatred for the children that begins to justify cruelty or even violence towards them in retaliation for what's happened here.
It is definitely is a balance to have in the game, because while I do agree that that is what the game is trying to say, of like, especially showing it through Komaru, it's just hard to feel bad for these kids sometimes. Like it's just hard to, like, obviously the first one with Masaru, definitely understandable. You know, abuse is no joke. That's crazy. That's terrible that happened, but it like doesn't justify the amount of people he killed. And then same with our second guy here. Like, holy crap, dude. Like, hell no.
Is that the right direction, though? Well, it's something to continue wondering about, nonetheless.
Yeah.
Returning
a debate
to the
you have to
elevator,
have.
they continue their ride to the top when
Two
they finally
games on your
reach their
phone, yeah.
destination.
I agree. I think it's part of the challenge. It's sort of posting there. Yeah. Or positing there. It is, I think it's just always just a frustrating thing for me personally, because like I think about like all the RPG tropes of like, here's this villain that like wiped out this entire like, you know, armada and people and innocents and everything like that, and all of a sudden you're supposed to like let them into your team. It's actually why I kind of liked how Star Ocean 3 did it with Albel Nox, because Albel is a piece of shit through and through and never admits to not being a piece of shit. He is an ally of circumstance always. And I like that they don't try and justify him despite the abuse and the torture and all the stuff that he goes through. He is that piece of shit. So it always just, it's always irked me when like people shy away from like, no, this character's just evil. So yeah,
Kawa whips out the laptop and attempts to get it connected. Though things are fuzzy for a moment, eventually the feed finally gets going, putting Komaru successfully in contact with a member of the Future Foundation. And of course, it's none other than her older brother, Makoto Naegi. And this ends Chapter 2.
Chapter 2.
Though quite a bit of important story material is set up in this chapter, the
How much is
gameplay
this shit?
definitely
Yeah.
suffers for it. While the locales do have a bit more to them in terms of scope and exploration than the previous chapters, the sewer in particular really drags and is pretty hideous and dull. Toa Tower is better and more visually varied, but the puzzle rooms aren't much more engaging than usual and seem to have stagnated here in terms of clever design. The new enemy and ammo types are cool, but nothing unfortunately to write home about, despite how funny Ball Monokuma admittedly is.
Yeah,
And
very,
again,
very
my
silly
sadness in
looking.
witnessing Dad Fujisaki die has less to do with him himself, since we only knew him for 5 minutes, and more to do with the sadness he reminds me of in regards to Chihiro.
It is definitely like the same problem that we have with Asahina's brother. Not in the same capacity, because obviously he's talking about, finding, his child and everything like that and trying to make sure that they're okay. And obviously that's very sad and everything, but it's the same exact problem of characters introduced for 5 minutes, completes a goal or fills a role and then deleted. And it's like, I feel like there are other ways to remove people from plots without just killing them. Excuse me. Whew.
At the very least, though, I do feel like a lot of material effort has gone into this
Thank
chapter in terms of continuing the interesting narrative revolving around the children, their goals, and the adults' growing hatred of them. It provokes some interesting but uncomfortable thoughts and questions to be asking about all this, and for what it's worth, I actually think the material at hand does a decent job at begging said questions. Shirokuma, while seemingly sweet, is another element to toss into the fray that yields questions too, and his voice should certainly keep us on our toes if nothing else.
Agreed.
UDG isn't really stepping boldly forward with this chapter. If anything, it's kind of standing in place and dragging its feet. But at the very least, it's continuing to manage making me think, and if nothing else, that's at least something I can give props to a game for doing.
Holy shit, cutest sneeze ever. Sakura, shut your mouth! Hi, Vex! Welcome back. I'm glad you're alive again. I was so worried, He could have gone to the shelter. Exactly. There was no reason to just kill him.
One can only hope things at least get more interesting from here. A quick warning before we move on.
Ooh, here we go.
We're moving into the Chapter 3 discussion now, and despite the fact that I'm going to keep discussion of said subject as brief as I possibly can, Chapter 3 very heavily features a character whose backstory involves CSA. Though there are a few occasions where the subject matter is treated somewhat respectfully, there are many more numerous occasions where, I'll be frank, it's treated absolutely horribly. And
yeah, big reason why I remember Ultra Despair Girls being not amazing. Great motive, still murder. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Ed Steven. I appreciate the super. So, just general content warning for people that are back. Thank you that I lived or something. You better. You better, or I'll kill you myself.
It's easily the worst chapter in the game narratively because of this, in my opinion. Considering the extremely sensitive subject matter at hand, and
oh my god, it's the Chapter 3 syndrome again. The Chapter 3 is the worst chapter again. Wait, that's crazy. I mean, obviously for different reasons, but it's the Chapter 3 curse that Danganronpa can't break. Oh my god. Because, even in V3, it's my least favorite chapter. And V3's Chapter 3, I think, is my least favorite chapter of all Danganronpa. But I don't remember this one as much, so
the fact that it's so bravely mishandled, I'm going to be putting a time code on the screen now for when the Chapter 4 discussion starts. At the beginning of it, I'll go ahead and very briefly summarize the plot.
I'll probably
not
not pause as much to talk about
to this topic
stuff
that you missed, so that you won't have to be confused if you skip there.
Or we'll keep yapping how we normally do.
I wanted to go ahead and give my audience an opportunity to decide whether they were truly comfortable with that or not, and wanted to ensure that those who weren't had a way to opt out.
Now, I am comfortable. I will tell you guys right now, if you are watching this in VOD format, please be kind to yourself. Look for the skips ahead. I assume this is probably going to take us maybe 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes. So if you're watching VOD Gang, start looking around there for when we get past this. And if you are watching here with us live, make sure you treat yourself kindly. Just because we are watching and reacting to this type of content does not mean that you have to. If you need to take a second to step away, treat yourself well. We're reacting to games and stories and things like that because we're going through a giant retrospective of the franchise. So, yeah. Thank Nezumi for the content warning, as always. All right.
Please take care of yourself, and if you're watching this video premiere live, I encourage you to please dip out if you can't handle this sort of thing. If you want to come back afterward, you're more than welcome. And with that being said, let's get this out of the way, shall we?
Yeah. Cute Girls Battlefield.
While Komaru's conversation with her brother is pretty charming and also allows us to get a glimpse of some of those old DR1 dynamics resurfacing, it also proves pretty enlightening. After recapping his sister very quickly on the events of the first game, Naegi clarifies, as we might have begun to suspect, she wasn't the only prisoner in a Toa apartment. Apparently, everyone with a wristband were hostages taken back during the first game, hidden away for the sake of using them for another future motive, where they would have been
Bargaining
forced into
chips.
a killing game with each other to bring their own relatives further despair.
That, first of all, that would have been so cool. I forgot that was even a concept. I would have loved to see something like that as like a DLC or like a spin-off. Or even if like this game started like that and then they immediately bust out. That would have been cool.
However, before this...
What about Ace Attorney Chapter 3? I mean, the first one, yeah, Chapter 3 is not great. I love Steel Samurai. But that chapter is really badly bloated.
motive could be utilized, the class defeated Junko, leaving the hostages in the apartments.
Yeah.
It seems that they were still being looked after, as Junko wished, by the remaining remnants of despair.
One by one,
and
new
the
motive.
Future
Oh, there
Foundation
you go.
received a tip-off to the hostages' presence here just before the riots broke out, meaning it was probable that they were used as bait to entrap the Future Foundation somehow. Seeing as we know the remnants will willingly engage the Foundation in battle later on, even willingly submitting themselves to the Neo World program for the sake of sabotaging it with the guidance of Izuru Kamakura, this makes sense. Given the time frame, this would fit their motives quite well.
Yeah.
Though Komaru begs to be rescued by the Foundation, Naegi admits that he fears intervening would get the hostage, Togami, killed, and Fukawa is absolutely against even taking a chance of risking that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because you know, she loves him and everything. Also, Chapter 3 and Ace Attorney 2. Yeah, that's Big Top, right? Big Top, I believe. Ooh.
Going so far as to threaten Komaru's life if Naegi comes swaggering recklessly into the city.
Ooh.
At just that time, the kids, having figured out the transmission was going down, extend the signal jammer and knock out the building's power, successfully cutting off the call and leaving the two back on their own to escape.
That is terrifying, though. Imagine being in like a zombie apocalypse, and this is like, you can't see even around you. It's just that insane.
From the tower. It seems like whether she likes it or not, Komaru has no choice but to fight. We then have to actually sneak around in the dark for a bit, following footprints with Detect to navigate our way out, all the while being confronted with Monokumas who surprise us from the shadows.
Which is,
it's
I think, a cool gameplay mechanic, but I'm sure it gets really boring really fast.
Interesting lean towards the survival horror aspects of the game, but it's nothing particularly special. Though a Monokuma kid tries to blow them up and seal an exit, they manage to find a bomber Monokuma near a wall to blow their way out of the top floor and descend using the emergency ladders.
Imagine
Back
that,
with
bombs.
the Warriors of Hope, Monika decides she's bored of doing impromptu funerals, and for the most part leaves Kemuri unmourned. When Utsugi questions her, she again throws a fit, intentionally triggering Utsugi's trauma by using the word gentle to describe her, a word that she often heard thrown around when she was assaulted by her producers as a child actress. Ooh boy. This is obviously a super uncomfortable subject, but to be entirely fair to the game for a second, in this scene, we'll get to the other less tactful ones later, it's depicted exactly as I would hope something so serious would be. It's not shown, it's mostly implied, and it doesn't fetishize the situation or try to turn it into some horrific source of titillation for the audience. This is unquestionably
punched her in the
the
face!
source of some
Oh, we hate her. We hate, look at her face. Wait, look at the face. What a bitch. What a bitch.
deep-seated trauma for a child, and her ensuing breakdown into sobs and screams communicates that, while uncomfortably, extremely efficiently. It also goes to show even further just what kind of leader Monika is, not to only know this about Utsugi, but to deliberately use it to break
against
her
her
will and force her to fall into line.
Yeah.
She even begins to hit her repeatedly, saying that at the very least, Utsugi can count on Monika not to be gentle, which in a very twisted way, you can see someone, especially a child in such a vulnerable position, deferring to someone like this out of both resentment toward their own circumstances and fear of the consequences for not doing so. Combining her violence and intimidation with comfort and supposed understanding, Monika crafts the perfectly toxic environment necessary to turn a victim like Utsugi into a fearful, loyal servant of her agenda. And it's all the more believable, too, because of these factors, that Utsugi would fall prey to thinking her world would be perfect if only adults didn't exist. Adults preyed upon her, others turned the other way and allowed it to continue.
Also, side note, Masaru's, like, funeral picture fell. Did they just not care anymore? Does Monika just not care anymore? Yeah.
In her eyes, and especially at her age, what would ever constitute an innocent adult after that point? Well, Shingetsu seems to come in at the wrong time, demanding they get to work and reporting his sabotage of the
Understandable.
girl's transmission. He also announces
Pretty
a
much,
plan
yeah.
to take advantage of the two to lure and massacre the resistance movement. Though Monica briefly seems to put the moves on him again, they turn their attentions to a figure they say they're allowing to speak
Puts the moves on him again. Whoa.
once more. A purely black Monokuma with gold teeth and a big cigar named Kurokuma,
I was about to say Kurokuma.
who appears to be a loudmouth who can't stop yammering. He is also voiced by Megumi Toyoguchi, and if this has your interest piqued about his possible ties to a certain pure white bear, well, you're thinking in the right direction.
I was about to
Trying
say.
to escape the tower, the girls encounter an
Yep.
admittedly pretty fun puzzle, but soon afterward also encounter what I consider the worst type of puzzle room in the game.
Oh.
These rooms have patrolling beast Monokumas walking by capsules, which you must stealth around near to find which one has a singing child in it. The whole thing takes ages and is tedious as all hell, and of course getting impatient and just killing the things with show will get you a rank deduction, so if you want a good score, you're gonna have to put up with it.
This is what we were talking about before, that it can be a pain in the ass to do some of these puzzle type rooms, and the gameplay really starts to show why it's not good.
I hate these.
Yeah.
Easily the worst variety of puzzle in the entire game. As they escape the tower, Fukawa's abrasiveness finally starts to wear thin on Komaru. As positive a person as she is, even she can't help but get offended when, after being faced with an unexpected threat from someone she respected, said person also says she's done nothing at all for herself, which is definitely uncalled for after everything she's done to try to stand up for herself. Sure, she has been scared and reluctant the entire time, but she's also risen to the challenge when she had no other options, and it's here where a divide begins to open up between the two, testing whether Komaru can hold on to her respect for Fukawa and whether Fukawa can finally learn the social skills necessary to offer a genuine apology.
I will say it is at least nice to see like a little bit of a rift forming. Because like obviously like when people grow, it's not just an overnight like immediately they're a better person. So like Fukawa threatening to kill Komaru is definitely one of those like she's not getting her way. She's resorting to extreme violence, and trying to protect someone that she loves. In some ways, it's absolutely showing what her character's always been, but also showing the lack of restraint. And then in Komaru's sense, it's like, well, hey, I'm trying too. Like I got stuff to do. I like it. I like the struggle. I like the back and forth. Yeah, growth isn't linear. Exactly. I like us seeing pieces of characters of who they were before air quotes growth, because it shows that it's not linear, like you said. Also, hi Benji.
While it's disheartening now to some extent, it will provide a good basis for strengthening their individual characters, especially Fukawa's given her difficulty since even the first game with trusting others and opening up to them. As Komaru heads back to the Resistance base, we pile through a few more puzzle rooms before getting a new bullet type.
Gotta
the
love
Paralyze
puzzles.
Bullet. Paralyze uses electricity to basically stun Monokumas in a
love the
line,
mustaches.
and if they're standing in water, it will electrocute every single one who happens to be standing in it. While it's pretty standard in use on its own, the property it has with water is admittedly used in some clever ways at times, particularly within puzzle rooms as we move forward. Upon returning to the base, they try to talk to Haiji again, but the adults in the meeting
Adult M, Adult N.
are all on the same page. There's nothing they can do, but if they could, they'd just kill the children. Seeing what we have so far, it's
Adult
obvious
O.
that the kids are doing horrific things, but even more than that, it still seems unclear whether that could ever be an acceptable solution. Even now,
Jeez.
once out of her earlier situation, Komaru doesn't seem as concretely sure of her seething hatred anymore. The disaffected adults also note that though they believe it's just because they hate their parents to a pathological level, the kids have only left survivors who don't have children, which is something to keep in mind for the future at least. As Fukawa
Only left survivors who don't have children, so they've only been killing parents then?
once again chides Haiji for his weakness in holding up and repeatedly saying they need to wait for the right chance, Komaru fires back, saying someone who isn't weak could never understand the plight of the weak, to which
Oh, I like that a lot.
Fukawa also takes umbrage, saying that she's always been weak, but just decided to do something about it after witnessing the horror of the killing game.
Yeah, I was
implying
gonna
that
say.
this definitely touched a nerve. Before they can argue further, though, the base is attacked by Monokumas. It seems Shingetsu's plan was to trail the two back to the base, and they successfully did so.
Well, ton of people are about to
Forced to throw herself
die.
into combat to protect those she can, Komaru runs out, and honestly, this fight is awful. It's narratively gripping to some extent, I suppose, but it turns into like a six-fold escort mission, mechanically speaking. And
Yeah, 'cause
given
you're
that
just
the map is so big, Kamaru's movement is so clunky,
Trying to
the
save
NPC's
everybody,
help is
and
so sparse,
everyone's just standing still.
and your running speed is so slow, the whole section section is bad no matter how you slice it. Even
Oh
if you
my
slice
god, just look at that for a
speed
second.
is so slow.
Look at
whole
the aim.
section is bad no matter how you
Oh,
Even if you
terrible.
slice it. Show doesn't alleviate this much either, as the battery will probably drain before you finish. And even then, like I've kept repeating, her variety of combat is boring. Well, predictably, despite how much they did to help and put their own lives at risk to do so, all Haiji can do afterward is scream at them for letting themselves get trailed, which, like, sure, it wasn't the smartest thing in the world, but they obviously didn't mean to. And
Yeah,
did
I
what
was
they
gonna
could
say.
to make up for it while putting their own lives in danger to do so. Like, it's more than your
Haiji's just a spoiled brat at this point. Like,
doing
we
for
get
anyone,
it.
bro. Didn't see you out there helping anyone who was being attacked.
Yeah, where's your Mega
Restrained and
Buster?
locked up in their rooms, Komaru is unexpectedly broken out by Utsugi, but it soon becomes clear that her motives aren't pure. And this is where things get bad. Utsugi is here to break Komaru out because she's adorbs, her words not mine, and she figures she'll exact some revenge for her trauma by reenacting it on someone else, which, not a thing I think I need to say would be horribly disgusting to write about a child victim of that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Furthermore, while her denture launcher she uses to sedate Komaru is seemingly a reference to her father, a dentist who constantly committed infidelity while his wife sold her and her own child's services to creepy men, Utsugi describes it with very...
This one is still mostly standby, though I wish I'd pointed out the replication of abuse is still very much a real thing. Not that I think the game is sensitive about it at all. I was going to say, I definitely know about that because I have some friends that have talked to me about their own personal experiences, and then, you know, exploring sexuality as you get into your adulthood in safe ways, obviously, and not ways like this is a very normal thing to do. But yeah, this is obviously not the way to handle it.
Deliberate,
especially for a child in this game type setting.
Suggestive language, and again, I don't think I need to say that this just isn't acceptable material to write for a character who's literally an elementary schooler.
Agreed.
Not to mention an abuse victim of this nature.
Agreed.
It's sick. And the thing that really sucks the most about this is that the scene introducing this trauma earlier was handled rather respectfully, or at the very least handled with enough restraint not to be considered completely tasteless. Which
I agree.
Is kind
I'm
of
with you.
impressive considering that this is Danganronpa. You can even still see some hints of a well-handled character arc going on here with some of Utsugi's dialogue. Being adorbs isn't always a good thing. Cute girls go through terrible things. And if you're adorable too, you have to protect yourself on your own. If you can't, you have to take whatever they give you. It's a shitty rule, but I didn't make it. Adults did. See, that right there, that's a good line.
I agree.
It reinforces everything about her beliefs,
with
everything
you.
about her trauma, and it's honestly kind of biting. Despite how horrible it is, how often do we unfortunately hear about things like this happening to kids? Even once is too much, but we hear about this sort of thing upsettingly often.
Monica just
It's
beating the
kind
shit out
thing
of her
you
takes
could
me out of this so
absolutely
hard.
see molding at least one of the warriors of hope into the kinds of fearful, vengeful children they are today. And it's this potential that makes the way the rest of this plotline is handled so much more disappointing and gross. Because it doesn't stop there, oh no. We haven't even seen the worst of it yet.
Nope.
The worst of it follows, well, after we see Fukawa finally fall prey to a sneeze, leading to Sho breaking out of her cell. Receiving her items and GPS tracking to Komaru's location by some of the Monokuma kids, she gives chase. At this point, we are made to do a frankly horrific minigame, which I will be refusing to show actual clips of, where Komaru is strapped to a giant coffin-like board by Utsugi and grabbed at by extending cartoon glove hands that she controls. The whole thing is framed like she's in danger of being stimulated, and the minigame...
I was gonna say, I thought I remembered this as well. Isn't it literally just hands groping at her? Ooh.
Game instructions even try to make gaffes about how the player is being interrupted while they're busy. This is disgusting, flat out. The fact that there is a fan service minigame about assault perpetrated by a victim of assault who is also a child is maddening to me.
Yeah.
How they could seriously have started this chapter with such promise and then tanked it into the absolutely most vile low of lows is beyond sickening, and there is simply no excuse for it.
Yeah, thank you, Nezumi, for not actually showing this and just telling us why you're skipping it.
This ruins the game flat out for many people, and honestly, I see why.
Yeah.
It's exploitative, it's grody, and it's the kind of thing I would hope gets you put on a watch list
Isn't this not even the worst part? Because we haven't even talked about freaking Haiji.
instead of a best game developers list. The following sequence where Sho saves Komaru isn't much better either, having you attack Utsugi while sections of her clothes fall off. Of course, they never take it to the end of that process, but it still doesn't make it any less sick, especially when they try to play it up for laughs by having Utsugi make a fourth wall-breaking joke about how, hey, ESRB, don't worry, I'm 18, so this is cool actually. Like, shut up. People
Is Komaru 18? I didn't realize that. But even so, like, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't justify the scene.
Justifiably so. About the glaring shift from Persona 5's first 20 hours with Kamoshida to everything else after it, try Ultra Despair Girls. Even at the most desensitized I ever was as a teen playing this game for the first time, I could only balk at the fact that they were seriously doing this, and put the game down for quite a while afterward. Anyway, it goes without saying, but I hate this section with fiery passion, and especially the fact that every time it's referred to after this, it's recalled as some bit of embarrassing comedy at Komaru's expense.
Of course.
It is abysmal.
Of course, that's
now
all it's going to be referred to
I
as.
give myself an aneurysm. Thanking Sho for the save, Komaru is surprised because she thought her fight with Fukawa would mean that she wouldn't come after her. Well, that's not Fukawa, girl. You might want to have learned that by now, considering that you're trying to get close to her and all. You know, Sho is literally an independent, developed person because that's how DID works, right? Well, either way, we still have a...
I don't think Komaru would know that, though, because she's only been with her for, like, a small amount of time. But also being in such a traumatic situation, I can also imagine that she's like, I don't care, like, I'm just thankful that you're here in the first place. Team Danganronpa, the team of mishandling sensitive content. Thanks for playing our games. That's crazy.
Robot boss to fight, so let's get it out of the way.
Yeah, robot boss time.
argues that no matter who they call innocents, she can't see the good in adults like that either because nobody
Pretty
ever
much,
helped
yeah.
her escape her circumstances, which is, again, a convincing bit of character building. Fukawa unknowingly uses Utsugi's trigger word again, and the scene that ensues is honestly about as well handled as the first was. Utsugi crumbles, bringing out her robot less like an imposing source of offense, but more like a desperate form of defense, claiming that if anyone were to treat her gently, she'd rather they just kill her instead. While this does nothing to bring me back around on the completely unacceptable previous scene, it at least doesn't make it any worse, and brings the trauma depiction right back out of the inappropriately comedic tone it had been trying for until now.
I'll give that.
So I can comfortably remain numb. The actual mechanics of how the bosses fought are a bit more clever than the last few too, admittedly, requiring you to use Paralyze on the Monokumas in the water while up on the dry area. Doing this while Utsugi's axe is down causes a chain reaction that stuns the robot, leaving it vulnerable to attack.
This is the type of fights that I feel like would have been really dope to, like, continue going. Let's see how they screw it up.
Again, the biggest source of difficulty in this boss actually managing to be fun is in the poor control and speed of the camera, which turns much too slowly for the quick action being demanded of you most of the time. At the very least, though, it's trying to be a more clever and interesting boss fight than before, so I'll give it some points for that much. Upon defeating the robot, it seems Utsugi is about to be dragged off similarly to the other warriors upon their defeat, but before the kids can hound her with hands, Sho decides on behalf of all of us in the audience that that would be just a bit too much after all the prior context we've received, and swiftly knocks Utsugi defensively out of the way, which I have to say, while it again doesn't make up for everything else, is genuinely kind of a relief to see. I genuinely did not want this child to suffer any more than she very evidently has. But now what? Shingetsu approaches, admonishing them for bullying Utsugi. When Komaru responds that she sympathizes with the children but still believes they shouldn't kill people...
Okay, good. At least we've come back around now full circle so they can have a conversation, right? Right?
Shingetsu's response is easy to miss, but honestly very interesting considering this game's ongoing themes. He asks if they're saying the kids should just take it, if they should abandon all hope. It's easy to get lost in the typical Danganronpa platitudes and associate all this chaos with the trademark despair that Junko so loved.
Oh, despair versus hope in that sense, but it's misguided hope, which is the conversation they need to have.
But to these kids, this act of rebellion, this wanton murder, as horrible as it obviously is, to them, it's security, it's safety, and it is their hope. One person's despair could be another's hope, and in that sense, they're not just two sides of the same coin. They're so deeply intermingled that they can't possibly exist without the other. And given all of the reliance and trust that we've put into hope over the course of this series, only to see it twisted and now even further subverted here, I think Danganronpa is trying to get us thinking about these concepts in a deeper way than its overuse of the terms would at times imply. To that end,
especially with the use of Junko all the time.
Shingetsu does something truly unexpected to close the chapter out with. Claiming that the Paradise plan was going smoothly until Komaru and Fukawa got involved, he promises a bargain. He'll disable the wristband and let them both go if they promise to leave the city and just leave the kids to their own devices. As we're left hanging on whether Komaru will accept this offer, we pull out to see Monika near a large scrawling she's made, a seeming ritualistic circle made to honor Junko Enoshima. As
Let me summon Junko Enoshima from the Necronomicon! The Necromonokumakon!
Kuma anticipates along with her the coming of a successor, a second-generation Junko to herald a new era of despair. Ending Chapter 3. As I'm sure you can tell, this chapter conflicts me a lot. While there are some good puzzles and more than a few interesting story and thematic bits to chew on here, the latter depiction of Utsugi's trauma and the subsequent minigames set around it are horrendously tasteless. The most good faith reading of the developer's intent here I could possibly muster is that they were perhaps starting to think that the scene was too dark and required some levity in order to prevent it from becoming too depressing. But even if that's the case,
I can kind of understand that, but even so, like, look, this is so excessive.
Their attempt at humor was not only not funny, but so disgustingly exploitative and off-color that it only made the scene worse, not even anywhere close to better.
Yeah.
This section of the game is honestly one of, if not the most unacceptable parts of the franchise, and if this alone sealed the fate of the game for some, I would not blame them.
Yeah.
As many interesting ideas as I think
I have one of those
is capable of bringing to the forefront sometimes, with even some of its
Necro
best yet to come,
Nocturna-
walking away
What?
at this point is a
Vix, what are you
100%
talking about?
reasonable reaction to have when a game stoops this low, and it's not something I can even pretend to forgive. This is a permanent stain on this game that should always, without exception, be disclaimed for what it is.
I 100% agree. I'm with you. Handshake. Good opinion.
And no amount of otherwise good content surrounding it can make it any less repulsive. I do still have some good things to say about this game, but it's important that you know I could never just let something like this glaze over me.
Absolutely.
I expect
100%.
better from Kodaka and the DR team than this trite, and so should you.
Yes.
I don't think we should ever let them forget that.
I wonder if the way we live, I wonder if there's ever a world where we have a Ultra Despair Girls remake and they fix some of these things. But honestly, I can't imagine there's a world where we ever do. I think this was such a bad swing and a miss that it's like, it's dead forever. With 2x2 coming out, I am hopeful that we could get a 1x1 type remake where it's like different, situation. Like what if Sakura ended up being the first killer, like at the beginning of the game kind of thing. But yeah, Ultra Despair Girls just feels like it just needs to be dead forever. So my fancy book I was told never to read aloud or something. Unless you have a chainsaw nearby. Remember that. Yeah. Oh, I feel
Hi
you,
there,
Sayori.
people who skipped ahead. What happened in Chapter 3, you ask? Good question. Naegi told Komaru that she was trapped in the apartment because Junko stored her
Just
and
the
other relatives
recap.
of the DR1 cast for a potential motive that went unused when she went defeated. They were kept alive until
Wait, so then where are Nai's parents?
now by the remnants of despair who used them to lure the Foundation here. The kids are seemingly an outlier, though. Monika trauma triggers Utsugi intentionally and afterwards is informed of the transmission being sabotaged by Shingetsu. They all then reactivate a pure
You'll know
black
later.
girl named
Okay, fair enough,
Kurokuma, who also has the same voice actor as Shirokuma. The girls escape the tower but begin to argue and have difficulties when Fukawa says Komaru hasn't done anything for herself, something that's definitely not true. Komaru heads back to the resistance base and gets a new electricity-type bullet named Paralyze along the way. Talking to Haiji, they learn the kids have only killed adults so far that have children, and the base is suddenly attacked by Monokumas who trailed the girls back. Despite putting their lives at risk to help, Haiji screams them out and locks them up in the base, at which point Komaru is kidnapped by Utsugi, who wants to take her out personally. She's taken to a bullet train, and an awakening show breaks out of her
That's a good way of putting it. Take her out personally.
cell,
Well
trailing
said.
Komaru with help from a few of the Monokuma kids.
Well said.
After saving Komaru from Utsugi, the two sorta make up and then face down her robot and defeat her, but stop the crowd of kids from dragging her off like the previous two bosses. In the middle of the arena, they're approached by Shingetsu, who agrees to let them go if they just leave the city and stop interfering with the creation of their paradise.
Maybe we'll find out, true.
And that brings us to the start of this chapter.
We'll find out.
Unfortunately for
Bye,
Shingetsu,
Ray.
though, his desperation to please has now dearly cost him. A nearby Monokuma kid is filming the whole thing,
I'm sorry. I just love, I love Nagito just showing up randomly throughout the game and just being such a shit. I love this boy so much. He's such a piece of shit, and I love him.
making it known to an observing Komaida,
Oh
who can
my
easily
God.
relay this information elsewhere. This means that by the time the boy offers to lead the wary duo to a secret passageway out of town, he's on Monika's list of burned bridges, meaning the Monokumas are fully willing to attack him in the open, meaning more escort missions. Not necessarily fun from a gameplay perspective, but certainly an interesting narrative development at the very least. We've always seen Shingetsu acting as the most mature of the group, or at least the one trying to be. Here, though, what becomes more increasingly clear is his seeming determination to succeed succeed for the sake of other people's expectations. There's this almost frantic quality to how he acts in response to that already plants very obvious seeds for what things we'll find out about him later.
I was going to say, that's kind of the normal cycle of abuse I would imagine for someone like this, where they're always expected to be an overachiever and thus are overachieving in everything, even when not expected to be.
It's honestly very well written. Speaking of which, it's at this time that because of Shingetsu spilling the beans, we get a bit more backstory on the Warriors of Hope themselves.
Wait, where's Utsuki? Where's she during this?
Classmates in the Hope's Peak Elementary program, this group was always thought of as problem children, though gifted in their own respects. Rather poignantly here, Shingetsu remarks,
"But I resented being called a troublemaker. It makes it sound as if we ourselves were the cause of the trouble. But that's not right. Our troubles were created by adults, by our parents."
And to an extent, it's easy to see where he's coming from.
It kind of feels oddly reminiscent of 2, because everybody in 2 were kind of like the outcasts that we talked about, that they were, you know, kind of expected nothing of. So
Society around us is by and large shaped by the adults who rise to the top. If the whole thing is inherently flawed from the top down, it's no wonder that the system would in turn be unable to help its most vulnerable. And there are few as vulnerable to the whims of society and the adults who rule it than children.
It's true.
In essence, the whole riot in Toa is nothing more than the most miserable of those children asserting a similar hold over society, but having none of the understanding or life experience necessary to know what they're getting themselves into or how to upkeep it. It's a pile-upon of trauma, grief, and revenge. It spirals out of control and becomes the nightmare it is precisely because of the emotional immaturity and yet impossible to ignore pain and misery that these children, especially in a society that birthed the tragedy itself, have been forced to endure.
It's also the cycle of constantly repeating itself because they're doing exactly what was done to them because it's all they ever know. So breaking the cycle is the hard thing, which is why I think it's, and I'm sure Nezumi's going to say this as well, it's the important thing that Komaru is letting go of the hatred to try and let go and trying to break the cycle, which is why it was so important that they saved Utsuki in the previous chapter.
In a place like this, is it any wonder that something like this would eventually come to pass? Not only that, we even get a bit of information about Shingetsu himself, what kind of pain he's endured to get him to this point. His parents treated him more like a test subject than a child, something to funnel statistics into like a video game character to level up, an extension of their own will rather than an individual with feelings and thoughts. And
I literally just watched a Netflix K-drama about this. Damn.
He was made to study from morning to night, given analeptics when he was sleepy during the process, and even forcibly made to endure with an IV in his arm for days straight when he became so exhausted that he literally passed out. They did all of this both while he was at home and at school, and his father was even a teacher there. We already knew Hope's Peak had
teach you a lesson
when it came to their scientific side. What happened to one Hajime Hinata was more than enough proof of that. But steadily, it's becoming even clearer what a monstrous institution they really were capable of being, which makes Junko's revolt starting around their misdeeds even more believable. And according to Shingetsu, he's well off compared to some of the others, even claiming Monika's status of being wheelchair-bound is purely due to the jealousy of her father and brother who did it to her deliberately. And yeah, it's easy to see how a kid like Shingetsu's view on all of this would be shaped by the immense amount of traumatic experience he's had to endure in such a short life so far.
But also probably why he would be the most understanding out of them, because being educated also gives you a different stance of opinion, gives you different knowledge, gives you different insight, and also his cycle of abuse is different than everybody else's, and so not everybody is always going to have the same reaction to different types of trauma.
"We had talent because we were superior. We were treated like we were in hell," he says. "But during it all, we didn't hold a grudge against our parents. We accepted how we were treated because we weren't aware that it was okay to hate our parents. We trusted the common knowledge that
teach
kids
you a
must
lesson
love their parents,
on
so we
Netflix.
didn't fight it. Instead, we bonded over our struggle, and those discussions led us to the same conclusion. We had to escape from the horrifying world that made us suffer."
But who pulled them back from that brink? Why, the master of manipulating the vulnerable, of course. The perfectly devious logician whose number one talent is weaponizing the discontent, apathy, and pain that lies at the center of people's hearts when they reach their breaking point.
Surprise.
Junko and Oshima saved these children's lives, but not for the sake of altruism, of course.
No.
Reasoning that if they didn't want their lives anymore, they should give them to her, she promised to make them capable of fighting, and abducted the warriors. It didn't even make much news because the incident was beginning to spiral out of control by that time, and was swept into the swath of other surrounding.
I love that they're just literally in the back of a random truck, like sleeping under a blanket.
noise. And like the master manipulator she is, she not only showered them with affection to gain their trust, but drilled a purpose into them for her own selfish gain. The idea of a children's paradise free from adult influence was all her idea, and now the children are building upon what their architect left behind.
It was as if we saw the light. Thanks to her, we finally realized the common knowledge we had known up until then were lies adults created for their own benefit. Children cannot defy their parents. Everyone must get along. Violence can never bring peace. To destroy the world based on such lies, we decided to fight against the adults.
And unknowingly perpetuated the cycle.
As far as I remember, the first adult we defeated was a random person we didn't even know. We learned that kids can kill adults if they wanted to, and we were encouraged. From there, we leveled ourselves up by killing demons.
Though Fukawa likens their thinking and the way Junko took advantage of them to a cult, it's already too late for that to matter. These were kids who were so desperate, so beaten down, and so frightened that they forced themselves to become capable of this kind of naked brutality. And
this is where I kind of think the showing of like tragic backstory works better, because it's, oh, we beat you and you're about to die, tragic backstory dump, you know? Now it's, let's have a conversation. Let's delve into a backstory. I will tell you why we did the things that we did. I'm not asking for exoneration, but this is why things happened the way they did. I like how this is handled significantly more.
Now they're so desensitized to it that it's all they know how to do to protect themselves. It's horrible, but just like every other brand of manipulation that Junko Enoshima has been personally involved in, it's horrifically easy to see how it happened.
Exactly.
Shingetsu even claims they know that Junko was taking advantage of them, but would simply prefer to be taken advantage of by someone who gave off the illusion of loving them and sharing a common goal with them than an adult who would simply demand their respect while showing them none in return.
Damn, I've used a line like that similarly when I roleplayed in Vcraft with Royale. I think I literally used that exact line where I'd rather be used and manipulated by people because at least it felt like they cared about me. Oh, shit.
Say what you like. Big Sis Junko gave us hope. That's the truth.
And there it is again. Another person's despair being another person's hope. How could Junko Enoshima's actions bring anyone hope, right? We've been told over and over again how she's the embodiment of despair, craves in all forms, plunged the entire world around her into it. But to these kids, she was their salvation. She even gave them the strength, Shingetsu says, to kill their own parents. After she was defeated, they lost their guide. They had nowhere else to go or any idea what to do without her. Which is why, when Monica proclaimed that they had to hold on to the hope that she gave them, slid right into the role of manipulator that she'd been trained by her big sister for. They couldn't help but get right back to work on what they'd been taught to strive for. And now, here we are.
First off, pure evil simply does not exist. In all evil, there is something good. And in the same way, justice always hurts someone. There is no pure justice either.
I like that a lot. That's just genuinely a good line. And a lot of the time, it's the joke in Danganronpa, especially. It's like hope versus despair, but it's so much more nuanced than that. Ironically, it's something that I actually liked about V3, but I won't talk too much about V3 in that regard.
But even if that's true, a dream that requires you to hurt someone, I think it's wrong. But Shingetsu's desperation to see this go off without a hitch tempted him to take shortcuts, to try to get us out of the picture so there would be one less problem to worry about. But it's all in the name of efficiency, and we've seen how contradictory Monica's priorities have been when it comes to building their paradise and playing her games. Cross the mage and you'll be cursed. That,
cross the mage and you'll be cursed. I like that.
Now. And upon taking us to a shrine where the exit is hidden, this becomes unfortunately very clear. Komaeda is here to tell us that we should rightly be having second thoughts about leaving at this stage, and even admits that Komaru's whole journey so far has...
I'm sorry, I just love... Listen, I love this shitty boy. Oh, wait, why does he have face paint? Because they treat him like a servant slave. That's why his name is Servant. So he was drawn on and messed with by the Warriors of Hope. So, yeah, that's it. That's literally the only reason.
Been one of his own design. He's the one who tampered with our gun at the beginning, after all. He's the one who fed us breadcrumbs to follow the trails he wanted us to find. And he's even...
Because he's a hope-obsessed freak.
been the one who instructed certain Monokuma kids to bring us upgrades and new ammo types. All of this has been Komaida's contribution to what he calls game balance, wanting to see whether our hope is strong enough to beat the children's despair.
Surprise.
Especially since Komaru is the otherwise plain-seeming sister of the Hope that beat Junko herself.
Yeah.
Claiming that he himself has become part of the despair because if Hope is destined to win, it doesn't matter which side he plays for, as long as he ensures from within that both sides are equipped to fight as best they can. It's definitely crazy talk, but it's very consistent with what Komaida has always been like, so it's very interesting to get a peek of him here at this stage of his life.
Ironically, it's like, it's so perfect in the sense for Komaida because he's always been presented as this hope-obsessed freak in slash pause slash derogatory, whatever you want to call it. But he's always been like this, especially in DR2, and with how he sacrifices himself to have everyone else get to a greater level of hope. It's the same thing here. And them disguising that as, oh, well, I couldn't let you beat the game too easily. I had to make balancing around it. Like, that is just stupid and crazy enough that it works perfectly in this setting. I love this boy. I hate him and hate him, love him.
His life. Furthermore, he even admits flat out that the game is more important to Monika than the paradise, which he claims Shingetsu must have known whether he wants to believe it or not, because otherwise he wouldn't be sneaking around like he is, and this does not make him happy.
No, of course he's
pissed. The biggest
pissed.
bomb drop, though, comes in the form of Komaida explaining that Fukawa's presence here with us has always been part of the game. She was to lead Komaru to this point and exchange her as a hostage to take back Togami. It's the reason why she was conveniently on the building Komaru landed on after first leaving the ship. Komaida briefed Fukawa on all of this. However, as much as it comes off as a huge shock and betrayal to Komaru, it's also easy to see that Fukawa no longer feels good about this. Before she'd gotten to know Komaru, she was operating on the same principles and antisocial standards we've always known Fukawa for. It tracks. But in getting to know Komaru, help her, care about her, and even go through ups and downs over the course of this journey with her,
trauma bond together
Fukawa's
a little
mind
bit.
has changed. The her of yesterday would have traded Komaru's life for Togami's without a second thought.
Absolutely.
But she no longer feels that way, even if she claims to still. And it's easy to see that her friendship with the other girl has brought her a sort of peace and even confidence she hasn't ever felt. One she no longer feels is so easily worth throwing away.
It's so funny. Oh, also, oh my god, this face from him is so good. It's so funny that of all the bad stuff that happens in this game, Fukawa character development is like the shining gem constantly.
All my life, nobody even tried to trust me. It's always been like that. That's why I've never had a problem lying
So
to
goofy
people.
at the same time, yeah.
But regardless, why do you still believe in someone like me?
Trying to force herself to get it all over with, Fukawa uses the stun gun to bring out Sho, leading to a brief boss encounter with her. While thematically I love this bit of the story, I gotta take a second to say, this boss sucks. It makes it even clearer the kind of disparity in movement that exists between the two playstyles, because you honestly have to play chicken with Sho for this entire fight to even stand a chance of surviving it, while taking the most measly, infrequent pot shots you can manage in between to chip away at her health.
Yeah, imagine
every
that.
time she hits you, they use it as another obnoxious excuse for clothing-ripping fan service.
Why?
Too. It's like, come on.
What? But what? Has that happened before? With Fukawa and Sho? Huh?
I know I probably shouldn't be saying this, but could this just not have been part of the cutscene? It's also just a little confusing, to be honest, because the hacking gun, as explained to us at the beginning, is primarily composed of electromagnetic waves or something, which is why it's a weapon built to attack robots, the Monokumas in the city, turning it into a survival horror weapon that isn't built to have an actual human body count.
Listen, it's Danganronpa.
But somehow it's able to actually attack Sho with?
So I did miss this, but you're shooting her stun gun. I was just about to say that. The stun gun makes sense because she was recharging herself with it. And then I imagine like once it's drained completely, she shoots herself and then it doesn't work. So she transfers back to Fukawa. So.
Who is, you know, a human person? Maybe I missed something here, but that doesn't
A
seem
stun
like
gun.
it tracks. Anyway, upon defeating her, one of my favorite, if not my absolute favorite sequence of this game plays out. Komaru demands to know if Fukawa was intentionally provoking her by insisting that she was an idiot who fell for her lies because she wanted Komaru to beat her and then feel no regrets about leaving her behind. And Fukawa can't lie, she agrees that was her intention upon getting to this point. She also claims
Makes
that
sense.
she's sickened by Komaeda and has no desire to take orders from him, saying that hearing him talk about hope makes it sound disgusting, which pretty much echoes exactly what I said about Komaeda's brand of hope back in the beginning of the SDR2 video. Not content to simply let this slide though, he tries to bring Sho out for an attack one more time by forcing Fukawa to sneeze. But when Sho emerges, she cuts down Komaeda instead, leaving
Deserved.
him on the ground with cuts to his knees, explaining that though she doesn't share memories with Fukawa, she does share emotions. Even our favorite slash-happy serial killer has no desire anymore to do anything but kill Komaeda and let Komaru escape. Instead of letting Sho go through with it though, Komaru stops her, claiming that they're just as much friends and that she knows Sho has been working hard not to kill
sneeze.
so that
Yeah, it's very much the Dragon Ball lunch thing. With the sneezing changes them back and forth. Or even if you want to look at Ranma 1/2 with the water. So, yeah.
Fukawa could gain the Foundation's trust and become a full member, not content to let her backslide and ruin all of her own hard work just for Komaru's sake. I realize that not considering the emotional context of this series and the character, this all sounds a bit comedically messed up, but trust me, it is actually pretty sweet. My only gripe with this scene,
I see it pretty sweet.
which is admittedly improved in the English dialogue a bit, is that Komaru still doesn't seem to be fully able to distinguish Sho and Fukawa from each other in terms of personal identity. And I feel like that weakens this bit just a little because, again, it seems a little like something she should have figured out about her friend at this point. But this is where I'll give props to the localization for making it a bit clearer of a delineation, and more like Komaru acknowledges them as a pair rather than conflating their identities. Though Sho briefly argues that Komaru should just leave because she's scared and shouldn't worry about someone who betrayed her, Komaru disagrees. She says she knows Sho and Fukawa are scared too, that they don't want to be here, but helped Komaru anyway.
A little
And furthermore,
strange.
That they
Yeah, you're
feel
just a
bad
little
about
strange.
ever having considered betraying her in the first place, which is why she has no intention to run away anymore. She won't cower, but neither will she endanger the hostage. She's going to stay by her friend's side and fight this tragedy to the bitter end with her, because that's what friends do. Playing it off for the most part because she clearly hasn't ever had someone assert being her friend before,
Which is
Sho
great.
turns away, and for a brief moment, one of the genuinely sweetest to ever come from this franchise, drops her theatricisms and cackling madwoman routine to deliver a single, simple word in response. Thanks. As she sneezes and brings Fukawa back, the two girls have officially solidified their commitment to one another and demand info from the injured Komaeda.
Finally, absolutely perfect. And that's what I was saying before, that it's very obvious that like they cared enough about Fukawa as a character to have that kind of thing. I will chalk up the whole like not understanding the split personality thing, or the alters kind of thing with oh my God, I almost say Komaeda with Komaru is I always kind of chalked it up to she's dropped into like an incredibly hectic situation with very little time to actually sit down and talk to Fukawa. And it's kind of just like she is just trying to pick up things as she goes. It's not like she had like the daily high school life to actually sit down and talk to her. So it's like she's a lot slower with it while also trying to process all of the trauma that's happening around her. And it's why she's like very slow to like pick up these things. That's always how I looked at it personally. So, but also, yeah, shit boy. Yeah, shit boy.
He concedes the location of the final boss area, one we'll have to prepare for before reaching, and as they walk away, he's faced by an angered Shingetsu wielding his boss robot, as Komaeda laments that he really is a child. Man, this sequence was good. It had its problems, of course, but the quality on display here really makes you almost stunned that this comes from the same game as the entire last chapter did.
Yeah.
Not only was the stuff about Shingetsu and the kids really thought-provoking and sad, but man, Fukawa's character arc across this game has been nothing if not wonderful to see. Let me be clear, I'm not the kind of person that felt like Fukawa's character needed to be redeemed in my eyes to like her. I already thought Fukawa was one of the most fun characters in the original game,
Yeah, I'll
regardless
give you
of whether
that.
she could be
I think she was
considered one
fun.
of the objectively best people in the group. Her particular brand of humor and her incredible portrayal by Miyuki Sawashiro is a blast. That being said, the way her imperfections are not only not glossed over in this game, but actively shown in the context of someone trying to be better and still often falling into their common mistakes,
Yes.
but showing the determination to grow from their experiences and make meaningful connections in the process. That's really good stuff. And
We literally talked about this before. I'm so glad we're of the same mindset where we talked about having that growth moment, but still not being perfect and reverting back to old ways. Because even if you do accomplish and grow a lot from one thing, you still have a lot of your old life kind of built into you that you have to overcome constantly. It is a constant battle, not a I fixed it, it's done now.
Again, it's only
So.
made more poignant and interesting to follow because Fukawa's been given the opportunity to be a returning character from a previous entry, who benefits from undergoing more of a long-form character arc across both games instead of just the one. No joke, I think
like
despite
it.
her obvious flaws and the obvious
I'm
flaws
with you.
associated with her writing, particularly the depiction of mental illness associated with her, Toko Fukawa is one of the most well-written characters in the entire Danganronpa franchise, precisely because of her growth across both of the
Yeah.
entries she features primarily in.
I'm very much the kind of person who loves flawed characters because even if I might really dislike a person, if they were real stories, make them so interesting to explore and think about. Oh, I 100% agree with you. I'm with you 100% of the way. Yeah. A lot of my favorite characters in fiction, I think, end up being like that, where they're flawed characters that you get to see them overcome stuff. Obviously, not to the same capacity as Fukawa, but like Zuko's journey and Atla is like. It's a character that is very conflicted, and even though you see like at the end of book 2 where he chooses wrong, then seeing him choose right in season 3 is all the more impactful because you get to see the character learn, grow, fumble, make mistakes again, learn and grow from that, and then finally get presented with the same situation and make the right decision. And it's the same kind of feeling, you know?
It's heartwarming to watch her go from point A to B to C, and if Chapter 3 showed off everything there is to loathe about Ultra Despair Girls, I think Chapter 4 just as confusingly has already managed to show off precisely what there is to love about it too.
Very
with
funny.
Just this sequence alone.
Which is very funny that it's the Danganronpa curse again, because like DR1 had the same thing where Chapter 3 was terrible. It was like very badly paced. You knew who the killer was like from the get-go. Like you knew the story behind it, you knew the why, and then you had to go around about this roundabout proving everything. And then the Sakura thing in Chapter 4 of DR1 is like amazingly handled, super good. The story behind it is great. And it's like that same feeling here, and the same feeling in DR2, and then a similar feeling in V3. Obviously, not the same, but similar.
Of course, there's still plenty more of Chapter 4 left to go, though, so let's get a move on, shall we?
At least for this
Of course,
part.
we need to have another really esoteric and difficult-to-understand puzzle to bookmark an otherwise great section of the story,
Of course!
right? Yeah, usually I like the more creative puzzles in UDG, but this one is just a bit too big and complicated for my liking, and I don't feel ashamed for saying I screwed it up a few times before realizing the solution, and, not being impressed. Along the way, you're given the burn ammo in conjunction with an encounter with the new enemy type, the Destroy Monokumas.
Destroy
Burn is basically a
Monokuma.
rapid fire type ammo, which shoots out in a big stream like a Galaga gun, and how fitting is that considering that it's practically only useful against a type of enemy that flies around on jetpacks shooting at you. Burn is useful for almost nothing else in reality, because
That's such a
it's
shame.
just a less effective form of break that is slower to killing enemies except for this kind, and just happens to come in much larger ammo bundles to compensate for how many of them you'll be firing at one time when using it.
Also makes
It
sense.
doesn't really have any other practical or creative uses related to fire or anything like that either, so
No,
it
I
just
have
comes
not.
across as something meant
Mystery.
to fill one of the wheel slots and not much else. It's pretty underwhelming, really, and I think that's a shame because I could think of several creative design instances in which a fire power could be used for creative puzzle solving or combat encounters, but nope, it's just another thing to whip out at extremely specific points to kill an extremely specific type of enemy, and that's it.
Hey, surprise! Ultra Despair Girls combat coming up again and proving why it was bad from the get-go and fundamentally flawed.
Well, at least we find another interesting bit of Toa lore while lurking around, something questioning whether a war between Toa City and the Despairs lurks in the future, because apparently with everything Toa has done to try to remedy the incident, it seems inevitable. Though it also questions why the Despairs haven't moved to attack Toa before this point, and, well, even now, seeing what's happening, it's hard to reconcile this information. We know the kids are...
I was about to say, what is the reason? Is it just because they were kind of hoping that the Hope's Peak Academy students would have like all died by now and they were trying to broadcast this to them to maybe fill them with despair, but now they got out and then 6 months later they're like, oh crap, like we got to do something?
carrying on
Maybe.
the will of Junko, but as far as we can tell, the only thing we know the remnants of despair to have a direct hand in was luring the Future Foundation here, and Komaeda being the servant of the warriors, albeit with his own agenda. If they haven't been super involved, though, what's going on and why haven't they been? Furthermore, the duo are starting to wonder more about the inconsistent behavior of the Monokuma kids. Fukawa even brings up that she no longer doubts the ringleaders all had terrible childhoods, but that she can't imagine a reason all of these children would suddenly be motivated to commit mass murder.
Is it that the helmets are brainwashing devices? I genuinely cannot remember.
Things to wonder about as we try to navigate this labyrinthine part of the hub world for sure. After a particularly frustrating batch of puzzles, we make our way back to the tunnels, presumably to find the sewers again. Rather cutely at this point, Komaru tries to ease Fukawa into her first friendship by taking the step to give her a nickname, which is Toko-chan. That's honestly pretty forward, and given Fukawa's over-the-top inability to handle it, it's a pretty funny and cute scene to break up a lot of the drama we've been going through.
Did that say Toki? It said Toki, though. But her name's Toko. Brother. Anyway.
A lot of the drama we've been going through lately. Well, it's at least a temporary distraction from the harder.
Yeah, that's how it's localized. Brother, I hate that. That's so, like, what the? Just call her Toko-chan. Like, Persona had already proved that, like, people could handle honorifics in the West by this point. Like, this came out when? Like, I don't know, 2017, 2016, 2015. I actually cannot remember when Ultra Spirit Girls came out. But like, people can handle honorifics. It's fine.
For hitting topics we're going to have to get back into.
And we know Chan is a cute thing. Yeah, 2014, there you go. We know Chan is a cute thing. Just look at freaking Yakuza. Kiryu-chan. Like, we obviously know. Come on. P5 got rid of them again, if I remember correctly. Did it? I was going to say, I thought P5 had it. I could have sworn they did. But even then, P4 Golden kept them. And they redubbed that game. Because they had new voice cast for some of the characters. Like Matt Mercer as Kanji. Roy-chan, yeah, see, I get called Roy-chan a lot. Probably keep consistency with the previous games localizations that didn't use honorifics. I mean, I guess...
Namely because we find an adult NPC directly afterward who, in a crazed manic state, happily declares that she's finally gathered the courage to fight back by murdering one of the kids. We've seen plenty of the adults talk about fighting back for a while and dehumanize the kids to that end to psych themselves up for it. But until this point, we haven't actually heard of one of them legitimately going that far. And despite all the kids have done, it's hard to see this as a good thing in any context. Is that really the direction we should be going? Komaru and Fukawa can't seem to stomach it either, deciding it's best to just leave her alone. Of course, they also debate whether she's actually in her right mind and if she isn't just daydreaming the whole thing, but regardless of whether it actually happened or not, the thought that she's so joyful over the idea either way definitely gives one something to chew on as a result.
Yeah, because if that adult is just like, oh, I'm finally gonna save us, guys, don't worry, I'll kill one of these random kids wearing a mask in the streets, which is even worse if you find out that they're mind control devices, because then the child didn't even have a choice.
Anyway, ready for a fun new game mechanic? Yeah, this game practically invented the term mood whiplash, it feels like sometimes. Anyway, here's where we get our final type of ammo called Link. It allows us to, what else, link to the Monokumas and control them by shooting it at them. Of course, it only allows us to control one at a time, and we're vulnerable while controlling them, so we have to be careful to be out of harm's way while doing so, but it's definitely an interesting ability to play with, particularly for puzzle purposes. I think it's probably good that it didn't get wheeled out until the second to last chapter, though, because it would have seemed a bit overpowered to throw into the gambit earlier.
Probably.
But its inclusion here definitely spices things up, and it's hard to debate that perhaps the game couldn't have used a little more of this sort of thinking a bit earlier on.
Instead of the fire bullets that do absolutely nothing.
Of course, I won't claim Link isn't without its flaws, because controlling the Monokumas can be a bit clumsy, and it has its limitations, so you may fumble at times while trying to find the sweet spot of what you're meant to do with it. While roaming through the rubble of the subway, in fact, there are a few puzzles utilizing it.
I just love them dancing. Bro, I don't know what it is.
Out of what you're meant to do with it.
I don't know what it is. It's just them dancing. Just get like. Oh my gosh. It's funny you mentioned P5 because Sherry Milei voices Komaru and also voices Makoto. Oh, Nijima. Yeah.
Through the rubble of the subway, in fact, there are a few puzzles utilizing it, and while some are pretty decent, this destroy the floor with an explosion one is so obtuse. The solution made me feel like an idiot for not getting it sooner, but also the precision combined with the game's usual technical sloppiness also made me feel like this was at least partially the game's fault for not making this clearer, or at the very least providing any kind of puzzle before this point that required you to do something similar, so I'd even have the slightest idea what it wanted from me.
Yeah, that's how I felt about playing some of the Ace Attorney games, I'm not gonna lie, where you have to like logic jump a lot. And rewatching the Ace Attorney trilogy videos, Nezumi, I felt so dumb all over again, because like I played the Ace Attorney trilogy with Phoenix Wright like a decade ago. I played them when I was transitioning from Facecam to VTubing. Oh, it was probably more like 5 years ago. But like watching your playback and being like, it was so obvious that this was the thing, and I'm like, it was obvious. Are you sure the answer wasn't badge? Fuck, my bad.
Train tracks as a makeshift ladder, the duo descend to the sewers.
Danganronpa Asparagus reminds me of a Kids Next Door plot.
Yeah, taking his frustrations out on Komaeda. Yeah. No matter how much he wants to blame the inconsistencies on what's going on Komaeda himself, though, it's not going to help him turn away anymore. Monica admits... As a facecam streamer? Yeah, I started streaming in 2017, and then I got into VTubing in 2021. So there's still footage of me out there. I used to be a professional well, I say professional, but I just mean I was a high-ranking speedrunner. So you can still find some of my world records on SRDC. It's flat out to sending Komaeda out on his tasks, and even tells Shingetsu she has no intention of creating a children's paradise. This was all a trick that he and the others fell for, a distraction from Monika's real undisclosed motives. She even tries to play into his childish crush on her by stealing a kiss from him, doubtlessly both a way to provoke his undying loyalty, but also break him under pressure even more. I was gonna say, I feel... Wait a minute. Is what's her name just on the ground? Oh, it's... I saw the pink, and I was like... Because, like, what happened to our pink-haired girl? Where is she? Where is she? Speedrun.com, Sakura. More. Trotting out the manipulative tendencies she cultivated from her idol, Monika reminds Shingetsu that he suffers the most from trying to fulfill the expectations of others, and even his own expectations, that he self-imposes because of that fear. But that she's never expected anything of him from the start, which is why she felt no qualms about lying and keeping secrets from him about her plans for the successor. She even tries to gaslight him about whether what he thought was going on in his upbringing was ever actually happening or not, the thing most capable of shattering his worldview were it true. And with Shingetsu this thoroughly broken down, he's at his most moldable. Yeah, she really did learn well from her big sis after all, didn't she? As the girls return to the Resistance base, they find the adults being... Man, Monika sucks. Fuck that bitch. All my homies hate Monika. Attacked yet again by the Monokumas, but once again offer their protection in another painful-to-play escort mission. Afterwards, we're approached by a desperate Shirokuma who claims the Monokumas are getting into a hole at the back of the base, and that he can only think of one way to prevent them from getting in and killing more people, by going there and allowing Komaru to shoot him so he explodes and causes rubble to block the hole. Of course, Komaru doesn't want to do that, and there's a good chance the player doesn't either. Yeah, but like, what if we just block it with one of these giant crates? What if we just block it with one of these giant crates? As suspicious as Shirokuma rightfully is, he's still never done anything to make us doubt his goodwill, and he's always been nothing but helpful and kind. Komaru can't bring herself to do it, and in a moment that genuinely tugs at my heartstrings, Shirokuma tries to convince her by undoing his bandages so Komaru has no choice but to see the glaring red eye of the Monokuma underneath, even attacking her to try to force her to do it. The first time I played this, I'll be honest, I kept avoiding his attacks because I wasn't even sure if this was the right thing to do. I thought maybe if I held out long enough I wouldn't have to, but nope, no such luck. After bringing yourself to finally shoot him enough times, Shirokuma goes up in a spark of electricity, thanking Komaru and shedding tears as he explodes, accomplishing exactly what he meant to in the process. Heartbroken by his sacrifice, but also spurred on by it, Komaru climbs atop the van in the base and gives everyone a rousing speech. That they have to fight, no matter how scared they are. That they can't be content to remain victims, cowering away and ignoring everything that's happening around them. That they can't just hide in fear forever, because if they do, they run the risk of losing something important. Pleading that she, like everyone else here, wants a cheesy, happy ending. She begs their help to make that ending a reality, and it speaks to everyone there, even Haiji, who claims that he has one last bet to consider before giving up. Of course, some of the tension is cut a little short when we realize that Shirokuma's sacrifice miraculously didn't kill him, rather leaving him as a head with his AI intact. But it's at least a sign of how much Komaru has grown, right? In fact, something I find really cool about this bit is that in solidifying that she really has made a change in attitude from the version of herself we all met at the beginning of the game, her idle animation, walk, and run cycle have all changed. Her body language was previously more withdrawn, uncertain, and scared-seeming, but now Komaru stands upright, confident, and poised, and her strides are less reluctant and pulled inward. Whoa, what a nice subtle change! More broad-shouldered, outgoing, and proud. It's a small touch, but it's a very deliberate one that the team must have put quite a bit of attention into.
No, yeah, that's definitely a huge thing that's worth pointing out.
Especially
Hell
considering
yeah.
It happens very specifically at this point of the story and not a moment sooner. It's really cool stuff, and another example of masterfully subtle character work that just goes to show that UDG is not incapable of making insightful and well-developed writing decisions when it isn't screwing around.
I was gonna say, it almost makes you more mad because this is so cool and so good. It makes you more mad at how shit the other stuff is.
Which makes me wish all the more that they'd not screwed around earlier.
Yeah!
Speaking of screwing around, UDG
Oh, no.
immediately squanders a bit of
Fuck!
my goodwill right after this because it can't help itself.
Yeah, of course.
Claiming that he has something that could change the tide of the conflict, but that he's
Also, this shot is just so funny. This shot is just so funny to me. Like, even Haiji's like, oh.
been too afraid until now to try retrieving. Haiji takes us on a motorcycle to a hidden location, which he's trusting Komaru to lead the assault on. Apropos of basically nothing at all, Kodaka decides now would be the perfect time for Fukawa to make a joke about him wanting them alone for dirty stuff, and he responds that, ew, he wouldn't get with people their age, because he actually likes girls as young as possible.
Brother, Komaru's like 18. Fukawa is like 20. Yeah, so this is what I remembered, because like I only remembered a couple things about the game. This is one of them, that we hate this guy. And I couldn't remember specifically what it was for, but I was pretty on the nose that this is around what it was. Also, hi Bun. Good to see you. Hi Bun. Yippee. Yeah.
Die a violent death.
Wait, is that Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? Wait, good use. I hate this game. Yeah, we've been talking about how, like, it's had so many good moments and bad moments recently. Like, the whole reason we brought this on was the big story moment that just happened. Komaru went from being, like, timid, scared walking to proudly run walking. And then immediately goes into... Yeah. Oh. Anyway.
Death.
Gross? What?
Yeah.
And let me be clear, Haiji sucks, and the game knows this, but it doesn't seem like the game knows Haiji sucks for this reason.
For this reason specifically. Also, again, feels so weird that it's Matt Mercer voicing this character in English. Because that's what I remember in the playthroughs that I watched. You know? It's Matt Mercer! It's my boy!
Because not only is this a throwaway line, which only comes up one other time in this chapter, but both times it's brought up as a joke that we're supposed to somehow find funny, despite the fact that he's not kidding. And the second time around, they even have Komaru comment that, well, it's kind of attractive that he's honest about it, actually. Are you out of your mind?
I think that's just a translation thing. I'm gonna be so real. That feels like a localization translation, like, misplay. Like, the...
No, it is clearly not. And Komaru, honey, I'm so sorry that the skeevy dip who wrote this script really made you say something like that.
Yeah.
Because, oh my god, what were you thinking with this nonsense, Kodaka? You literally can't let me compliment your writing for more than 2 unbroken sequences before showing your entire ass yet again, can you? I'm so tired of this.
Yeah.
This joke.
Listen, don't worry, because if you get into 999 VLR, you'll understand the pain that us Zero Escape fans have gone through, going from the peak that is 999, the giga ultra peak that is VLR, to the ultra despair of dog water doo-doo gaga bullshit that is Zero Time Dilemma. Let me tell you, only time in my life I've used Reddit was to shit post a giant thing of problems that I had with fucking Zero Time Dilemma. Anyway.
Did not need to be here.
I agree.
And yet again, I must dock points that UDG should have easily been able to refrain from having docked, because it needs to keep reminding me of why so many people reasonably hate it so bad.
Yes, oh my god, yes, thank you. This is my fear. I'm well aware of the affinity for that kind of behavior in certain places.
God,
Anyway!
This section is actually an old factory of the Toa groups, which Haiji claims houses the secret weapon in its basement. And I'll be honest, the roaming part of this area is horrible. It's constantly fixated around these large open rooms where you need to sneak around and avoid these security lasers.
Show people
because if you don't, Siren Monokuma sets the alarm off.
I'm so sorry. What, this part specifically, or Haiji specifically?
Formed by enemies. This thing has a huge reach, moves really quickly, and sets off if it even touches so much as a pixel of Komaru's model, which, as you might imagine, is really irritating and doesn't make sneaking around this place feel even remotely fun.
No, it
especially
sucks.
Considering there's not a lot of places to run to cover for, so getting caught immediately after turning the alarm off is ridiculously easy. Well, at the very least, the puzzle rooms in this place are all pretty decent, some even being really creative and fun, and we get a bit more lore to chew on. The Monokumas here are actually guard robots that were built by the Toa group itself, and while Haiji claims that they only became aberrant recently...
Yeah, we could have had Asahina's brother running around with us instead! Man! Never forget what they took from us. Or Chihiro's father! Chihiro's father would have been dope too!
And that he has very little idea about what was going on outside of that, it's easy to become more than a little suspicious of the guy by this point.
Yeah.
Even though Fukawa being suspicious isn't really unusual for her by this point, I can't say I disagree with her for it at all. Haiji even keeps insisting that they go and find the adult's hope, and with everything we've heard so far about what constitutes one person's hope, she says she'll be the judge of that hope, whatever it is. And that's, again, honestly pretty compelling. After a frankly tiring amount of laser-filled rooms, which are at the very least somewhat cushioned by the wealth of honestly pretty fun puzzle rooms, we reach the final room, where we need to sneak into the management office to disable a grid of lasers preventing us from accessing the final elevator. Searching the room for clues to the computer password, it ends up being related to the birthday picture on the desk and the zodiac chart on the wall, which is, well, it's okay, but I've seen better. And finally, the lasers are disabled.
Wow,
Below, we find the
yippee!
assembly line, and even a memoir of Shingetsu's, which is rather revealing. It proves that even after everything he said, even after killing his parents, he
69, don't worry about it,
regrets
Vix.
for having done so, and an inherent respect and love toward them that he can't shake. But the thing driving him forward is determination to build the paradise, and especially because he feels the need to save Monika from her situation, even calling her more precious than his own life. This rings especially depressing considering what we now know to be true and how Monika has treated him, and it's definitely something to consider going forward as we come closer and closer to confronting Monika herself, who we know by this point has to be the final boss.
And this is what I was saying before. This is why I like Shingetsu a lot more than Masaru. Because, like, I feel like the time that they let him build up for this kind of thing, and the story that we feel with him, and the background that we get from him, again, they're not trying to justify what he did, but to explain why he did it, why he continues to do what he does. And it doesn't, like, yeah, you can feel bad for him, and he himself doesn't even ask you to forgive him for what they've done, and he still wants to create the perfect world for people like him, like the kids and everything. And I feel like that's a huge difference between, like, obviously it's a chapter 1 character versus a chapter 4 character, and giving them time to breathe at this point in the game. But I like this so much more, way better.
Finally reaching the door, which houses the adult's supposed trump card, Haiji reveals to us a giant Monokuma robot called the Big Bang Monokuma, which he claims was originally made for the sake of protecting the city, and something only he and his father are capable of piloting. Claiming he can use this to fight back, clearly wanting to be some big hero, it's clear now, if it wasn't already, what kind of person Haiji is.
I was gonna say, and the factory's just making Monokumas, and they're kind of just not addressing it.
Of course, the duo want more of an explanation as to why the Toa group was building them in the first place.
My bad.
And he finally relents that they were building them as maid robots to assist with daily life and dangerous labor. He claims that the kids taking over is what changed all this, and that the design wasn't chosen by him, that he wasn't even aware of its significance at the time. Before he can tell us who was responsible for designing them, though, they're set upon by the mind-broken Shingetsu and his boss robot.
Oh, there he is.
Haiji asks Shingetsu if she told him about this, wanting him to destroy it if she couldn't control it. Which definitely gives us some hints about what we were just wondering.
Yep.
Shingetsu can't respond, though. All he can do is cave to his trauma response, beg and plead to be expected something from, and not to be abandoned by everyone in his life. It's
This is what hurts more, though, because it feels like prior to this, you were kind of getting through to him and he was kind of understanding and you were kind of building a dialogue with him. And now it's unfortunately, Monica is just such a piece of shit that she put him back like 30,000 steps.
Honestly, really heartbreaking. And I'd say of all the kids in the group, Shingetsu's arc is the most well-handled of the bunch in terms
Yes! Shaking hands, shaking your hand, shaking your hand, shaking your hand.
of actual depth of character and actual handling.
Thank you.
Engaging us in yet another robot fight, Shingetsu gives us the first fight so far that isn't in the typical Coliseum format. Honestly, I'm a bit mixed on it. I think the different environment and this robot sniping gimmick gives it a lot more of an individual opportunity to shine and stand out when compared to the somewhat formulaic feeling of the last few bosses. However, it still suffers from similar problems regarding the camera system and Komaru's overall movement speed.
Wow, it's almost like the gameplay being atrociously bad is still rearing its ugly head this deep into the game.
It's really easy to just get blindsided by pot shots you aren't really equipped to dodge very effectively, and this can definitely make the fight more frustrating than engaging when it should honestly be the most mechanically engaging fight yet.
Probably.
Still, it does succeed at holding my attention a bit more and providing a bit more intrigue to the actual format so far comparatively, so I have to at least give it props for that. After a bit of taking cover and firing well-timed shots, the robot explodes, falling and seemingly taking Shingetsu with it, though we again don't actually get confirmation of that. This time, it's time for Komaru to be the one worrying about his safety, and Haiji takes on the role she did in Chapter 2, of basically saying he had it coming to him and coldly leaving him behind. The familiarity of this sentiment at a time like this both goes to show how much Komaru has grown, yet again, but also further pushes the theme that I've been talking about for a while now, while basically making Haiji the final spokesperson of the kill all the kids side of this argument.
Can we just kill this guy? Can we just rip his balls off, please?
He even wants us to use the Big Bang Monokuma to do just that, after all. But at this crucial juncture, what should we even do?
Torsion.
Now that we're here, what's the right choice? Should we really let Haiji, of all people, decide that his hope is what's best for everyone?
No!
Cutting away one last time to Monica in what appears to be a torture dungeon, she opens a door to ask for the help of an unseen mom and dad in beginning the final preparations for their daughter to become the successor to Junko and Oshima.
I will say, as much shit as I give Ultra Despair Girls, we got so many great expressions. And I know so many of them were used in V3 as well. Like, so many of these expressions get reused in V3. And they're so good. It helps make, like, the future of Danganronpa great in that regard. Yeah, the art sprites are freaking fantastic in this game.
Ending Chapter 4. This chapter is a lot more complicated to discuss in terms of my actual feelings, if you didn't already figure as much.
Well, I had no idea.
There's a lot to like about it, between the overall thematic strength, the wonderful development of both Fukawa and her relationship with Komaru, Shingetsu's hauntingly effective character arc, along with Monika's increasingly vile imitations of her idol, Shirakuma's sacrifice and Komaru's monologue, her individual growth as a character, and the frankly cool-as-hell way they factor that visually into the game. And to top it all off, I'd even say it has the highest density of fun puzzles to be found in a chapter of this game so far. On the other hand, you also have things like the completely useless new ammo type, the completely useless new enemy type, the entire beginning puzzle section, the escort missions, the laser rooms, and God, I really can't stress how repulsive the bit with Haiji is.
I'd say if they stripped out like the bad gameplay stuff, so much more of this game is like a lot better. Also, I didn't realize until I was like looking at the shot, is Komodo's skirt just this goddamn short? Like, her ass cheeks are out. What the hell? Holy crap, dude. Yup, that's crazy. Maybe I just didn't realize it because I just wasn't looking at her like that. I think it's the perspective doing it no favors. Oh my god, dude, that's crazy.
As quickly as it goes by. Like, yeah, I can turn away and try to ignore it, but it really is just so bad that it leaves a bad taste in my mouth for the rest of the chapter, and it's a little difficult to be hyped up about the chapter's strengths once.
I guess I just didn't notice it, because I was just like, because usually it's like these angles. You see her from like over the shoulder, you know?
It happens. This one is contentious. It's certainly nowhere near the dumpster fire Chapter 3 was, but considering this one little bit is so bad on its own, it unfortunately does a lot of quick work to bury its better aspects as a result, and that's a pretty big shame. I think not considering those couple of horrible lines, this is actually probably one of the best chapters in the game. But like all things UDG related, it can't get by unscathed by error, and as much as I have to praise about it, it's not as if I can let it get by scot-free either. The increase in effort was appreciated, but you have to do a little better than that. And you only have one chapter left to do so, so you better hop to it.
Uh-oh. Absolute despair, girl. We went from UDG to ADG.
So,
Damn.
Big Bang Monokuma is
on a rampage. I got problems with my feet and my pants. I'm on a rampage. I'm about to have a dope rhyme attack. I'm on a rampage.
Oh my god. Nezumi, I'm sorry, you dated yourself so much with Homestar Runner. That's insane. With Strong Bad, oh my god. Listen, I'm shaking your hand, but listen, are you okay? Like, do they know that you left the retirement home? Because I'm right there next to you. The fact that I immediately recognized this, I can sing the lyrics. I was in. Listen, I'm going crazy with you. The Gen Zennial humor is strong in me. Listen, share me some of that. Share me some of that spots over in the retirement home. You know what I'm saying? Screw you, Roy. Brother, I just said share me some space. I'm old AF too when it comes to this kind of shit. You know? Listen, I'll be right there singing Trogdor. I'm in it. This is my childhood, absolutely.
Rock all type of sports. I'm on a rampage.
the adults are cheering and the kids are fleeing. Kamina is on his way.
It's perfect. It's so good. Now I feel so old again. Here, I'll make you guys feel old again. Undertale came out 10 years ago. Awful. We were talking about it because Nezumi did a recap video of Undertale, which chat pointed out to me, and I'm incredibly thankful that Nezumi also said that they did as well. And she was saying that she's really proud of the video, and I haven't played Undertale since 2016. I have not played Undertale. It actually may have come out in 2015. Yeah, it came out in 2015. It's actually over 10 years old, technically. So I have not played any of Deltarune yet. So I was saying that I want to find an Undertale recap video so I can properly prepare myself for when I jump into Deltarune. And there we go. Nezumi has it. Because Nezumi, she's the GOAT. I don't know what to tell you. She's the GOAT. She only has great opinions. Only has great opinions. Most of the time. Even worse, Kingdom Hearts came out 24 years ago. Wait, what do you mean even worse? Yeah, what do you mean this saves me? Huh? Question mark? Huh? Question mark? Huh? That'll be a nice recap. I'm excited for that one. I'm giga excited to recap Undertale. But I am probably gonna wait until I'm debuting my new model to play Deltarune. I wanna wait until then. So what if the old PS4 can be considered a retro console? It's not 20 years old yet though. I thought a console had to be 20 years old to be considered retro. I'm pretty sure that's how it is. That's why the PS3, the 360, and the Wii are considered retro now. Isn't that the case? I was gonna say, yeah, the Wii is considered retro. PS4 would not be. Yeah, not yet. We still got like another, maybe like 5-6 years on those. Anyway.
Out, but informs Monica of an intruder into the city, to which she wonders if the Foundation is on the move. When Komaida asks if her plan is coming to ruin, she says that everything is going exactly to plan, which is definitely interesting. Haiji is rallying the adults up to take on the kids in his trademark concerning manner,
In
and
his
Shirokuma
bitch-ass manner. All my homies hate Haiji.
has noticed too, pleading with Komaru to find a way to resolve this.
What? No, retro is like Super Nintendo, right? Yes, yeah. Super Nintendo, N64, PS1. Yeah, absolutely, Nezumi. I'm with you. I'm gonna apply for ARP at this point. I'm gonna apply for ERP at this point.
Without leading to the deaths of the adults or the kids. Accepting our task, we head off to Toa Hills to confront the only person we know who can bring an end to the situation. As we do, of course, the adults are riling themselves up to fight the kids, solidifying their hopes that they were inspired by Komaru initially to build, but encouraged further by Haiji to turn into this violent hatred. It just goes to further hammer in the ambiguity of what these platitudes really amount to in Danganronpa proper by this point. Inside the building, we're faced with a final gauntlet with a somewhat formulaic setup. We arrive on one floor's lobby, which usually contains some letters or documents to find and enemies to fight. Each
And the
floor has a
mechas.
set of stairs leading up to the next, which is beyond a large door. However, each door is blocked by 2 of the boss robots we've encountered so far. To move said robots, we need to tackle the 2 puzzle room doors on either side of the lobby.
I like
which,
the puzzles.
Upon victory in said puzzle rooms will grant us
I still like these puzzles at this point. I'd much rather do these puzzles to like get past giant robots than have to fight them again. I think doing a boss rush in this game would have been stupid, and I can't remember if there is one, and I don't know if I'm... Please don't.
access
Please
to
no.
the respective bedroom of the robot's corresponding Warrior of Hope. Inside, not only do we get to see items and aesthetics of note that are relevant to each kid, but also the controller for their robot, which we can use to move it aside, and in the process find a letter written from the
What up,
perspective
Cyber?
of the parent who traumatized them most, giving us a bit more insight into what they were dealing with. Kemari's parent was someone who very clearly had no desire for a child and yearned for him to disappear or die so they could stop looking after him, refusing to accept responsibility for having had him in the first place.
That's why they made him wear the mask.
Utsugi's mother was deluded into thinking that her daughter should be grateful for what she was put through, because it was a matter of cost-effectiveness and shining a spotlight on her. A truly reprehensible way of treating your own child. Daimon's father is, of course, a typical angry drunk with a temper and violence
Yeah,
freak
that
who
makes
views
sense.
his son as worthless and even hates him for trying in vain to please his parent through all of his fear and pain, calling him a defective product. And of course, Shingetsu's father only treated him like a test subject, not even referring to him by name, only clinically detailing his results and claiming that if Shingetsu breaks down and doesn't provide desirable results, he'll consider it entirely the fault of his own child and move on to another subject.
Which is effed up to think about entirely. But again, that entire scenario just reminds me of Teach You a Lesson, which amazing K-drama. If you guys want to check that out on Netflix, really, really good. Came out very recently, like this year.
All the while going through these motions,
I'm on my
the puzzle
K-drama
rooms are honestly
kick.
some of the best in the game. They're not without their slightly irritating elements here and there, of course, but these are so creative and fun to figure out, especially the one where you have to use Link to solve an environmental puzzle instead of even engaging in a combat scenario at all. It's especially well thought out and fun to get your head wrapped around. I was honestly pleasantly surprised by the level of quality on display here. We also get a very revealing document as outlined by Monica in one of these rooms, revealing something we might have suspected about many of the kids in Monokuma helmets. Namely, that a lot of them are being mind-controlled. Yeah,
Yep.
not all of these kids obviously have a lust for blood and desire to kill adults. While I'm sure some willingly came over to the side of the Warriors
I
of
remember the
Hope,
manhwa.
whether because of
Ooh.
similar trauma, peer
Interesting.
pressure, or coercion, some were still very likely to refuse outright and therefore had to be subjugated. That just gives us even more reasons not to want to let the adults go through with their all-out assault on the kids themselves, and makes it that much more eerie and sad to see tons of them sitting around in a depressive state now that the adults are rising up.
And that's what I mentioned before, that it's such an even bigger shock or depression or horrifying state when you find that one adult NPC in the previous chapter that has the crowbar and they're like, I'm gonna do it, guys, I'm gonna kill the kids, I'll do it for you, you don't have to worry about it, I'm gonna kill these kids. And it's like, brother, they're being mind controlled. What are you talking about? Like these kids specifically.
It
That's
begins in
insane.
that sense to seem less like bratty murderers getting their just desserts, and more like legitimately terrified children who have a very real reason to think that they're going to get killed by a swarm of people much older and stronger than them.
Yeah.
It's pretty harrowing to consider. Upon reaching the top, though, we realize we're still
Hang
blocked
in there,
off by
Violet.
an elevator that needs
Hope
a
you
retinal
find it.
scan from someone high up at the company. And not just anyone, as Haiji is quick to point out, but the Toa Group chairman, his father, who is already dead. His corpse is still here, though, as disgusting as it is to consider, but we do need it. Again, Haiji curses a mysterious
Damn.
her who he claims is probably responsible, and to add to just how despicable he's been this whole time, he even demands Komaru and Fukawa go get his dad's eyes for the scanner because he, a grown man, has no problem letting two teenage girls go in his stead to do something as blatantly traumatizing as yoinking a dead man's peepers.
Yeah, he's got other important things to do, like find girls that are as young as possible, you know?
Class act, Taiji.
Yeah.
Class act.
Yeah.
The act of getting to the office is admittedly a bit less than easy, with a precarious few combat encounters directly preceding it. But eventually we make our way into the chairman's office. It is an absolute train wreck of a scene, but despite how absolutely hollowed out, disgusted, and traumatized they are, the duo get what they need and bring it back in a paper bag. Upon doing so, Komaru is very surprised to see the old man's spirit has appeared, prompting her to drop said bag and very briefly get possessed by him, so he can basically just dump a little bit of background on himself.
Is this the first time something like genuinely supernatural happens in all of Danganronpa? Because I don't remember this. Like, obviously, like the super high school level abilities and the super elementary school level abilities is like kinda, I guess you could make the observation, but like the rest of the time it's mostly real world / like sci-fi. This is like actually paranormal, right? Why? Pretty sure?
I feel like as weird as this series has been by now, I shouldn't feel my suspension of disbelief starting to wear thin, but to be honest, this does kind of take the cake for me of this.
We're of the same mindset. Shaking your hand.
Stuff we've
Shaking your hand,
so
Nezumi.
Anyway, he reveals what we probably already suspected, that yes, the her Haiji is referring to is none other than Monica, whose full name we now know is Monica Toa, the daughter of Tokuichi
Surprise,
Toa himself
I didn't
and
remember
little
that.
sister to Haiji.
Yeah.
Boy, I wonder if he had anything to do with how she turned out. Anyway, Chairman Toa basically spends the rest of his possession time proving he's a jackass misogynist by admitting that not only was Monica's mother his mistress who he cheated on his wife with,
of course,
but basically whinges that she could dare force him to take care of his own child.
Yeah.
Even claiming that if his mistress weren't solely going to take care of Monica herself, you know, not expecting her millionaire boyfriend to chip in and take care of his child at all,
crazy,
that he wouldn't have even tolerated the pregnancy, period. He brags that he deigned to raise her instead of leaving her in an orphanage, and while sure, I guess he's got proper—
Deigned to raise her. Ah, yes, I had a child, and instead of sending her to an orphanage, I'm going to raise her, just to get back at him.
Beef for being murdered. I gotta say, I don't actually feel too bad for him at all. He just blames all of his mistakes in raising Monica on the influence of Junko, not even bothering to consider why someone like Junko would appeal to Monica in the first place.
Yeah.
Because we know from experience that Junko Enoshima doesn't just tend to reach people who are already doing great in life. Anyway, thankfully, Fukawa uses the power of Christ compelling you to whisk Toa out of Komaru's body and put a stop to his r/.
I want to see that again. Wait. I want to... What in the Onmyo magic is this bullshit? Wait, it actually says the power of Christ compels you. Wait, that's insane. What? that is some like Ghost Stories level of localization right there, brother. They did not care anymore in Ultra Despair Girls. This is so stupid. This scene shouldn't have. Why did this even happen? Why wasn't it just a journal entry? Why wasn't it just a journal that you could find and read? Or like that it made you read as you were leaving in a cutscene? This is so dumb.
Up to his r/incel rant.
Anyway.
Even though Komaru is a little
crazy.
disappointed she didn't get the chance to get more information that might could help, Fukawa is basically just convinced she went crazy for a second anyway, and we've already wasted enough time standing around listening to men from the Toa family whine about how they've got it so much worse than everybody else. Once we ride the elevator up, we're treated to an exploration segment, which I like to call the carpet maze, because it's long, dark, filled with a boring carpet, and while it's not particularly difficult to actually navigate, it does still act like a big gated labyrinth, and it's easily one of the worst parts of the chapter.
Understandable.
Not the absolute worst, but it's really just dull and time-consuming.
I was gonna say, especially at this point in the game, wasting time is like the worst possible thing that you can do, because like you're at the pinnacle of like story that you really want to get into some of this like good stuff, you know?
It's not at all helped by the fact that when we finally clear it, we get another puzzle room directly following a hall with a bunch of dentures scattered around it. Yep, it seems Utsugi is here, having intended to storm up and confront Monica before she was set upon by beast Monokumas in one of the arcade rooms. We have to clear the room to disable them and save her, but unfortunately, this is the worst type of puzzle room. The singing kid in a capsule kind. God, I hate these. They take everything fun or interesting about these rooms and just don't do that. It's all the unfun, janky stealth crap that is easily the least interesting component of these rooms.
Games that do not have stealth mechanics, stop doing stealth segments, please. I hope this is a trend that eventually just goes away.
And this one in particular is especially tiring. Of course, once we clear it and save her, she confirms our suspicions of changing sides, having overheard Monika's big betrayal of Shingetsu during Chapter 4. She speculates that Monika wants to be the successor herself, and reports that she's located, along with the key to Togami's cell, in the airship atop the roof called the Excalibur, which Kamaru was on during the prologue, which means we have to return to where everything began.
Makes sense.
Along the way, we discover the torture dungeon, but not with any bodies laying around, just a mysteriously shaped bloodstain in the instruments we saw before. Haiji claims this is where the adults in the base saw their relatives' murders being broadcast to break them, part of why he claims he can't show any of the children mercy and has to kill them without hesitation.
Brother, I think if anything, you as a leader showing them more mercy would probably instill that in them more if you can convince them well enough. You're a leader in a position of power, brother.
Even tries to briefly convince the girls to look at the bodies beyond one of the doors to solidify their own hatred, but they refuse. Finally, arriving in the throne room, we discover a secret passage behind the wall that leads to a couple of things of note. First of all, up a ladder is Monika's room, which is pasted wall to wall with photos and memorabilia of Junko Enoshima.
Are you sure this isn't Nagito's room?
But crucially also features a photo of herself and Monika together. Inside also is a diary from Monika herself where she laments her abandonment from her mother. Selfishly do their business, selfishly give birth, and then to top it off, selfishly abandon. Such pathetic characters. When I say a joke, the room freezes. When I smile, they make a face that says, "You don't deserve to laugh." They're so amazing. It's so splendid. So splendid that I want to die. Just kidding. No, seriously, I was kidding. Just a joke. But
that's so Junko. Like, all of those lines are so Junko.
Is she? I mean, from here on out, and even before this, we see the
despair in
a lot
it.
of behavior that will call Monika's sincerity on any front into some serious question.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the fact of her history is undeniable. What we heard her father say is revealing about how her parents treated her, and
still should have been a diary entry instead.
Even the most bold lies can contain a hint of emotional truth. We also know that she, like the other warriors, fell susceptible to the trappings and rhetoric of Junko herself. And while she may have more cruelly embodied her idol's teachings than any of the others managed, that doesn't mean those teachings didn't appeal to her in some way relevant to how they've historically appealed to others in the past.
Very creepy.
Junko Enoshima preys upon those discontent with their society, discontent with their surroundings, and discontent even with their own life, or existence. She wrings dry all of the wishes for a brighter tomorrow and replaces them with a cruel, embittered lethargy that insists detachment, and even a malevolent sense of humor to be yielded from the most sadistically horrible of things.
What are we gonna do in Danganronpa 2x2 if Junko is not actually the main villain by the end of it? We were all thinking about who the victims are gonna be. What if the circumstances of them being on the island is different? Can you imagine how cool it would be to not have Junko as a villain in Danganronpa for once? I'm so tired of this bitch! That'd be sick. That's all I'm saying. That'd be dope. I'm just saying. That'd be freaking sweet.
Because it's what she posits as the nature of the world itself. There's no little girl in the world who'd fall for that without plenty of pain to pull from, regardless of how solidly unsympathetic she, at any point, manages to make herself.
Either it's going to be Hinata and you've been playing the villain the whole time, which would be really funny, or he dies in the beginning, you switch to Nagito.
From this time onward.
That'll also be cool.
There is more going on with Monika than we know, or may ever. And while I think the game under-delivers on this line of thinking, I don't think it's also meant to entirely be absent from what we're meant to take away from here. Through the other door, we find this.
I think that is a fair thing to think about too, though. Monika at this point is definitely, she is set up enough that like you're just supposed to be able to get just enough of her backstory to like understand why she ended up the way she did, from both the conversation with Toa and her diary. But at the same time, not enough to justify any of the things that she's done. But it still, in my opinion, still has the same problems that it does with Masaru in the beginning of the game, where like, you know, he starts lamenting about his relationship with his parents and how he was abused and everything like that. And it gives similar feelings at this point in the game, because she's still the villain and she's trying to become Junko at this point as well. I wish maybe we got this sprinkled more throughout the game, and instead, because we've only ever seen her in power as an abuser. essentially. And now the entirety of the, like, at least with Shigetsu, like, we got to see his other side, and we genuinely feel bad for him and the development that happened between him. But we never got to see Monica show any type of like redeemable qualities other than just the fact that she's a child, and now the unfortunate tragic bullshit that's happened to her. I think it would have been nice to kind of sprinkle it in more throughout, but the game probably would have been way longer at that point, and the game already has a really bad time with dragging its feet. So with the random supernatural bullshit, when is Junko going to come back? Like some eldritch being? That'll be 2x2. That'll be 2x2. Yeah, ultimately, I think it's left a little too vague, though I do think it's interesting to peel back to understand elements of the character. 100% agree with you. I'm with you there. The entire 6th chapter is going to need a big change, seeing as how 2x2 said it's going to be just as long, but everyone playing probably already knows everything revealed in the OG chapter 6. I agree with that too. I think it'll be dope.
Spiral staircase
I'm excited.
up to the roof. A document about Makoto Naegi.
I'll be playing that day one,
declaring that
or
someone
night
who
one.
could defeat Junko.
I'm gonna no life 2x2. I'm gonna play it in one sitting. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take off from work. I'm gonna stream for 24 hours straight and play that game.
Like himself, needs to be killed. We were led to misfortune by Makoto Naegi, so we have no other choice. Pigs who kill for their own interest deserve to be killed by pigs for other people's interest.
You'll die? Fun. Have you met me? I'm stupid.
Atop the roof, we get one last enemy gauntlet fight, and it's both the hardest in the game and the most expressly irritating. I won't spend too much time describing it, rather I'll just be showing clips of it while I talk here.
DR2 2 times as long as V3. Isn't it like 20-something hours? I got this, don't worry about it.
To be able to conceive in your own imagination, assuming you haven't played this bit of the game yourself before, how not fun this is to actually play. Are you imagining it? Yeah. It sucks. I wouldn't recommend it.
It looks pretty bad.
Finally boarding the Excalibur, we're back where this all began, and we discover memoirs from all of the warriors. Monika's expresses a desperation to see Junko, who shined light on her world, and ending in a way that, combined with how her diary we last found was written, is again quite revealing. No matter how many painful things I do, no matter how many shameful things I do, it won't change the facts. Monika will just end up hurt and ashamed. I know that. Monika knows that.
Ooh.
But because I know that, without a
there's
doubt,
like 40?
Monika feels lonely and sad and empty. I just want to die. And look, I know a lot of my audience probably hates this kid, and she's not going to do herself any favors coming up. But what kid says things like
46
this, or even does
hours for V3? Holy fuck. Listen, I'm just gonna no life the game then. I'm gonna no life it in 3 or 4 days. That'll be what happens in 2x2.
The thing she does without going through some seriously horrible stuff. Kids don't act like this on their own. It's just not something that happens to a healthy child, and children are the most mentally vulnerable of all of us.
Well, of course.
Again, at the end of all this, UDG is posing us the same interesting questions about the responsibility children can truly hold for their actions, and whether we can even necessarily fully blame them for things they don't have the capacity to understand.
Damn.
Monika is the embodiment of this struggle made real by the narrative. What do you do with a child that not only does so much evil without fully grasping it, but also seems not to be able, or at least willing, to feel regret over it? We know the other warriors lean toward regret. Utsugi even said before that she's changed her mind about the whole thing, and Shingetsu's diary talks about desiring to protect Monika, but otherwise still feeling a painful affection towards his own parents.
And this is why I was saying that I like how they handle some of the other characters more, especially Shingetsu. But again, I think I'm just biased towards how they handled Monika here, and that it shouldn't have been some supernatural bullshit go. It should have been more expressed throughout the rest of the game. It feels jarring. It feels misplayed. It feels like it should have been, breadcrumbed throughout, Which Danganronpa outfit would you want your character to wear? Asking for a friend. Oh, gosh. Either Kokichi, Nagito, or Kaito, I think. Bun, what do you think? Who do you think I fit the most, Danganronpa-wise? Those are like some of my favorite characters. Ooh. Kaito. I think Kaito makes the most sense. But I do love Kokichi, but Kaito I think just makes the most sense to me. Kaito is probably up there for me. I love Kaito. Kaito is such a fun character. I freaking loved him. Love me a himbo. Yeah, I think Kaito fits. I think so too. Kaito's got the colors and the vibes. I think so too. I'm with you guys. Yeah. So did you have himbo energy? You trying to say I'm stupid? You saying that like dudes? Thanks. My friend would love to know that. Of course, Joe. Yeah, Kaito from Danganronpa V3. There you go.
Despite their actions, it's easy to see their traumas and their regrets and easily come to the conclusion that they deserve to be treated kindly and given a chance to start over. But what about a child who doesn't regret anything they did? What do
you're bringing up good points here.
we as a society do with a child like that? Is there even a right answer to that question?
1,000 years dungeon. I mean, look at this bitch's face. 1,000 years dungeon.
At its best, UDG is trying to prompt us to think about it at the very least.
I do agree.
It calls upon us through good and bad to be kinder to children, because if we don't ensure their lives start well, so many things can and will go wrong, and we will have brought it upon ourselves. I'll talk more about Monica in a bit, but we need to get through a little gauntlet of context before we can, so just bear with me.
Good night, Timid.
Arriving at the final room, we're told to find the door that belongs to Monica, and intuiting that her room was up a ladder, we find her pretty easily. That also brings to light something we probably should have suspected given the location of said rooms. Monica has been able to walk the entire time, and when Komaru asks why she lied about it, it actually ties directly into what's been so devious about the way her whole plan was structured in the first place.
It's such a messed up reveal that she can just stand normally, completely fine. What are you taking notes on, Bun? Stop it! Stop it! I'm watching you.
Because pitiful children are the most powerful, don't you think? She says.
Because you don't think about them.
Was terrible. She didn't feel like she belonged there, but Monica was more brilliant than her brother or her father, and they hated her for it. But then, I thought of a way I could counter their neglect and cruelty. All I had to do was become a pitiful figure. Then I would have the whole world's sympathy. When Monica talks, everyone freezes. When Monica smiles, everyone stops smiling. For Monica, the outsider, the eyesore, to survive in that house, she did what she had to do. Now granted, I think there is a decent argument to be made here that this twist is a little potentially hurtful. The trope of people faking a disability to garner sympathy implicitly frames people with disabilities as subjects of purely pity, and also perpetuates the myth of this sort of disability faking being much more nefariously common than it actually is. Which...
Okay. I'm gonna let you say your whole thing, and then I got some words.
Gets a lot of actual disabled people hassled for really gross reasons. While I can't claim this is necessarily the actual intention of the writers, it's a trope I do find worth examining, or at least trying to be a bit more self-aware about. I myself am not disabled in any way similar to this, so I don't want to speak out of turn or over an audience that I can't fundamentally speak for. But I have seen some people take a bit of umbrage with this bit, and I can honestly see why.
Yeah.
Still, I think it is, at its base, supposed to tie less into an inherent need for pity on Monica's behalf, but more broadly into her character goals, her philosophy, and also as an ultimate expression of her stance as it relates to the themes we've been discussing. So while I don't think this handling is beyond reproach, I do think it has an application solely beyond shock value, even if it doesn't necessarily stick the landing while trying to do so. But that's just my 2 cents.
Okay, we are of basically the same mindset. How I looked at it, at least throughout this game, because you know there were some small like hints that this could have been the case. It also delves into Monica's role as a manipulator, because we've seen that throughout the entire game in how she treated the other kids that she was with, the Warriors of Hope. And having that sense and stance of being someone in a wheelchair helps to control their emotions and their attitude and their reactions. It could have, also have been to garner the sympathy from the people around her and make them more malleable. But I think it just ultimately comes down to the manipulation. Not necessarily that those people are pitiful, or that people in wheelchairs and such are pitiful. Not that you're saying that. But I think it comes down to her role as a manipulator. And it's manipulating people's perceptions of her to expect less of her, to not look her way when she's secretly pulling strings behind the scenes, to almost justify the abuse that she's able to give to the other kids because she's in an air quotes worse position than they are. And then even to be like, oh, well, I'm in a wheelchair, so it makes sense that I can beat the crap out of you without you fighting back, because if you fight back, it's terrible. And then in the same way that she was talking to Shingetsu earlier and he's beating the crap out of her, she's smiling through it to make him feel even worse the entire time. And it just adds up together to come back to that one crucial thing of her being a master manipulator. And I think that's ultimately what her character is, and ultimate schemer, ultimate mastermind, ultimate manipulator, everything like that. She's playing to the stereotype associated with it in order to manipulate. Yes, that is how I interpret it. And it sounds like we're of the same mindset in that regard, and that the writing style was not meant to be malicious in that sense. There's definitely some like room where I could understand like where it's not handled amazingly well. I am also not a disabled person, so I cannot speak fully to people with those circumstances. But to me, it speaks more so that she herself, Monica, is a manipulator, and that having this helps manipulate people's feelings and emotions.
I encourage anyone with a bit more knowledge on all of this to chime in with their thoughts in the comments.
Oh, there you
Anyway,
go. Perfect.
it's time for the final of the robot bosses, as Kurokuma jumps into the core and Monica takes her new seat upon a control throne. Meanwhile, the whole thing is broadcast to the city below. This boss is easily the most intricate so far, but it's also the worst so far, in my opinion.
I'm not surprised.
You see, the way it works is that you have to shoot each and every one of these little glowing joints to make Kurokuma pop out, whereupon you shoot him. The big problem with this boss is a combination of factors. For one, the joints are so minuscule that they're really difficult to actually aim at, not just because of the typical slow camera movement that I've always complained about in bosses until now,
Gotta love
but
it.
also because they just don't really seem to want to actually be hit unless your aim is extremely precise.
Also, another Resident Evil boss. Like, literally, it's shoot the glowing points, make him fall over, hit him. You can actually rapid fire burst here, which I didn't realize while playing. Oh! Well, I still say what I said, just a Resident Evil boss.
Which I don't think I need to tell you is pretty BS. Furthermore, Monica's attacks are sweeping, fast, and brutal. In particular, the one where she drops these diamond mines all over the arena that explode when you touch them is the worst, because you'll constantly be needing to run around and find the best split second to aim, while almost entirely unaware of where these things are because of the camera.
Understandable.
It's not fun.
No,
Top
I
it
hate
all
that
off
kind of
with
stuff.
Kurokuma chattering incessantly during the whole thing, repeating the same annoying phrases over and over again,
I bet.
and you've got yourself a formula for a really frustrating encounter, one that lasts way too long, and is something I'm more than happy to get out of the way for the much more interesting stuff that follows.
Vita only had so much space. They could only jam so many, degrading lines in for a boss fight, you know? Basically, why would I be evil? I'm just a cute, innocent, disabled little girl. I should have piled on those aspects to garner sympathy and disregard criticism. Yeah, I think that's a big part of it, too.
Once you finally defeat the thing, it predictably explodes, sending Kurokuma's severed head out of the window. Huh. Strange. Kind of like what happened to Shirokuma, isn't it? I'm sure that won't become relevant somehow. As
Never.
the adults cheer on Komaru's victory, Monica laments her defeat in such a typical fashion that you'd definitely be forgiven for realizing she's not letting on her whole plan yet.
Yeah.
She has a literal controller in her hands that controls all of the Monokumas and begs very obviously for you to not take it and ruin her plans, which anyone in this situation would probably want to do right away.
Yeah.
With everything we've learned about her so far, we need to dig deeper, so we can't break the controller yet.
Wow, almost again, master manipulator. Don't take my controller and break it, guys. It makes you want to break it more.
Even when we're given the option to. It's a good thing we don't either, because Utsugi's arrived, and not only is she not happy with Monica, but she tells us exactly what's going to happen if we break the controller later in this conversation, casting the whole thing in progress into a stark light. You see, it doesn't just control the Monokumas, but also the control helmets of the Monokuma kids, and upon being broken, those helmets will all explode, killing the kids en masse. Monica was blatantly trying to bait us into doing so, but why is that? She correctly points out that to back down now is odd, because we've become the hero of the adults. We're the ones they crave to put an end to this, and it's hard to imagine that even at this point, any of them would back down, even if it meant wiping out the children. To them, it would seem justified based on everything that's happened to them so far, and Monica knows that, hangs it over our heads to see what kind of person we really are. What reason has she ever had to anticipate that
Look at this expression. That's a flowy-ass expression a la freaking Undertale. That's a freaking flower-ass expression if I've ever seen one. This little bitch. 100%, yeah. Damn.
wouldn't be like that. Her expectation is one that hauntingly tracks. She taunts Komaru, asking if she didn't want to be everyone's hope like her brother once was, claiming that if this isn't ended, the tragedy will simply repeat over and over again.
Not necessarily.
It's at this time that Haiji appears, and oh boy, as if this room wasn't already starting to feel complicated. His
Oh my god. It's time to find out why we hate him even more.
attitude has been made up for a while, and now he's gotten so crazed that he's screaming at Monica with literal swirls in his eyes, calling her his father's mistake and saying he never thought of her as family at all. And gee, I wonder where Monica got her attitude from, huh? Again, he even refuses to see her as a child at all, only content to demonize her and say she never knew her place.
Great.
As we continue to refuse to break the controller, Haiji becomes even further enraged, asking if we're siding with the kids just because we don't want to kill them all. Which, man, if the point hasn't become revealing enough by now, I don't know what to tell you. The pressure is mounting. Everyone is counting on Komaru to destroy the controller without mercy as they chant outside, and Haiji's pathetic whimpering only makes it even clearer how thoroughly this game has gone to the lengths
What
to make
a
us think
bitch,
about the
man.
conflation of hope and despair as concepts to people, by begging that Komaru can't hesitate because she showed the adults hope with her speech, giving them the confidence to fight back. But is this really how they should fight back?
No.
This is why the kids could confidently say somebody like Junko gave them hope. Because the two concepts are practically inseparable.
I love that this theme gets brought up so much in this game too, because it honestly makes the twist at the end of V3 honestly feel less whiplash in hindsight. I'm so excited to dive into V3's like retrospective video now, which I think is going to be like a 2-stream thing. But man, I love the whole like, oh, hope and despair. You have to choose hope. You have to choose hope. Otherwise, you're not a good guy. And it's like, bitch, I'm going to choose something else. I'm going to choose hungry. Where's my burger?
Not even two sides of a coin, but more like inherently tied sensations. A constant of the world that proves that even when someone has something to gain, something to celebrate and to
UDG
cherish,
bridges that gap
it
well.
often
Yeah.
leaves someone else without or to get hurt. Do we really want to be that kind of hope? At that point, Haiji even begins to yank Monica's hair around, ordering her to confess everything she's ever done solely so she can receive the judgment of a stranger. In the
Judgment
process,
time.
Monica tells all that she never intended to die along with the warriors, but that her meeting with Junko was miraculous, because Junko was the first person she ever felt understood by. She fully acknowledges that Junko took advantage of her, getting in on her good side and telling her what she wanted to hear, because
we
Monica was
knew.
at that time already the chief executive of Toa Group's robotics branch. A gifted child would be perfect to convince into making the Monokumas, right? And now we know both where their design came into play and why the Toa Group was making them. She even outright
There it
claims that
is.
the other warriors were just bonuses for Junko's manipulation, and that in the end, Monica was really all she cared about getting her hands on. When Utsugi
Wait, so Junko didn't even care about the other 4 kids? Wait, that's so messed up.
protests that
I bet it's
Junko
Junko.
loved them all, she fires back. There's no way someone would love you. Your own parents didn't even love you.
Okay, can we punch her? Can we punch her yet, guys?
So, of course, the Toa Group mass-produced Junko's Monokumas for the sake of the tragedy. And even though Monica gives Haiji a chance to run with his previous excuse that she lied to them and told them that they were for household assistance, he admits that they more or less turned a blind eye to the truth, because as long as Monica was using her gift to make the Toa Group money, she could do whatever she wanted if she'd otherwise kept quiet and stayed out of their way. Oh, who would have guessed that disaffected, selfish rich men who stood at the top of a giant billionaire tech corporation would willingly allow the apocalypse to play out if it was making them more money?
Wow.
Of course, once they started
And that's why they're the only ones left, because they're making the Monokumas. Yeah, once again, capitalism is the real villain, guys. Come on. It's not about hope and despair. It's about money.
being used for their intended purpose, and her father tried to put a
Crazy.
stop to it, Monica only correctly pointed out that if he did, Junko would reveal the Toa Group's ties to the incident, leaving them in ruin. And so, Big Bang Monokuma also came about, as Monica not only made the Monokumas, but sold the weapons to fight them too. Toa Group continued to become more and more profitable, and the deeper in they were, the less they cared about others, and more about their own reputation. While deciding coldly to coexist with despair and fund its purposes, they
Kids
stood in
sell,
the
the other kids
background
get
idly,
therapy,
pretending
yeah.
to do all they could to fight its spread, becoming heroes to the world while having been majorly responsible for enabling the incident that started killing them all in the first place. Man, do you get the feeling 3 games deep that Danganronpa enjoys making social commentary? The only
Yeah, that capitalism is the real enemy in this game.
reason their city and their air purifier was even as effective as it was is because they were part of the cause. The incident didn't hit them as hard because they were playing both sides, like greedy cowards. And
They knew what was going to be causing it, so they specified into those things too, you know? If I had a nickel for every time capitalism was the big bad end game in a game, I'd have... I mean, you'd probably be a trillionaire, you know?
so the Toa group leaned in hard and became Junko Enoshima's patron in the end. The reason Haiji was so combative towards the Future Foundation is because he didn't want them to find out, and claims no matter how rotten Toa's legacy is, it's his, so he wants to protect it, embodying everything wrong with their cyclical, self-serving pride and inexhaustible lust for money and power. And let me take a second aside from the plot to say, this is really at the heart of what makes Monica such an interesting character to me. Even if I wish she had been developed upon more in line with the theming she's obviously meant to herald.
Look, we agree.
And it's why I think so much of the uncritical hatred towards her is troubling, to say the least. I'm not asking people to like what she's done, or even necessarily like her, but to think about her dislikable traits and imagine, just for a second, where did she learn these things?
So, for me, I mean, like, I hate her as a character, but, like, hate her as, like, she is written to be hated. But not in a, I like how she's represented because of, like, the whole manipulation thing. I think, like, how she is written to be a master manipulator is absolutely an interesting aspect, especially from the Junko obsession side, and how she herself was manipulated into doing all of this as well. I think it's a really good thing. But yeah, we agreed on this already, that I wish she was developed more throughout the game instead of just getting, like, bombs and bombs of narrative exposition that wasn't really hinted at aside from her manipulating the other kids. Like, I don't know. Like I said, I think the ghost possession thing still pisses me off.
Who was there to protect her? Who was there to teach her better? I'm sure I don't need to tell you a second time that kids don't just turn up this way.
Yeah.
An unfixably evil child is a myth. They don't
Very good job to
exist.
show how far
They're
she'll go to spread
convenient
despair by
scapegoats for
involving
people
children
who
to keep the
know
cycle
better.
going. Yeah.
We know what kind of person Haiji is. We know what kind of person her father is. Who was there to show her any other way? I mean, nobody was there for any of these kids, really, were they? That's what Ultra Despair Girls is about. Junko certainly wasn't going to do that, and let's consider for a second...
I was going to say, Junko wasn't going to do this at all either. Like, and they unfortunately they can't prove it otherwise because she was in the killing game in Hope's Peak. So it's literally like they are idolizing a character that is dead and can't prove them wrong that would have done this. And she absolutely wouldn't have. She would have abandoned them just to fill them with even more despair and laugh about it.
Sure, while Monica did lie to her brother and dad about being paralyzed by them, let's not glance over the very revealing fact that they believed her without question. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that a child
Master manipulator.
isn't put into a wheelchair by someone else's actions without being hurt in the process. And the fact that these two fully believed without a second thought that they had hurt her badly enough for it to be a realistic outcome for her to be paralyzed from the waist down, yeah, that is extremely damning and very revealing about what her home life was like.
Also, love the detail that the photos are posted way too high for a kid on a wheelchair to post on a wall, hinting at the fact that she could stand and probably use chairs, stand on a table chair. Well, the other part was the ladder going up to her room, too, that, like, somebody in a wheelchair wouldn't be able to get up there like that. And then there were a couple other large locations in the airship that also had a giant ladder.
What about the ladder? Was this a room she chose at Toa Hills? Doesn't seem likely if she's trying to trick her family, at the time, about being paralyzed. We know she can climb it, but they don't. Was it forced on her? Is this a torture they don't even think she can handle? So then we have to re-examine again her tendency to lie about such a big weakness, because maybe that made all of her abuse revolve around it. Maybe if she weren't just pretending to be anguished now while it actually doesn't do her much harm, the situation would have continued down a path where she would have kept getting hurt so badly that it did genuinely damage her spine for life. Maybe that lie saved her from that fate. So from Monica's point of view, the answer's clear.
Again, master manipulator. Manipulated them into stop abusing her in the same sense that it probably saved her. Obviously, in that case, it's different. But again, it just harkens back to her being a master manipulator.
The world is clear. Why should she feel regret or consider other people's feelings? Her family didn't, and neither did her savior. The other Warriors of Hope still have a smidge of reason left in them. They made genuine bonds with each other, so they can still figure themselves out. They know they don't like it when their friends are sad or hurt. They react noticeably when their minds start to change, like when Sho sticks her neck out for Utsugi, or Komaru raises her concerns toward Shingetsu and protects him from attacks.
Man, Shingetsu deserved better.
They've always responded with fighting or fawning, but Monika is the only child who saw her impossibly terrible situation and decided that the way to survive was to try to manipulate her abusers right back.
Yeah.
It's war for her if she doesn't want to end up in that chair for real. So the only way she can stay out of it is to learn the rules of battle, to effectively weaponize against her tormentors exactly what they did toward her. And so that extends too to the people who are good to her. Open connection always means she can lose something or someone. It leaves her vulnerable, and it's therefore not an option. She's never had an opportunity to learn to trust people, and no reason to see it as anything more than dangerous if she did.
I mean,
the other warriors wanted to die.
The vice versa of trusting someone also means that you can get betrayed by them.
Before Junko saved them, but they could pull back after they saw salvation in her. For Monika, though, Junko didn't arrive as a savior, but as a peer. She understood how to manipulate, to scheme, and to orchestrate, and she could teach Monika how to do it better. Her relationship with Junko was the only time she'd ever been treated as an equal, and it was when Junko was teaching her how to kill her abusers.
I would still argue that Junko was also manipulating Monika at that point. It ends up in the same place anyway, and it's just semantics, but I would still argue that Monika was again a victim again to Junko, and Junko was going to use that as a way to probably fill more despair in the world too. Oh, she absolutely was. Yeah.
It's why she's the one who knew Junko was manipulating her to a certain end goal, because Junko could...
I wrote the script. Literally your next line. Oh my god, dude.
Tell her, because they shared it. If people hate Monika for abusing the other Warriors of Hope, especially the way she did to Utsugi, fair. If people hate her for murder, also fair.
Yeah.
But if anyone hates her for the same reasons her predator of a brother and her nightmare of a father do, if anyone thinks she's an inherently broken child who didn't deserve to be shown a better way before she ever arrived here, I just want them to do a bit of self-reflection on that.
Yeah.
Look at who agrees with you. That's all I want.
Get out of their head. Bun, you should check the DR2 retrospective stream. How many times I accidentally predicted Nezumi's next line or like sentence or line of thinking. It happened minimum like 12, 13 times. It was insane that it kept happening.
Want to say on that matter. Anyway, so now it's all come down to this.
Yeah.
When Junko was killed, the wishy-washy Toa group gave up on perpetuating her will, and tired of their typical behavior, that's why Monika targeted this city. A paradise for children was just the promise she made to get the other kids on board, but her whole plan has been to succeed Junko's will by painting the world with despair.
I also just want to say, this is such a weird shot because his eyes are so light that it kind of looks like they're not focused on what's happening, and it kind of looks like he's just going, because his mouth is so, like, agape, too. You see what I mean? Brother, they did not do him justice at all. He is not listening right now for real, for real. They did not do him justice. He deserved better. And it's also... I guess we didn't talk about it before, but this exact shot, again, Shingetsu is such again, another victim in this as well. We talked about it before, but like Monika, like knowing that he kind of had a crush on her and using that against him, and him being the one that is at her feet reaching up to her is such a striking visual because of how much she abused him in the end. So...
And how does she plan to do so? By causing war. And war is exactly what she claims will happen if the controller is broken. Why is that, you may ask? Well, if the kids' helmets explode, then what will happen when the Future Foundation finally arrives after the incidents played out? They'll see the embittered rallied adults celebrating the death of all these headless kids, and they'll naturally start looking into it. They'll blame the...
And they'll assume that they're filled with despair and have to fight them.
Toa group, especially after digging deep enough to find out their sordid history of supporting Junko and manufacturing her killing machines, and thus they'll enter another war with the Toa group, thinking this town to be full of remnants of despair and crushing the town under heel. Crucially to Monica, though, it won't just end there, because the true remnants would also hear about this and come charging in, causing a full resurgence of the tragedy that has been dying down since Junko's death. That's also the reason she only ever targeted adults without kids, as she needed the adults to be brought to this breaking point, spurred on by their lack of empathy for the children, so they would in turn create more child victims, and those pitiful children's power would give rise to this despair.
That's such a crazy, like, it makes so much sense, but like, oh my god, the hoops jumping through.
And therein lies the ultimate manipulation that Komaru's growth wasn't just dictated by Komaeda, but by Monica herself, hoping that the sister of the super high school level Hope who took their hope, Junko and Oshima, away from them, would in turn become a hero in the eyes of the adults and incite them to take their revenge against the children. Hugh even grew to care about this town, wanting to save it, becoming the hope for the adults. But even so, you know, hope isn't always a good thing. At times, hope can be a terrible burden. It can be a drive to hurt others. Just like now.
Yep.
What did you think would happen if you gave people who watched their loved ones die hope? And so now, this is the final turn. Monica tells us that this can only end with one side of the conflict being wiped out, and forcing the decision on Komaru's shoulders. Anticipating that she'll concede to her anger, do what all the adults in her life have and would do, she waits for the demon in Komaru to expose itself, even bringing her to the ultimate breaking point by showing her that her and her brother's parents are dead. The strange scrawling on the floor of the torture room being a message from her mother to her children to try to reach them in her final moments.
Is that what she noticed scrawled on the floor earlier and she just didn't talk about it? Damn.
This worst of all moments, Monica is goading Komaru, goading us to prove her right, to become the successor to Junko and Oshima, and to say for ourselves with our own words that nobody could have ever shown her a better way.
Damn.
Komaru breaks down, unable to even move or speak, fully consumed by grief and hatred. I've seen a lot of people meme on the fact that it asks you whether or not to break the controller so many times throughout this long as hell cutscene, but there is a point to it. And it's this right here.
I was gonna say,
over and over again, we've been forced to make a conscious choice to be better, to keep insisting that the children deserve better, that none of them are so unfixably evil that they all deserve to die for this. It's the repetition that makes it more clearly a conscious choice that we have to keep making, to keep being kind, to keep empathizing with them.
I agree.
Because it's never just something we can choose to do once and leave it at that. It's a lifelong commitment to never give up on people.
And also ties back into the theme that we saw with Fukawa, and that she is constantly growing, even though it's not just a one-time thing. It's something you actively have to keep working at to be better at. Good thematic overview.
And that's why it's so heartbreaking in this moment as Haiji screams at us to give in to our hatred, gleefully commanding us to destroy all the kids to sate our hatred and grief.
I hate this guy.
Komaru cracks. No matter what happens to adults, no matter what happens to children, no matter what happens to this town, no matter what happens to the world.
It's like the BoJack Horseman quote, the big gesture isn't enough. True.
I don't give a damn anymore. I just don't give a damn. If you choose at any point before this to break the controller, you get the bad ending where the helmets explode. Komaru describes it as fireworks heralding her as a hero as everyone cheers, claiming it's all thanks to her, before descending into guilt and claiming that everything is all her fault. However, here, at the final crossroads, your choice isn't a choice. Komaru can't consciously choose to do right by the children anymore. She's reached the exact point Monica knew she would and wanted her to. But if there's one thing UDG has kept reiterating to us all this time, it's that anything you can't do alone, you don't have to. Taking control of Fukawa, we walk towards Komaru, who's in a haze, and she tackles her to the floor, grabbing and protecting the controller for what she says is Komaru's own sake. Even as Haiji screams and kicks her, she doesn't budge. Even when Monica offers to trade her the controller for Togami's cell key, Fukawa rejects the entire premise of Monica's goading. She rejects the notion that she only has one choice, saying she'll be taking both, because she could never choose one and leave the other behind as long as both are precious to her. Intervening to help Fukawa, even Utsugi attacks Haiji. But in that moment, they're all interrupted as Big Bang Monokuma arrives, supposedly moving on its own, which should be impossible because it can only be controlled by Haiji and Tokuichi. As it crashes through the building, all Monica can do is look up and wonder, grinning and wondering to herself if this familiar feeling could really be Taking Komaru outside, Fukawa snaps her out of it by slapping her, claiming that it hurts. When Komaru asks what she means because she's the one who hit her, Fukawa says that it hurt her hand, but that's not the only thing it hurts.
Aww.
Asking Komaru to slap her back, she does, and it's that simple thing that brings the girl back down to earth. She says Fukawa's right. It does hurt her hand, and it isn't the only part of her that it hurts. Realizing that her hatred is not the right way, that hurting others is not the right way, Fukawa consolingly hugs onto Komaru's head, claiming once again that if she can't do something on her own, all she has to do is ask Fukawa for help. God, I care about these two so much. Finally,
yeah, they're the best. Like, they're obviously the best parts of this game, 100%.
Bringing about her own miracle, Komaru mirrors Fukawa's words. She can't just choose one and leave another behind. Both are precious to her.
Oh, the music! Hold on a second!
Prove her right. She's going to save the adults and...
Why does this feel like Umineko music?
Even if it means bringing down Big Bang Monokuma herself.
Wait, is this Umineko music?
Think is their hope. The boss itself is pretty
bombastic. Or is this Danganronpa music? It is Umineko music!
Problems to the previous ones, but it's thematically very strong. Each time the Stay Puft-sized Monokuma's eye changes color, you use the corresponding ammo type to counter it, then give Sho an opportunity to attack it while it's stunned.
That's great.
As the girls help each other, realizing that they're not alone, they leap into the air, firing a final hope-charged shot from the hacking gun, powered too by Fukawa's stun gun, a golden burst consuming the beast as it's defeated once and for all. Sorega! Chigayo! As its head shoots off into space. It collapses and shoots out the head of Shirakuma, which bounces down. Wait, Shirakuma? Oh boy, momentum that what he thinks was his hope is lost. Haiji goes near catatonic. Monica, thoroughly defeated, says this is only a delaying of the inevitable, that this isn't closure. It isn't a hopeful or despair-filled ending. Refusing, even in the end, to take revenge on Monica, Komaru takes the key to Togame's cell from her, saying that she overestimated Komaru, that both of them failed to live up to the expectations of their idols, the super high school level despair and hope, Junko Enoshima and Makoto Naegi respectively. Komaru simply claims that there's no way she could imitate him anyway, and no way she'd want to. I'm not my brother, she says. Makoto is Makoto, and I am me. As Monica lays under the rubble of the collapsing airship, everyone walks away. They weren't looking for the all-or-nothing ending she was. All they can do is try their best.
Bye-bye forever.
Whether it's good or bad. Going to save Togami, Komaru makes a confession. To save the adults and the children both, even after spending all this time trying to escape, she won't run or leave them behind. She wants to stay. And with that leading us into the epilogue, let's talk about Chapter 5 itself for a second. The puzzles are some of the best in show so far, bearing a few annoying exceptions, but honestly, the levels themselves are pretty hit and miss. Some of the sections are especially annoying, and the bosses are...
We talked about it before, but like when you get to this point in the game, it is definitely a really, really obvious point where the system shortcomings really show themselves, whether it be area design, whether it be gameplay, whether it be puzzle design, whether it be story pieces. This is like where everything has to come together. And if it doesn't, it's really, really obvious where the cracks are. And again, I think I'll point it out, and it's very obvious. It's the gameplay. The gameplay of Ultra Despair Girls is obviously one of the biggest flaws in that it's giant open sprawling rooms to fill gaps of time, the puzzles that are sometimes very hit or miss, the combat that is very hit or miss. Obviously, there are story beats that are, but I think the gameplay is definitely one of the big faults for that, and it being on Vita probably doesn't help either. So
the wealth of lore and interesting story content going on here is actually quite admirable, and I applaud them for going as wild as they did with all of this. However, despite how much I find to praise in the final few cutscenes, there's a reason why a lot of people take umbrage with it, and that's because it's quite long. Like, nearly half of this chapter feels like it's just taken up by this one long, unbroken cutscene where you're asked about the button again every so often. I get why it was done this way, and again, I think the button prompt in particular has very big thematic significance, but this scene definitely feels like it could have either been trimmed down or balanced with the gameplay a bit more. Though I guess that has
Take
always
Air Fox
remained
Girl.
an issue
Oh my...
that UDG has...
Wait a minute. That's so creepy! Oh my god, that's so creepy! Whoa! Her eyes look so wrong there, though. That's creepy AF, dude.
It's remained an issue that UDG has struggled with up until now, so same crap, different day, I suppose.
Yeah.
Monica as a villain has definitely been the star of the show, and while I wish elements of her backstory were elucidated upon a bit more, I also can't help but wonder if they were trying to have their cake and eat it too by not wanting her to be an unambiguously evil child, but also still wanting her to fill the Junko role of frustrating the audience's attempts to understand her by leaving her personal details as vague as she could manage.
I think they did fail in that regard, though, because like the Junko one at the end of like DR1, the joy of that reveal of her just being this shitty, I'm doing it for the love of the game type situation, I think is great. I think it's awesome. I think it's great that there is no rhyme or reason to any of the bullshit that happens. With Monica, unfortunately, they do suffer from like, we know this is why this happened, and we know this is why you're doing this. So I agree with you there. It does feel like they're trying to have their cake and eat it too.
If that were the idea, I can definitely see where it would be difficult.
You just get nothing from her, but that couldn't really work for Monica because of what the game is doing. Yeah, exactly. That type of villain just doesn't work in Ultra Despair Girls.
To balance, but personally, I'd have chosen to simply ditch that tradition for Monica herself and let the game succeed a bit more thematically because of those differing merits.
Agreed.
Oh well, I still think what we got here was pretty good at least. In terms of gameplay,
I'd say good could have been better if they developed Monica outside of this chapter and outside of her abusing the other kids or manipulating the other kids. If we found like journal entries that may have alluded to this relationship sooner, or conversations with Haiji earlier, maybe if he was, you know, introduced sooner and he talked about Monica, or like talked about like, oh, my stupid like sister that I hate, and it wasn't revealed until later. There could have been like a lot of things that they could have done to kind of set it up better, I think. Junko's reveal that she messed up Girly Pop at the end of DR1 was just so good, but Monica's reveal of trying to be the new Junko doesn't feel as good. I think it's also Junko burnout, because this is now the third game in a row that Junko is a huge pivotal piece of the plot, and like Monica literally trying to become her. I think a big part of it is Junko burnout. And it might be what it is. It's like the joke of something I always complain about is in like Mega Man X, it's always Sigma. You know, Sigma's always the villain in Mega Man X. You get kind of burnt out. Like, how did Sigma return this time? Or like the meme of Star Wars Episode 9. Somehow the Emperor returned. Somehow Junko returned. So it definitely gives that feeling too of audiences just getting tired of the same villain constantly. Yeah.
It's certainly not the best chapter, but
game is about connections in history, meeting parents, going over trauma, so you couldn't just have her be a 4chan loser like Junko. That's crazy.
In terms of story, I'd say it unambiguously is. And maybe that's a hot take, but this is my video where you came to hear my opinion, so I'm just going to say it.
Yeah!
And now let me go ahead and say some things about the epilogue, too.
The changing world we made. Yippee!
As Monica awakens, she finds she's being carried by Komaeda, who says he'll ensure Monica is raised into the best successor to despair she can be, so she can eventually give rise to her perfect war and ultimately a perfect hope that will rise to combat her.
I fucking love this asshole. I love this shithead so much. I forgot about this.
He does claim he has other plans to attend to soon, though. In the background, a mysterious stranger wheelbarrows the severed heads of Kurokuma and Shirokuma, who, while talking together about the plan to create the successor, reveals that they were always working together. While Kurokuma watched over the kids, Shirokuma spurred on the adults with his sickly sweet demeanor. Regarding each other both as wicked, they begin to speak in trade, leading up to something we may have suspected by now. Yep, remember how this takes place before SDR2? Well, that's not only because we saw what the Remnants and Future Foundation were up to, but unbeknownst to us, also what Junko was up to. Both of these bears having her voice actor was no coincidence.
It just is Junko.
One collective alter ego Junko.
Yep.
Their AIs being the culmination of the digital backup she created of herself. In stirring chaos
didn't remember
and bringing
that
their
either.
respective sides against each other,
which is
the pitch
dope.
Black Kurokuma giving hope to the kids and the duplicitously sweet Snow White Shirokuma bringing despair to the adults, eventually ensured their own mutual destruction.
Love that
leading to
for
them
her.
being brought together and now collected by this person. Who, you may ask? Well, as said person gets tired of listening to Junko rave to herself, they reveal themselves by smashing their hands inside of the heads to grab the chips, prompting Junko to say she didn't even know they could still feel this way, revealing that yes indeed, it's Izuru Kamakura, admitting that she'll leave the rest to him, but knows that by the time she sees him next, he'll likely be an entirely different person. Junko Enoshima says farewell again, telling Kamakura that she hopes the future is one he can't predict, before he severs the wires, walking off with the 2 chips towards his plan for the Neo World program, which as we know will continue in Super Danganronpa 2.
Yep.
God, this scene is so hype.
I was gonna say, I was just complaining about Junko coming back, and that is, I'm gonna be so real, that's such a hype ending. That's such a hype, like, epilogue. I do like that setup for DR2. Yeah, because it has to set up into DR2 somehow.
Cutting to Togami, freed and outside of town, he talks to Naegi on a laptop about everything that's gone on and relays a message from Komaru to him. Explaining her decision to save both to him, we also see as she explained the same to Fukawa, to which Fukawa claims that she has no choice but to also stay behind and help her friend, because that's what friends are for. So she'll wait here, trying to change what she can, do what she can, waiting until the day her brother resolves everything with the remnants and comes home. She even claims she never found real evidence of their parents' deaths, revealing the possibility that Monica could have faked it all. With Naegi and Togami vowing to partner together once again and end the tragedy, they sail off towards new horizons.
I mean, it does kind of like lend credence to like the whole like I choose to believe in hope kind of thing that happened in DR1. But I'm gonna be real. I feel like Monica wouldn't have been lying about that. I feel like they're probably dead. They're probably dead, and maybe being honest with your brother, your parents are dead, might be a fair thing to do. I'm just saying.
And the credits even show us that the warriors are all still alive.
Oh, thank God.
Having banded together to change for the better, as Monica, elsewhere, styles herself even more after her savior, planning something big for the future. And, Haiji is depressed. Good.
Wait a minute. Monica never comes back, though, right? Oh, wait, no. She does come back in the anime, doesn't she? Anime? I honestly don't... like, aside from, like, closeted gay man not revealing his feelings to his best friend, causing the end of the world, that's all I remember of Danganronpa of just 3. So, yeah. Never watched the anime. Dude doesn't want to reveal he's gay, and thus causes the end of the world. So, she does all of nothing and shoots off to space? God damn, that's so dumb. I mean, I guess she could show up for Danganronpa 4, and then people are going to be like, who is this?
Genuinely don't care about him. At the very end, Komaru gets up in town to start her day, and walks along with Fukawa as they once again vow to do their best, ending Danganronpa another episode, Ultra Despair Girls. And once again, I'm forced to reiterate, man, this game is polarizing.
Yeah.
Its gameplay is all over the place in terms of quality, and it's got more than its share of jank. It's trying to be so many different things at once that ultimately it feels like it doesn't particularly strongly succeed at nearly any of them, unfortunately.
Yeah, jack of all trades kind of situation absolutely means you're going to fail at everything. Games have to laser focus in on being good at something. Yeah.
The story, while interesting in places, could definitely use more development in others. Some parts of the story and portrayal of certain things is just downright awful.
Oh yeah, we talked about it.
And leaving a permanent stain that isn't easily forgiven, brushed past, or recommended. At the same time, though, buried underneath its myriad of flaws, it still manages to straggle and bring some interesting ideas to the surface.
I'll agree with that. I think there are some really good story beats that do add some fun stuff to the Danganronpa universe. It just almost sucks that like this game feels so important story-wise as a bridge, as a gap, what's the gap closer between DR1 and DR2. But it feels shitty that it's like so important in that regard.
Has fun puzzles here and there, it has an interesting aesthetic and tone, its portrayal of the complicated issues surrounding the way we as a society treat children and how we should treat them is honestly one of the most thought-provoking I've seen in a game of this type before. And honestly, as half-baked as many of its themes turn out in the end, because of their execution, the sentiments here are ultimately why I think UDG deserves to exist at all. For all of its many shortcomings, it excels at pushing both this topic and the complicated nature of what hope and despair can mean to people individually, rather than just as looming concepts. And I can't not give it credit for taking that theme to new places, emphasizing it meaningfully through the lens of characters and structures that greatly facilitate those conversations, even if it could have done a better job on delivering on such a thing.
I will also say, I think Komaru being not Nagito, oh my god, not being Naegi is really important, that we don't just get a repeat of that character of the ultimate hope. It definitely makes her a significantly more fun protagonist to play as and to join throughout this game. And having Fukawa have like that second growth arc and something that I not necessarily fixes the problems that they did with DR1 with her, but definitely makes her a significantly better character is I think super important.
Ultra Despair Girls is a game that for some reasons I really hate, and for other reasons I really love.
Yeah.
It's a split right down the middle between exacerbating my despair and filling me with hope. In as loving and derogatory a way as I can possibly muster to say simultaneously, I guess in that sense, it embodies Danganronpa itself more than almost anything else can. And I suppose that's worth something.
Something. Nice.
I will throw everyone away.
Yay! Oh, wait. Don't get hit by copyright stuff. I'm going to get slammed on YouTube by it. Oh, my gosh. Guys, that brings us to the close of another Danganronpa retrospective video. If you do not know Nezumi VA, be sure to give them some love and some hype and thank them for the incredible video that they put together. They have a lot of amazing stuff. I know they have specifically a playlist that we're probably going to end up watching. More of the Danganronpa playlist. That is where we watched this. So there's the why Danganronpa if is great, or IF is so great. However, I'm kind of tempted to just go right into V3 unless we can find an alternate way to watch why Danganronpa 3 is so painful. Because that is now an old, outdated video that we're not going to be looking at. However, I'm very excited to dive back into V3. I've been seeing some people playing V3 recently, and I'm very excited to see if my opinions have changed on this game at all, because this is obviously the most recent Danganronpa game that I've played, and I played it at launch. So I'm very excited to dive into this, but it is a 5-hour long video, so we're probably going to have to dive this one into 2 separate videos. But Nezumi, you do an incredible job with these videos. Genuinely, guys, check them out. Also, if you like Ace Attorney, please check out Nezumi. They also have an Ace Attorney retrospective thing, which I've already watched the first 3 because I wanted to recap, because I want to play the Apollo Justice trilogy. You know, I want to play the Apollo Justice trilogy. Oh, wait, but you only have 1 video on you only have it for Ace Attorney 4? I'm gonna get on that. Wait a minute. Where's the other Apollo Justice videos? Where's Ace Attorney 5 and 6? I haven't made anything for 5 and 6. Listen, I get it. I understand that. But genuinely, if you don't like Danganronpa because it's a little bit dark, a little bit touchy on subjects that you're not a fan of, I cannot recommend the Ace Attorney videos enough. They're why I found Nezumi in the first place. I watched all 3 of them before I even reached out to them to react to their Danganronpa stuff. I kind of wish that I reached out sooner. It would have been super fun to go back through the Ace Attorney stuff. But these also would have been hella long streams. 3.5 hours, 3.5 hours, 4 hours and 15 minutes. I got super burnt out on retrospectives. Oh, trust me, I get you. I'm with you. I understand. Nezumi, great stuff. Always love reacting to your content. Thank you so much for letting me share your passion with other people and coming here and sharing your passion with us. Yeah, it's so obvious how much you care about these series and how much you care about these videos. If you ever do end up doing 999 and Virtue's Last Reward and Zero Time Dilemma, if you need someone for voice acting, if you need someone to fill in, you know, voices for anything, if you need someone to just shoot opinions off of, I got your back. I got your back. I love Zero Escape. I love the franchises you've been going over. So fun fact about 999, actually. I'm ready. I'm ready. Hit me. Tell me. Tell me right now. Tell me. I'm ready. Bye, Victoria. Sleep well. Man, what a crazy night. What a crazy night. Oh, wait, I should turn off raids before I forget. That's close. Right now, I have a backlog wheel I spin for Tuesday streams when I finish a game to decide what I play next, and 999 is on it. Ooh. Well, that's exciting. I can't wait to see you play 999. 999 is so good. It's so awesome. I think the last time I checked in on games you were playing, it was a little bit ago. You were playing the Fullmetal Alchemist game on the PS2. I peek in every once in a while. I hope you get 999 soon because I absolutely love Zero Escape. Yeah, the FMA game. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. Now finishing this, I want to play Grand Line more, or not Grand Line, 100 Line. Wait, what's the full name? Wait, did I not get that? Oh, I only have installed games. 100 Line. Isn't it? Am I stupid? Did I not buy it? Do I not own this game? Wait, is it not called 100 Line? What the hell is the game called? We just finished that recently and started Clock Tower this week. Oh, hell yeah. The original Clock Tower? Like Super Nintendo style? Clock Tower is awesome. Last Defense Academy. Am I stupid? Do I own it? Oh, it's because I was typing in 100 with like the numbers, but it's the 100 line, not 100 line. That's why I couldn't find it. That's why I couldn't find it. It's the 100 line. Yeah, not the number 100. I do own it. I remember picking up like all of the style like Danganronpa style games or Danganronpa art style games on a sale. Did I pick up Raincoat actually? I'm actually curious if I did. I think I did. I did. Because I want to go back and play Raincoat at some point. But man, that... Nezumi, have you played Raincoat? Who here has played Raincoat? I did not enjoy the little bit of time that I put into Raincoat. I was not that big of a fan. And I'm hoping that was just the early bit. I played like an hour or so and it got really bored. I'm gonna keep it $150 with you. You made it further than I did, or you made it not as far as I did, but you had a better reaction than I did. I finished the prologue. The prologue took me like 6 or 7 hours to beat, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that because I know how funny numbers. There was too many breaks to do mini games, and there was too much like over explanation of logic, like the same problem that Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney has, where it's like, I know the solution, let me explain it, and they're like, no, you have to explain how it got up to that point first. And then I just never played past the prologue, ever. I actually forget like everything about it. I think I did scoop it back again on Steam because it was dog water cheap. But I know it was received super poorly, which is such a shame. But I know 100 Line was then received super well, which is really funny. Yeah, I saw 100 Line was like voted for like game of the year sometimes for last year. Some people were saying it was their best game. So I'm excited to jump into that. I promised Finana I would play with her because it has 100 endings, which is a lot. But guys, that is going to do it for me tonight. Thank you so much for joining me. Nezumi, thank you for making another amazing video. Really, really appreciate you, you know, putting in the work, putting in the effort, I'm kidding. Thank you genuinely for sharing these passion projects with us. Thank you for allowing me to share it with my community. Thank you for coming in and talking with us. It is always a really fun time. I don't know specifically what we're going to be doing next for Danganronpa. It might be your V3 video. I might try and find something that is like the anime related, or I might just watch an anime video off stream and then go into the game. from there. Because I do really want to jump into V3. I'm not gonna lie. I've got the itch. I've got the craving. But thank you guys so much. We're gonna go ahead and raid into my homie Envy. If you guys don't know Envy, Envy, he is a wolf in sheep's clothing VTuber. Love my boy Envy. He is playing some GTA 5. He's doing some role play. So be sure to send him some hype and some love. If you've watched my streams before, you've probably watched Envy's streams before, because we raid into them all the time. But yeah, guys, thank you again. I'll be back tomorrow, 9 p.m. CST. Tomorrow is a members only stream over on YouTube. We're going to be doing more video work. So be sure to check that out if you are a member and you want to see some of the behind the scenes stuff that goes into the video making. We're going to be working on the Kamen Rider Kabuto video even more so. It's going to be a lot of fun. This video is definitely going to be my longest one yet. I think we were like 2 hours into recording, maybe 3 hours into recording, and we're not even halfway through yet. I think the final video is probably going to be in the realm of 3 to 3.5 hours. I love Kamen Rider Kabuto. I love Tokusatsu, and I can't wait to share more of that passion with you all. So thank you again. Thank you to Nezumi. Be sure to, if you are watching a VOD, be sure to subscribe to Nezumi. You can find the link to their channel and the video specifically in the description on YouTube. Check them out. Give them some hype, some love, and make sure that we can all have some fun next time. I'll see you guys again soon, okay? Bye-bye, everybody!